Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 116, Morning. We're reporting live from downtown Karakura, Tokyo District. The devastation is unbelievable. Large parts of the city central area have been demolished in what appears to be some kind of attack. People are fleeing the city en masse. The death toll is unknown, but it is estimated to be in the thousands. The news camera swept over the scene of Karakura's inner city, with great buildings in ruin. Masaka sat in the hotel room, clutching the bed covers tightly. They had gotten out just in time, it seemed. It felt bizarre to see a normal human being trying to make sense of the madness when she knew just what had happened, but Masaka didn't care. Ichigo was still out there somewhere, and the battle, as tragic as it was, seemed unimportant. Where was her son? It is as of yet unknown what caused this widespread devastation, but there has been no earthquake recently. There are speculations of a large-scale terrorist attack, although no terrorist organization has taken responsibility for this incident yet. There is no indication of it being a foreign power at work either. There seems to be no reason for this total madness. Police and firefighters have been deployed to help the survivors and evacuate the areas, and the army is being called in to secure the area. Right now, all we can do is pray for the people lost here today. Turn that off, Ishine said, walking into the hotel bedroom with a troubled look on her face. That's not making anything better. Maybe if we look if there's a clue, we could tell what happened to him, Masaka said desperately, knowing how much of a reach it was. That's not happening, Ishine said bluntly. They're clueless. We're not. Right now we need to look out for this family. Ichigo was right to get us out when he did. Grabbing the remote, he turned off the TV. Masaka stood up, anxiously running her hands through her hair. It's just dash, she said, at a loss for words. I know, said Ishine, gently placing his arms on her shoulders. He's my son, too. Masaka leaned into him, burying her face in his shoulder. What the hell happened? She said weakly. How could they let this happen? I don't know. Don't think there's a good answer, said Ishine, shaking his head and wrapping his arms around her. Look, we'll wait a little while more, and then I'll go looking. Whatever's gone down there is bound to have settled down. But, what if? I couldn't lose you too. I can handle myself. And, I'll be careful, Ishine promised. Ishine dash. The budding argument was interrupted by a sharp knock to the door. Masaka broke out of Ishine's embrace and rushed there. She opened the door to see him standing there, bruised, battered, and browbeaten, but very much alive. Mom dash Ichigo started, but Masaka cut him off, catching him in a bear hug. She gripped him tightly, as if she was afraid he'd go away if she let go. Ichigo stiffened at first, but leaned into her embrace, slowly wrapping his arms around her. They held each other that way for some time, rocking back and forth in place. I was so worried, Masaka whispered. I'm okay, Ichigo said quietly. I'm not okay, but I'm good. They patched me up and sent me on my way. I hurt, but the Hollow's already taking care of the worst. Son, said Ishine, giving him a knowing look. Ichigo nodded, and gently broke off from Masaka. The city, he said, seeming at a loss for words. Ichigo looked gray in the face. Masaka had not gotten a good look at him until now, and what she saw was miserable. He looked as if all spirit had been taken from him, like he'd taken a punch to the gut he couldn't recover from. No, you're definitely not okay, she said, taking him by the arm and leading him to a couch in the main room. Ichigo did not resist, slumping down. He hung his head, burying his face in his hands. Masaka sat down next to him, rubbing his back. What did you see? Asked Ishine. How bad is it? I tried, Dad, Ichigo whimpered. I tried my hardest. I fought with Byakuya, and we beat that Ulquiorra guy, but then Aizen did this thing and... Ichigo trailed off, a dry sob cutting his words short. 10,000, Ichigo whispered, staring into the floor. He killed 10,000 people to make that fucking key. I ran at him, I tried to fight him, but I was helpless. Worse than useless. He just laughed and cut me down like I was nothing. All those people. I watched it happen, and I couldn't stop it. Ichigo, that's not your fault, Masaka said, her voice intense. You did your best, and that's all anyone could ask. 10,000, said Ishine, his voice hollow. Not to mention all the Shinigami who died fighting. And, whoever got caught in the rubble of those buildings. Or, just caught up in the middle of the fight. Or, cut down by Aaron Carr. Ichigo said, his voice almost unemotional. Dear God. Ishine muttered. I always thought we'd win. You know? And, I guess we did, because Aizen's dead. But I don't feel like it. We failed. Listen, son, Ishine said, sighing deeply, just a couple things. First off, this whole cock-up is the Godei's mess. It's shitty you had to see it, but it's on them, not on you. Secondly, yeah, this is all kinds of fucked up. It's part of the world you've come into. I've been a captain in my time, and, well, never had anything this bad happen to me, but I've sent men to their deaths. I've watched people die. This world, it's cruel and it's brutal. If you don't want any part of it, nobody would blame you. Right now, just think about what you need to do next. Think about the little things, like what you need to do to help. Any little task you can think about, focus on that. If you stop to think about something this fucked up, you're going to drive yourself mad. Trust me, I've been there. Ichigo looked up at last, giving Ishine a haunted look. Does it get better? He demanded, a sudden intensity in his voice. I don't know how I'll ever sleep again. This. It does, yeah, said Ishine, nodding slowly. Sometimes it doesn't feel like it, but it does. It never goes away, but it does get better. Lean on your family and friends. Times like these, you need them more than ever. Ichigo nodded, seeming stumped. Ichigo. It was Yuzua, running out of a side room. She hugged Ichigo, who slowly returned the embrace, holding her tightly. Karen came behind, for once not having a single sarcastic word to say. Together they sat down, just being there together. The dust was settling, literally and figuratively. So iPhone walked through the ruined cityscape, surveying the troops. The wounded were already being ferried back to the Soul Society from the field hospital, and each division was slowly starting to come together. What was left of them, at least. So iPhone had never been an emotional woman, especially not in the field. Her grueling, ruthless training had conditioned her to be detached, cold, and collected in even the most grievous of situations, and a lifelong career of honing those skills had made her a worthy commander of the Stealth Corps, where discipline and sacrifice were at the highest levels in the Godei. But, even she couldn't help but be affected by the misery. It was everywhere. Groaning, crying wounded. Browbeaten soldiers, holding up comrades too weak to walk on their own. Their fallen friends, littering the ground. The look of despair in their faces, the horror. These men had been good hollow hunters, but almost none of them had seen war. So iPhone had not seen war, either, and although she was more than familiar with the cruelty and brutality that came with being a soldier of the Godei 13, she had never seen anything on this scale before. At times, it was all she could do not to flinch. But, of course, she didn't. Morale was low. If the captains started to crack, then their troops would soon follow. She marched up to where Yamamoto had been laid. An elite guard of 1st Division soldiers had set up a perimeter around him, refusing to let anyone close. None would be allowed to see the greatest of them all weak, defeated. As So iPhone approached, she waved them aside, stepping inside. Anohana had gone to work on him, working the best of her magics to restore the old man. So iPhone walked up to the sickbed more like a piece of clean cloth laid out on the ground and stood to attention, saluting. Anohana was in the background, which So iPhone took to mean the healer had done all she could do. Yamamoto turned his head to look at her, and slowly started to heave himself up into a sitting position. It was remarkable. On the one hand, she had never before seen the commander so gravely injured, seeming so old, so tired, so bereft of spirit, so weak. On the other hand, his defiance of pain for the sake of duty felt inspiring. Port, he wheezed, sounding as if merely speaking took effort. He was breathing heavily, the blood of his wounds mixing with sweat. Captain Commander, I can report that Eisen Saushik has been slain. Karakura town is half in ruins, but our objective of stopping him has been accomplished. Has it? Said Yamamoto, looking around them. Mournfully, he shook his head. Who did it? Captain Erza Scarlet, Captain Commander. She engaged him in single combat and defeated him. She is injured, but alive and expected to survive. Yamamoto nodded. Where I fell short, others did not. That is something. And, what of our casualties? So iPhone took a deep breath. The divisions are still being rallied and accounted for, but at least 2,000. That being a conservative estimate, of course. The Aaron Carr wave has been exterminated, but it came at a dire cost. 5th and 6th divisions are at fighting strength, but 1st, 3rd, 7th, and 9th have been decimated. More than half, Yamamoto muttered. We will barely be able to maintain the balance between worlds. What else? Captain Commander, I deeply regret to inform you that Yukatake Jushiro has succumbed to his injuries. He has been proclaimed dead. Yamamoto seemed to deflate, lowering his head. Jushiro? He said weakly. He shook his head again, and for a moment he looked like a feeble old man. Composing himself, the commander looked up again. 2 captains lost, he muttered. It feels like a miracle we have any left at all. He paused, then something seemed to come to him. The aberrant. Sir. Said so iPhone, confused. The 2 hollow hybrids. Former officers Kuna and Yodomaru. Summon them here, now. I'll see to it, Commander, so iPhone said, bowing curtly. It took a little effort to find them, but the 2 visored were in a presentable state. Wounded but patched up, able to stand. They had seemed surprised to hear that the Captain Commander wanted to see them surprised, and tense. So iPhone took a step back, letting them approach. Kuna Mashiro, Yamamoto said, taking another labored breath. Yodomaru Lisa. You approached me, before combat, coming to our aid in our darkest hour. Yeah, said Lisa cautiously, we did. And, we made a deal. Right. So iPhone heard it in her voice. She feared the deal would be discarded now that the battle was over, that he would go back on his word. I would like to propose an alteration to this agreement, said Yamamoto, looking them in the eye. That being? Said Lisa. I am told you both possess Bankai. You are both former officers, and powerful at that. I officially extend to you an invitation to join us as captains of Divisions 7 and 13. Mashiro blinked. What happened to us being, disgusting hollow people? Yamamoto shook his head. We can no longer afford such caution or prejudice. You risked your freedom in coming to us, and your lives in fighting for us. That shows character. Our position is perilously weak, and we are in dire need of good officers to lead. And, if we say no, said Lisa suspiciously, then I will honor our agreement. You are free to go. You really just offer this to us? Said Lisa, in disbelief. After all that's happened? After what's been done to us? After what I know you think of us? I may not approve of such power, said Yamamoto, but I trust you are not slaves to it. We have tolerated far worse. Tolerated, Lisa muttered. I don't know. Mashiro said contemplatively, tapping her chin. I mean, it'd be kinda neat. Wouldn't it? Are you serious? Said Lisa, giving her a strange look. Mashiro, we've been on the run from them for over a century. Yeah. We have. And, now we don't need to be. We could, go home. Our homes with our friends, Lisa protested. You were the one who said you were sick of running and hiding. You took a stand. Now you get to do it again. In the way you want to. Mashiro, you really mean it? You're going to just. I kinda want to, yeah, Mashiro said, looking out over the city. There's a lot of hurt people out there. We have a chance to help. Don't you want to? I mean, Lisa said, letting out a frustrated sigh. Don't be stupid. If you're going, I can't just let you go off on your own. You know that. Where you go, I go. Gently, she took Mashiro's hand. I thought you'd say that, Mashiro said brightly. Just think it over, okay? Lisa said pleadingly. Don't make your mind up on the spot. This isn't like adopting a puppy, or whatever. Sure. We'll think, said Mashiro. And, when we're done thinking, we'll be captains. You're impossible, Lisa muttered. She turned to Yamamoto. No guarantees, old man. We'll take it into consideration. That's it, got that. Yamamoto nodded. Good enough, he agreed. Lisa looked out over the ruined city. A chance to help. A new beginning. Was it that easy? The mood was tense. Elder Kukakiryaji looked nervous, although he did his very best not to show it. Shiho and Yushiro fared much worse, despite his best attempts. Tsuna Yushiro Tokinata looked down on the both of them, hidden behind a mask of perfect indifference. There was a war on, and as the final battle commenced, so had a summit of every noble family of any serious repute, greater or lesser. The official reason was to discuss how the war effort would impact the Soul Society's economy, but the real reason, the one that they were all aware of but unwilling to admit to, was that each one of them was anxious to see their positions preserved, no matter the outcome. Aizen Saoshik had been a powerful man. Yamamoto had ruled long and ruled well, maintaining the order of the status quo dutifully, but he had been shown up in a big way. Time passed. Strong men grew old and would be usurped by the young. Even if they were exceptional men, like Yamamoto. What the assembly was called to discuss, in the most roundabout way possible, was what they were going to do in the event of Aizen standing victorious. Tokinata already knew. There would be much grandstanding and hullabaloo, and even more talk of honor, duty, and loyalty, but one by one the houses would bend the knee to Aizen Saoshik. Who could stand before a man who could defeat Yamamoto? The richest, most influential people in the Godai were gathered here, and if there was one thing the rich and powerful feared, it was losing their wealth and power. So, they would all congratulate Aizen on his victory, work with him, and do their best to maintain their privileges. One or two clans, committed enough to the principle of honor, would rebel and be crushed. Tokinata secretly hoped the Kukaki would go that far. They had many holdings that he could secure and profit from, ensuring the status of his family as the most prominent. Aizen Saoshik, if victorious, would need them. No man ruled alone. No man could rule without the consent of his supporters, of the people who paid the taxes and filled their coffers. The Shihoan levy is ready, said Yushiro firmly, with the tone of a man eager to impress. Should the worst happen, the last line of defense will not be found wanting. The Kukaki likewise stand ready, Kukakiryaji agreed. Although, of course, we fully expect the captain commander to emerge victorious. Our clan head does battle there as we speak. Tokinata kept himself from rolling his eyes. The Kukaki would never let anyone forget that one of theirs was a captain, and indulging the idea of a last line of defense was equally preposterous, even dangerous. Although I am sure we all have made the appropriate preparations, Tokinata said smoothly, this is well established. None here doubt the courage and dedication of our fellow nobles. Plans of battle readiness are undoubtedly already enacted by our respective commanders. We ought instead to discuss the matter at hand. Which is? The one who had piped up was Kazumioji Rurakayo, a young upstart from an upstart family. Tokinata did not like her. The young ought to speak with deference, doubly so given the lower status of her irrelevant family. The running of the Soul Society, naturally, said Tokinata smoothly. It is our duty to do our part for administration with the absence of central leadership of the Godai. The Godai has its own administrators, does it not? Said Rurakayo. Tokinata struggled to hide his irritation. Of course they did. The obvious course was to use this opportunity to gain more influence, leverage over the Godai. The Godai were already in their palm through the Central 46, but the recent slaughter of the organizational body had left a lot of vacancies, which were filled very slowly. Yamamoto, already a powerful leader who brooked no disagreement, had gained far too much power in the meantime. This was a golden opportunity. Was she stupid, or just blinded by virtue? Irrelevant, there was no difference between the two. Before Tokinada could come back with a response that would undoubtedly have been less than courteous, a courier barged into the room, kowtowing before the council. "What is the meaning of this?" demanded Tokinada furiously. "We are in session." "Please, let the man speak," said Yukatake Tenji, the representative of that smaller house. He was let past the guards. "There must be a reason." "I concur," said Ryaji, nodding. "I urge the messenger to deliver his tidings." "Rise." The messenger stood upright, and nervously licked his lips. "It is my great pleasure to report, O great and benevolent leaders of the clan Dash." "Get on with it." Tokinada snapped. "Spare us the formalities and speak." "Ah. Of course, Lord. Er. Aizen Saoshik has been slain on the field of battle. Yamamoto was defeated in single combat, but Captain Scarlet avenged his fall. Although a great number of Shinigami were slain, the Godei stand victorious." There was an uproarious cheer from around the large table where they were seated, and Tokinada slumped back into his chair, half relieved and half disappointed. A change in regimes could have been beneficial. Then again, there would be no threat to their current position, either. After a while, rather too long for Tokinada's liking, the cheers quieted down. The oppressive mood at the table had lifted, and even Tokinada felt a little elated. "Scarlet, huh?" said Omada Marinshin, scratching his double chin. "Sounds like that's the man of the hour. Or, woman of the hour, I mean. Right? Scarlet's a woman, right?" Skipping past Omada's ignorance, Tokinada smoothly cut in. "This war will have left no shortage of heroes. But it does seem as if some expression of gratitude will be in order. In such trying times, will we not need an example to rally behind?" "I agree," said Rurakayo, and Tokinada instantly questioned his own words. "We should honor her somehow." "Her and the men lost." Yes, some sort of monument will do," said Ryaji dismissively. "Commemorating all the fallen, you know the drill." "Certainly," said Yushiro, nodding enthusiastically. "Ceremonies, awards, that type of thing. Commoners love that." Tokinada sighed inwardly, half with relief. At least his legacy was not under threat. The retreat was well underway. The wounded had been ferried home, and the less injured were now being marched through the gates. All around them, human responders had started to congregate. Although most of these would not be able to see them, they had been forced to seal off a couple of blocks with Kid spells to ensure they were kept separate. It was an unbelievably crude measure, but there was no other option. Erza sat on a piece of rubble, her entire body aching. "So," said Grimjo, sitting opposite her, "now what?" "A good question," said Halibel. "The dust is settling. Where will we factor in now? Your word has kept us safe so far. But..." The question hung in the air. The ex-Espada all had good reason to fear for their lives. The soldiers gave them hateful looks as they passed by, and Erza doubted many of the captains had understanding feelings toward them either. "Now we go to the Soul Society and negotiate. I've spoken to the Captain Commander, and he has granted you amnesty for the duration. At the very least, you'll be allowed to walk free." "Even me," said Grimjo. "If they're free to go, then so are you," said Erza, shrugging. "You've done more for us than anyone. Your time as a prisoner is over, that, I swear." "Huh," said Grimjo, a little taken aback. "And, we will not be detained? Executed?" Halibel said. "The Captain Commander just promoted 2 hollow Shinigami hybrids to captains. Things are changing. This will be an opportunity to build something from the rubble. Something better. I'm sure the commander will be interested. Their discussion was interrupted by the opening of a gate further down the street. It was grander than any ordinary Senkaimon, lined with gold, and 3 resplendent figures stepped out of it. The first was a tall, muscular man, broad of shoulder, bald and with a huge, bushy beard. A ring of large beads hung around his neck. Like his compatriots, he radiated power. Behind him followed a leaner man with an absurd pompadour style of hair and a mean look on his face. His bare chest showed off muscle and scar tissue. The third was a tall, muscular man with wild hair and a sharkish expression, looking as if he sized them up for a fight. Who? Erza began, standing up. So iPhone had reached for her blade when the gate opened, but relaxed. The Royal Guard, said the assassin, in disbelief. I've never seen them in the flesh before, but they wear the insignia of the Soul King. Now they show up, said Erza, gritting her teeth. As the trio walked up, Yamamoto stood up with considerable effort, his remaining captains flocking behind him. Ichibe Hayabusei. Tenjiro Kairinji. Kureashiki Kenpeke, said Yamamoto, nodding respectfully. The Gotei recognizes the Royal Guard. Your presence honors us. Ichibe, arms crossed, took a step up. He seemed to look at Yamamoto as no more than a peer, perhaps as lesser. On behalf of the Soul King, we extend to you our congratulations on your victory, he said in a formal tone. You have carried out your charge to satisfaction, Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryusai. Well, sort of, said Kairinji, shrugging. It's a right mess, this. Who are you to say this? Erza bristled, anger welling up in her chest. When we bled you sat safe in your castle, and you're going to tell us we made a mess. Listen here, punk, said Kairinji, glaring at her. I'm not taking shit from some junior captain barely out of her diapers, okay? Our job's to protect the Soul King, not save your sorry asses. Kairinji, please, said Ichibe firmly, we are here to acknowledge their valor, not put them down. Sure, they lost many, but that's war. The order is upheld. That is all that matters. He turned to Erza. You. The one who slew the upstart. You show promise. Perhaps in time, you may join our ranks. Erza looked at him, without responding. She was very unsure she would want to even if she had the chance. It does look dreadful, said Kureashiki, looking over the still smoldering battlefield. It must have been, to make Yamamoto unleash his full might. My condolences to the fallen. Hey, said Zaraki, his sword slung over his shoulder, did he just call you Kenpeki? Because that's my name. I earned it. So did I, said Kureashiki. And, there can be only one, Zaraki said, grinning. Please, said Kureashiki. You're a mess, and I wouldn't fight you even if you weren't. Service to the king puts you above selfish pursuits. I'd be happy to kick your ass, but it's not going to happen. Quite, said Yamamoto firmly. Enough blood has been spilled already. Stand down, Zaraki. Erza watched with increasing indignation. Something about the guard made her feel ill at ease. They radiated power of a kind rivaling Yamamoto's, but they seemed to lack any real care for the carnage before them. Distant, absent, just, shrugging at the disaster that they could have helped. They could have turned the tide and hadn't. Where was the sense in that? You've let yourself go, ain't ya? Said Kairinji. Like, you won and all, that's great, but now you're making hollows into captains. Behind them, Lisa flinched, and Mashiro looked down. But, before either of them could retort, Byakuya spoke up. The Kukaki has always held the Royal Guard in the highest esteem. For that reason, Captain Kairinji's words puzzle me. The lack of civility is distasteful enough, he said icily, but these are very strange words to be spoken to those who fought and bled alongside us, by somebody who did not. Kairinji bristled. You think I'll take that kind of dash, he began, but Kuriko stepped up. I think it's best you leave, he said bluntly. The Gotei acknowledges the congratulations. Tell the Soul King we are pleased that he acknowledges our efforts, and that we will continue to uphold the Gotei according to his will. TCH, Kairinji said, shaking his head. You know, I thought you'd have better taste dash. Enough, said Ichibe. Really, Kairinji, I can't bring you anywhere. Kairinji shrugged. As you please. We will take our leave. Yamamoto, you have done well. Yamamoto nodded. It is my pleasure to serve, he muttered. As the three opened another gate and stepped out, Erza felt strange. Ambivalent. They should have been honored, but even without the disrespect, she felt angry. They could have helped, and they hadn't. Those who could help and refused, in her mind, were bad people. These people represented what stood above them. Deep in her mind, Aizen's words stirred. You will see, as I did, that the Godai is beyond saving. The heavens wept on the third day after their return, just in time for the dual funeral of Komamura Seijin and Yukatake Jushiro. The war had left no shortage of martyrs and war heroes, but these two signified a loss greater than any other. The funeral procession marched throughout all of the Shirai before heading outside to the funeral grounds. Yukatake would be buried at his family's estate, while Komamura would be laid to rest in Yamamoto's personal lands. It was as public an event as could be, every able-bodied soldier marching in the procession, stone-faced and grim. The mood was dire, even for a funeral. It was an act of grief greater than just the loss of friends and loved ones, Erza mused as she walked in the procession. The Godai had been humbled and shamed like it never had been before. They had failed to protect the people they were charged to defend. Their greatest champion had been defeated, and 2 captains killed. Each captain was a source of limitless inspiration to their soldiers, but the fall of one was equally great in proportion. To the common man, a captain might as well be a god, invincible and powerful both physically and politically. The fall of such a titan would be tremendous. To have it happen twice over in the wake of such a Pyrrhic victory, after such a rude awakening from a time of peace, was a trauma to the Godai in its entirety. This was a time to process this and grieve, not just for one's personal losses, but for what they had all lost. Their safety. Their comfort and security. The innocence of a peaceful, stable organization carrying out a righteous duty, gone. Even Erza, who had no illusions of the Godai being heroic, understood this. She had been an outsider for a long time, but everyone else here had spent a lifetime of service or several to the Godai. So, she marched quietly in the rain, leading the ranks of 5th Division Shinigami behind her. The procession halted outside the walls, no single space in the Shirai could accommodate the thousands gathered here. Ordered up in cohorts, the soldiery formed ranks in a half-circle around Yamamoto, for whom a podium to speak from had been raised. The first to speak, though, was Kyoraku Shunsui. After a quick exchange of whispered words with the captain commander, he stepped up. The rain pattered down in a steady pour, soaking his clothes. He had foregone his pink jacket and hat, a solemn look on his face. Friends, soldiers, Shinigami, he began, his voice resonating across the field through the strength of a Kido spell, today we grieve for the loss of our fallen. I will not speak of the losses you have all taken. I will not tell you that you must take heart and be proud of them. You have all lost too much for me to disrespect you like so. Your grief is your own, and I will have you do with it as you, yourself, see fit. I will instead speak of my grief. 3 days ago I lost my best and oldest friend. I have known him for centuries. Nothing can describe how that feels. He was my one constant, where others failed me or passed away. It's like losing an arm. Hell, if I could lose an arm and bring him back, I would. I'd lose both. Seeming overwhelmed by emotion, Kyoraku paused. Yukatake Jushiro was a brave man, he continued after a while. He was the greatest of us all. He refused to yield to his illness, and defended our institution to the last. He was a beloved leader of men, a valorous warrior, a dutiful soldier, and, above all else, a kind-hearted man. I wish it were me instead. He was a man of true character, the kind we sorely need right now. But, I cannot change the past any more than you can. I loved him dearly, and I will honor his memory by trying to be the kind of man he thought I was. He always saw the best in people, and for his sake, I will try to do the same. Kyoraku trailed off. For a moment it seemed like he had more to say, like he was not quite finished, but finally he stepped back. He rubbed his face, and Erza saw he was red around the eyes. Yamamoto was the next to step up, leaning on his cane. He had only half recovered from his injuries, but gave no sign of it other than a certain stiffness to his movements. I have lost not one, but 2 beloved subordinates, he said. His voice was stone-cold and firm, stoic even now. Komamura Seijin, A brave warrior who overcame great difficulty and prejudice to rise to the rank of captain, always my most loyal supporter. He fell in battle, protecting others. I could think of no more fitting summary of he was strong, brave, and dependable till the end. He always sacrificed for those beneath him. So he was in life, and so he was in death. I am profoundly proud of him, and so should each man he commanded be. I lost also Yukatake Juashiro, who was all Captain Kuriko said he was and more. I never had any sons, but I had him, and I could never have asked for more. As we honor the memories of these heroes, we must not forget who they were, or why they laid down their lives. They did not die for nothing. Their sacrifice was great, and it must remind us all why it mattered. The words were not flowery or passionate, but they hit home with Erza. Komamura had died protecting her. Again somebody had died for her. Again she had been forced to watch a friend die. She wanted to say never again, but with what she had gone through, she doubted it could be said sincerely. There was always conflict. She could not be sure, but the rain falling down the commander's wizened, wrinkly face made it look like tears. He would never show such emotion openly, and so it seemed as if the universe had decided to weep for him. A long series of eulogies followed. Each captain spoke, Erza included, on the sacrifices of the fallen. Both generally and for each included. Until nightfall, one soldier after another would speak, most of them from 7th or 13th. It was only as it started to get dark that the emotionally drained, weak, and wounded mass of soldiers started their march home, as the chests of the two fallen were escorted to their final resting place. The reorganization of the divisions was underway. Erza had spent all morning reshaping her division, taking account of the casualties, and remaking every squad under her. Many squads had perished altogether, and others were so under strength that they had to be folded into other squads. 5th had done better than most, something she felt proud of, but they were still severely short of soldiers. 5th had consisted of some 300 before the battle, 205 remained, wounded included, and they were the lucky ones. 7th was down to just over 50 men. Even so, the reorganization had been finished, and along with Momo, she had headed to 1st Division to file the updated roster of soldiers and report their casualties officially. "How are you doing?" Momo asked. "Fine, considering," Erza muttered. "You looked lost in thought." This place feels wrong now," Erza said, shaking her head. "Large parts of the Siriti are dead quiet where it shouldn't be. It's like a ghost town. And, then there's the other thing." "What other thing?" "The way people look at me," Erza said irritably. "You've seen the way they keep going on." "Yes," said Momo, nodding. "The chanting is a bit unexpected, I'll admit." "They cheer my name," Erza said frustratedly. "Scarlet, Scarlet, Scarlet, it's the only time I've seen any of the troops happy since the battle. Like I'm some sort of great hero." "You are, though," said Momo sincerely. I don't feel like it," Erza muttered. "It's like, well, I always commanded respect. I wouldn't be much of a captain if I didn't, but my own soldiers look at me with reverence, Momo. Like I'm larger than life, like I were a god of some sort." "Erza," said Momo gently, her hand brushing up against Erza's, "you did just kill the greatest enemy the Godai has seen for 1,000 years. People like a hero. And, well, you're easy to look up to." "I only killed him because Yamamoto softened him up," Erza muttered. "This victory belongs to him. Aizen was he could barely stand when I fought him. The same goes for you." "The worst thing," Erza grumbled irritably, "is that when I say that, which is true, they get this look in their eyes. Like they're smiling inside, thinking, oh, she's not only a hero, she's humble, also. What a paragon. You are humble." "Damn it, Momo, back me up," Erza groaned. "Sorry. You'll have to live with being a hero. Comes with winning the day, I'm afraid." Erza grit her teeth. "I don't like being worshipped. People who start putting people on pedestals stare themselves blind at the glow and never see the cracks. I'm a flawed person like anyone else. I only did what anyone should have done." "You know, you're sounding awfully humble," said Momo, a small smile on her face. "You're the worst," Erza muttered, without much conviction. She's not wrong. As they had come closer to First Division, they ran into Kyoraku Shunsui. Pausing at the street corner, Erza nodded at him respectfully. Captain Kyoraku. Up on your feet, I see. And, you, too, he replied, nodding back. Have you recovered well? His tone was severe, and he had none of his usual cheer about him. Captain Anohana does great work. I'm not in much fighting shape right now, but I can at least move around, Erza said. She still felt quite sore, and her old injuries still hurt, but she'd be damned if she had to sit still. And, the captain commander? He is, indisposed still. Anohana has ordered him bed rest for some time. He has been wounded deeply, both in spirit and in body. Until he is well enough, I have been given authority to act on his behalf. Erza nodded. Very well. We've reorganized our division dash. We can save such trivialities for our administrators, said Kyoraku with a dismissive hand gesture. I am here to ask you something. Yes. Said Erza. Your legend has grown. They hail you as the savior of the Great Arankar War, as they call it now. I've noticed, Erza grumbled. I can't go anywhere without somebody groveling or cheering. A terrible burden, I'm sure. But, it is precisely because of that I seek you out. What do you mean? Morale is low, said Kyoraku severely. We need to have functional squads on patrol to regulate the flow of souls within 2 days, or things will spiral out of control. We have just barely enough to manage. We're severely behind as it is, and understaffed. And, what we do have are demoralized, injured soldiers, shell-shocked from a war they were never prepared for. Right now, they need something to rally around. Speak plainly, Erza demanded. Very well. I need you to give a speech, tomorrow at noon. We will gather as many as we can in First Division, where you will address them. A speech. Said Erza, incredulous. What about? Anything, said Kyoraku, shrugging. Anything will do, so long as it's inspirational. They will hang on to your every word. They need this right now. I'm a warrior, not an orator, Erza protested. It's not a request, said Kyoraku mildly. Don't worry yourself too much. You've addressed your division before. This is the same, except for several. Captain Dash. Scarlet, said Kyoraku firmly, we're this close to collapse. Our organization is battered and beaten, and hangs by a thread. Right now, it needs to hear that everything will be all right. This is part of what leadership means. Erza sighed. No choice, huh? None, said Kyoraku firmly. I'll think of something, she said, shrugging, but I cannot promise you greatness. I'll have some of our writers stop by, Kyoraku said. It's less about what you say, and more about how you say it. The crowd had gathered in the main square of First Division. Well over 1,000 had gathered, not quite as many as the funeral had drawn, but the courtyard was still packed, and so were the galleries of the surrounding buildings. Several captains were in attendance, too. Erza could see Kyoraku, iPhone, and Yamamoto standing quite near to the podium prepared for her. She swallowed nervously. Momo gave her hand a reassuring squeeze as she approached. Erza had spent the better part of last evening writing what should amount to a passable speech, in conjunction with a small team of writers. The papers in her hand were full with mentions of valor, bravery, and noble sacrifice. None of it she necessarily disagreed with, but... She shook her head, let go of Momo's hand, and stepped up to the podium. A spell had been prepared to boost her voice, they would hear her every word. A roaring cheer went up as she stepped forward, the crowd of soldiers chanting her name with deafening fury. It tugged at her heartstrings to see it. Many of them, most of them still carried the marks of battle. Fourth were working overtime, and though the most critically injured were treated now, many still had broken arms or gashes. Most had an arm in a sling, or a bandage round their head, or some raw, red scabs starting to form scar tissue. Many had torn uniforms. They had endured so much pain, and the cheer in their voice sounded so real, so raw. There was a desperate joy in their voices, like she was the greatest thing they had ever seen. It wasn't just that she had killed Aizen, she realized. As momentous a deed as that was, these really were traumatized, wounded people, in body and in spirit. They needed her. They needed somebody to tell them it wasn't all for nothing. And, well, it wasn't. Suddenly, Erza knew what to do. Slowly raising both hands, she let the cheers die down over time. When things had fallen silent, she said, "Soldiers of the Godai 13, my fellow Shinigami, do you hear me?" There was a resounding roar from the crowd as they shouted their approval. She let them cry out, then raised her hand again. "I spent last night writing a speech for you all. Carefully measured words to reassure you." Demonstratively she grabbed the stack of papers and tore it in two, tossing the speech aside. Scattered, the papers fell to the ground. "I've never been one for prepared speeches. Can't do it. Instead, I'll speak from the heart." There had been confusion at first, but upon her words, they cheered for her a third time. As it died down, Erza continued. "We all lost people. I've been instructed to tell you this was glorious. Right. I'm sure you'd have listened if I said it. But, we all know what we suffered through was terrible. Is there glory to this? Glory in losing so many to the designs of a madman?" She saw Kuriko shoot her a worried glance. So iPhone looked at her intently, and Erza nodded at her. "Just trust me. It's not glorious. But, it was worth it. We took a stand because nobody else could, because we had to. We all fought and bled together, fulfilling our purpose to protect humanity from the terror and murderous design of the Hollows. We held the line. We did not break. We killed them all." The crowd roared with approval, and feeling confident, Erza raised her hand again. She was starting to get the hang of it now. "We killed our enemies. Now we look to the future, to make peace, to ensure this does not happen again. Now, we remember the fallen. Because we all lost something. We all lost beloved comrades. I lost a good friend, and a respected colleague. I very nearly lost many more. Some of you may feel like this victory came at a great cost, maybe too great a cost. Did it? Is there any cost too great to stop a murdering madman, the kind who would kill 10,000 souls in a heartbeat, as if they were nothing? I nearly died more times than I can count. More than once, I was ready to give up. But, I kept going, not for myself but for my loved ones, for my family, for my division. I nearly paid the ultimate price, and I feel privileged to stand here when so many do not. But, I would have given my life at a moment's notice if I had to, not because the Godai demanded it of me, or because it was my duty, but because it was the right thing to do." Again, a deafening cheer. It felt strange. The crowd hung on her every word. She had power here. She could say anything and they'd agree in this moment, no matter how harsh, no matter how radical. It was tempting to weave in her gripes with the Godai. It certainly deserved criticism. But, this was not about her. It was about them, and about the dead. She would not cheapen this tragedy for personal reasons. "I did fight Aizen Saushik, the vile traitor," she continued, her voice growing loud, passionate, fiery. "I fought him in single combat and killed him. Many call me hero now. Some seem to think this was my victory. But, I tell you all, this was not my victory. It was not the victory of Captain Commander Yamamoto, or his captains, or the Godai 13. This was our victory. The one we all shed blood for together, bled for, fought for, killed for." The cheers were more than deafening now. Erza almost could not hear herself think. Steeling herself mentally, she let them carry on for a full minute, before raising her hand. Almost instantly, they quieted down. At her fingertips. "I know you think I am somehow special. I am not. I simply did what I thought was right. I could not have done it without the valorous and heroic efforts of Captain Commander Yamamoto." This earned another quick cheer, and Erza continued. "Or without my beloved Vice Captain Hinamori, or without any of the other captains, or without any of you. Each one of us came together, fought, bled, and sacrificed, and we won. Hueco Mundo was emptied upon us, and we stood firm. We were put through a crucible of fire, and we did not break." Another deafening cheer. They seemed to be in a frenzy, many people calling out her name. It unsettled her deep inside. Nobody should command such power, such popularity. So, I tell you all, she continued, look not to mere organizations like divisions, or to your leaders. You are heroes just the same as I would be. Did you not sacrifice? Did you not bleed? Look to the man next to you. Look in the mirror, and see there what you see in me. Look to your fellow soldier, take care of what you have left. Take care of each other. Love each other, because your friends and family are all you have. If you take any lesson from this war, let it be that. She gave them time to cheer, and finally stepped back, having run out of words. As she stepped down, Yamamoto stepped up, ready with a speech of his own. The noise simply would not quiet down, though. For minute after minute, they continued cheering, an overwhelming cacophony of noise. Well, that seemed to do the trick, Erza muttered as she was approached by Kyoraku. She had just stepped inside a barracks, eager to put some space in between her and the fanatical crowd. Not exactly what we discussed, but yes, Kyoraku said with a nod. Outside, the crowd finally started to quiet down, and Yamamoto's voice rung out, delivering firm words of his own. A more formal speech right there, Erza said, taking a seat. She felt exhausted. He could have read them the dictionary, and they'd still have cheered. After that warm-up. Kyoraku shook his head. Will I be reprimanded? Erza muttered. I doubt anyone would stand for it, Kyoraku said with a chuckle. They love you now. A commoner risen to the rank of captain, now the savior of the Godai? The one who gave them hope? If the idea was to not make them look up to you, you've done a poor job of it. Erza sighed. They needed me. Couldn't say no to that. He nodded approvingly. Now you're talking like a captain. She gave him an ambivalent look. Don't look so skeptical, said Kyoraku severely. It's not all about corruption and oppression. I lost men I've known for decades. I'm sorry, said Erza. It's just dash. I understand, said Kyoraku, giving her a calming hand gesture. Think nothing of it. I guess I'll have to get used to being a hero, she muttered. No choice in that, no. But, you fit the role quite well already. The thing about heroes is that they let you down. Aizen was considered as good a man as you could take once. I believed in him. People who believe too much in someone are bound for disappointment. I don't understand. Should we not look up to our role models? No. No, it's not that. Everyone does need role models. But, the power that comes with it. The power anyone here has. Aizen used this system to his advantage, and he did it easily. It needs to change. Nobody should command this much influence. It can't be allowed to happen again. Agreed, said Kyoraku with a nod. But, how? I don't know, Erza admitted. Some sort of limit on power, maybe. On what you can and can't do if you have it. Sounds like politics to me. Erza made a disgusted noise. Well, like it or not, that's where you'll have to go if you really look to change things, said Kyoraku. Politics. She knew nothing about it. But, if she wanted the Godai to reform, instead of washing it in the blood of its rulers as Aizen had planned to do, that was what she would have to learn. 13th was abuzz with curiosity. Spirits were high, the address at 1st Division had spread like wildfire to those who could not attend, and the soldiers had found a way to ignore, for the time being, the horror they had all gone through. Some of them shared the first laughs they'd had since that time. But, now the cheer was somewhat dampened by uncertainty. They had been summoned to the central yard of the division to meet their newly appointed captain. All sorts of rumors were going on about her, some aged veterans swore she had served with them before, others were dead sure she was supposed to be dead, and others still claimed she was some kind of renegade, or some sort of monster created by mad science. Rukia had her hands full organizing the crowds. Sentaro and Kian were too grief-struck to do the work of leading the division themselves, so it had fallen to her to make them fall in line, stand up straight, and focus, act like soldiers. Her rank was not high, but people had heard of her exploits in battle, and coupled with her noble name, it seemed like it was enough. It was strange. Some of 13th seemed to look at her almost with reverence. She had killed a powerful Arankar in single combat and upheld the division's honor. With their captain having fallen, it was like she was all they had. Was this how her brother felt, all the time? Always looked up to by others, always knowing how much hinged on his image of strength. Eventually she managed to get them sorted, standing up in decent rows facing the main hall of the division. Taking a stance up front, Rukia stood to attention and waited. On cue, the new captain walked through the door. She had a strange look about her. She wore the Shinigami uniform well, complete with a fresh jacket with the division's symbol on it, but she looked like nothing one would expect a captain to be. She had green hair and a youthful face, and was not much taller than Rukia herself. She had a serious look about her, but not severe. There was a lot of uncertainty in the air, much of which Rukia shared. The new captain was an unknown quantity. Would she be kind, like Yuka-take? Would she be more serious and stern, like Rukia's brother? Would she land in between? 13th Division, started the captain, her voice ringing across the yard. I am Kuna Mashiro, your newly appointed captain. Glad to meet you all. There was an uncertain silence, before Rukia called out, good to meet you as well, captain. As she did it, she gave the crowd a stern look. They had to rally behind their captain, good or bad. Following her cue, the crowd repeated her greeting, not in perfect tandem, but it was a start. Mashiro nodded. I know you don't know me, and I know I'm coming after somebody very special who meant a lot to you. I'm not here to replace who he was to you, but I am your new captain. I didn't know Captain Yuka-take personally, but I know he was a good man. When I was a little girl, he saved my life. I always looked up to him since. As your captain, I will look out for you, and you will do what I tell you to do. That sound fair? Again, the silence. Again, Rukia broke it. Yes, captain. Again, her reply was repeated. Mashiro nodded again. I'm not really good at big, inspirational speeches, but I do want you all to know the truth from day one. I'm done hiding who I am. It might make you uncomfortable to know it, but I don't want it to be hidden. Over 100 years ago, I was made one of Aizen's victims, just like so many of your friends. Me and 7 of my friends were lured out and became part of one of his freakish experiments. I was a vice captain then. So was Lisa, the other new captain. We were turned into monsters, but thanks to Urahara Kisuk, we were saved. It's hard to explain, I'll just show you. She tugged a fist down over her face, and an insectoid hollow mask appeared over her face. Shocked whispers and murmurs ran through the crowd, the soldiers looking to each other. I am what's called a visored. I am a Shinigami with a hollow's powers. I've worked hard to control it. It's not dangerous, not anymore. Her voice reverberated through the mask. The murmurs were growing stronger. Rukia balled her fists and shouted, loudly, be quiet, all of you. Your captain is speaking to you. Do you think you get to talk over your superior officers? The murmurs died down, and Rukia saluted. Mashiro nodded at her, looking grateful. Like I said, she continued, taking off the mask, I have experience. I've been a vice captain before, and I have a bankai. I have powers that might scare you, but I'm here to help. I know it will take time to get used to each other, but right now, you need me. I'm not Yuka-take Juashiro, and I'm not going to try to be, but I'll try to run this place like he did. It was not exactly an inspirational speech, but it was honest. When it became apparent that nobody else would do it, Rukia clapped her hands, slowly at first. Soon the people next to her followed suit, and there was a loud applause ringing out over the yard. When it died down, Mashiro nodded at Rukia. You, she said. Name and rank. Kukaki Rukia, recently promoted to 8th seat, captain. Rukia said firmly, taking a step forward, standing to attention and saluting again. Tell me, where's the vice captain? Where are the leading officers? This division has no vice captain, Captain Mashiro. After Vice Captain Shibukayan was slain in battle, Captain Yuka-take did not have the heart to replace him. The role has been largely fulfilled by 3rd seats Katetsukian and Kotsubeki Sentaro, Captain. And, where are they? Indisposed, Captain. They were particularly close to the captain, acting as his carers during his fits of illness. They are struck with grief, Sir. It sounds to me like we have no leading officers present, but still one seated officer acting like one, said Mashiro thoughtfully. Apologies, Captain. I have overstepped my bounds. I simply thought that dash. Oh, shush, Mashiro said, casually waving Rukia's apology off. You did the work of an officer because it was necessary. That's what this division needs. Kukaki Rukia, you fought in Karakura, didn't you? Yes, Captain. You killed an Espada, didn't you? I was thankfully able to kill the Espada Zangkro, yes, said Rukia. So, you can walk the walk and talk the talk, said Mashiro, nodding approvingly. That is one way to put it, yes. Captain, Rukia said stiffly. Well, seeing as this division has no vice-captain, and I have a competent officer right in front of me, I think there's a solution to that issue. What division can go without proper leadership, in a time like this? Captain. Rukia said, astonished. I mean, 8th seat. Said Mashiro incredulously. When you're a war hero. We need to put you somewhere more useful. Why aren't you a vice-captain already? My noble brother preferred for me to not stray so close to the front lines, Rukia admitted. Then he can take it up with me. I am officially promoting you. Will you do it? Yes, Rukia said hesitantly, still in shock. It felt unbelievable. Standing here, where Kyan had once stood. I'll make you proud. It's settled, then, said Mashiro, nodding. We'll start with a tour of the division. I need to know what goes into running it, and it's been a while. Of course, said Rukia. Right this way, Captain. Grimjo paced. He had been pacing pretty much since they had arrived at the Soul Society, growing ever more restless and foul of spirit with every day they stayed there. They had been escorted to 1st Division quite covertly on the eve of the battle. As far as Halibel knew, their presence was a secret. It was just as well, she couldn't imagine anyone here taking kindly to their presence. Still, they had been treated with hospitality. Their wounds had been seen to, they had been given food, and they had been mostly left to their own devices. The officer who liaised with them had been courteous, if not warm. 3 days, Grimjo growled. 3 fucking days. I'm going mad in here. Fuck this place, fuck the Shinigami, and fuck having to stay in this bullshit room. It was bizarre, Halibel had to admit. Herself, Grimjo, Nilil, Jelal, her Fraxions and Jelals, all of them congregating in a spacious room with Godei decor. Quite a nice room, at that. Very different from the cold, dark aura of Las Noches. Calm yourself, she said firmly. You calm down, Grimjo snarled. I'm supposed to be a free man, me. I paid my dues. I'm not like you dumb fucks who only switched sides at the last moment, when you were already beaten. Halibel rolled her eyes. This man had a way of testing her patience. Grimjo Deshnilil started. Keeping us cooped up, just waiting for the opportunity, he muttered, ignoring her. Mark my words, those bastards will kill us or lock us up, and I don't know which one is worse. Grimjo, Halibel said firmly. He had done his fair share of ranting and raving, and most of it was just his way of venting frustration, but the mistrust was a recurring theme. It affected the others. She could see it in their eyes. We are not prisoners, she said firmly. No attempt has been made to restrain us. Nothing stops any of us from opening a Garganta and going home. We stay here on my say-so, because we need to negotiate. Negotiate, Grimjo spat. You sound like fucking Eisen. First of all, said Halibel irritably, Eisen never negotiated. He always got his way, and woe unto you if you went against him. Second of all, we've just seen war. I felt the powers there. We would not survive such a conflict again. If there can be something more than just anger between our sides, then we should see it through. Grimjo muttered a few profanities, but did not dare challenge her openly. A hollow through and through, he was fully aware of the pecking order. Before he could continue his rant, the door opened. Everyone tensed, at the stage where they were ready to attack if necessary. They eased up a little when they saw it was Erza, followed by Captain Commander Yamamoto and Captain So iPhone. About fucking time, said Grimjo, but his tone had eased up, sounding almost pleased. You look like you're doing well, said Erza. Everyone, please remain seated. We're here to discuss what's to be done with you. First of all, let me assure you I've spoken on all of your behalf. I believe we can reach a course we can all agree on. Fuck me, Red, not you, too, Grimjo grumbled. You're too good to talk all stuck up like. Silence, Yamamoto rumbled, and there was a mild thrum of power. Even Grimjo shrunk back in the face of this. Let the record show that negotiations between the defeated party at the Battle of Karakura and the Godi I-13 have begun, so iPhone said officiously, taking up paper and pen. I will be taking notes personally. All you say will be taken down for posterity. Yamamoto nodded. I am placed in a strange position. Already I have accepted 2 outcasts as captains, unimaginable as an idea only weeks ago. Weeks ago, execution would have been my only remedy for Arrancar prisoners. Both ethically and practically, ethically because your existence is an offense to ours, practically because each of you present a threat. Yet, I have been given cause to reconsider. Dear Halibel, I am told you surrendered personally to Captain Scarlet. So I did, Halibel said stiffly, nodding. Why? Demanded the old man. I had long started to doubt Aizen Saushik's grand talks of peace and prosperity. The mindless assault on Karakura finally convinced me he was no better than any other warlord, and after an intense discussion with Captain Scarlet, coupled with her assurances of fair treatment, I decided to surrender. This deal was extended to Nelil Oder Schwank, Jalal Fernandez, and all of our servants. Captain Scarlet made assurances, indeed, Yamamoto said, but she had no official capacity to negotiate. Legally, I could kill you all without having betrayed my words. Yet, I am not as inclined to do so as I once was. I would assume so, said Halibel, measuring her words carefully. You do not strike me as the sort of man who would merely talk about killing people. You are not like Aizen, who liked to watch people squirm, Lord. This whole war was a great debacle. One of our own turned out a far greater monster than any hollow I have met, whereas enemy hollows like yourselves acted honorably. Up is down, down is up, left is right and right is left, and what was once right is now wrong and vice versa. I have come to a different decision, not because I have changed my mind on what a hollow is, but because, perhaps it is necessary to speak with the other side. For the greater good. That is, good, Halibel said, nodding. She shot Erza an uncertain glance. What was the old man getting at? Erza smiled behind his back, and Halibel felt a little less uneasy. First things first, continued Yamamoto. Grimjo Jaeger Jacques. Yeah. Said Grimjo, looking defiant but sounding anything but. You are a vicious and vile creature, murderous and proud of it, vulgar and cruel. But you have shown signs of great growth, or so Captain Scarlet tells me. More importantly, you provided important intelligence to our cause, and directly aided us in battle. Effective immediately, you are pardoned of your sins against the Godi I-13, and granted your freedom. Do not raise a hand against our own again, or you shall be considered an enemy. Fuck yeah, Grimjo said, pumping a fist into the air. As for the rest of you, said Yamamoto, ignoring Grimjo's elation, you were all enemies, and did direct harm to our cause. However, it is recognized that you were under the sway of a cruel and powerful man. You are not pardoned, but, well, I shall speak plainly. With Aizen Saushik, Coyote Stark, and Barragan Lusenburn dead, the most powerful force in Hueco Mundo would be you, Tyr Halibel. It is the Godi's desire that you establish yourself as its ruler, and maintain order. That, I could do, said Halibel, but I cannot control every hollow. Most of them live out in the wastes, and listen to no master. They will still hunt humans for food. So they will, said Yamamoto, nodding sagely. We have no expectation of absolute dominion. What we wish to avoid is another war such as this. It would be disastrous for the both of us. You seem to lack the cruelty and arrogance of your predecessors. Make use of that, and keep that world a stable place. Slowly, Halibel nodded. Very well. We will keep to our space, and you will keep to yours. None of us will initiate hostilities unless the other side does so first. Is that agreeable, Captain Commander? It is. This will be a first step, said Erza. It's not going to solve all our problems, but from now on, we'll at least be able to have, diplomatic relations. We'll be able to talk to each other. We can work things out without having to make the worst of it. Jalal, this will be your chance. Make your new home a better place. That will be your penance. Jalal nodded, seeming moved. I will. I swear it. There will be quite a few details to work out in this agreement, said Yamamoto, but these are the most important aspects of it. We will negotiate terms as equals, however much it may displease me. This is no longer a time for brute force. We must rebuild, both of us. That, we must, Halibel agreed. I accept your terms, Captain Commander. I will rule, together with the others. Eisen was a warlord, but I shall try not to be. Erza smiled at her, and Halibel felt the unease lift away. This was an opportunity. Byakuya had worked himself to exhaustion, ignoring his wounds long enough that he had collapsed 2 days in. Following that, Anohan Aretsu had instructed him in the strongest possible terms with a smile and a gentle tone, of course to remain in his mansion until he had fully recovered, with only light organizational duties, such as could be carried out through dictation to servants. The request was not one that could be refused. His health Byakuya was less concerned with, but nobody defied the chief medic of the Godii. As such he had spent the last 2 days in deep contemplation, giving general orders for his vice-captain to execute regarding the division and attending clan politics. There would be a feast of celebration in his name this evening, something he could not have very well refused. He had participated in a great war and come out victorious. He had brought honor and glory to his family name, and tradition demanded such a triumph be celebrated. But, this rest had given him time to contemplate his role in this war, and he had found himself questioning such celebration. He had shamed himself by turning against Rukia. He had tried desperately to redeem his lost honor in active service, only to be rebuked by his commander for it. He had fought the Espada Ulquioricifer in single combat twice, and lost both times. He had emerged triumphant only when aided by Kurosaki Ichigo, a half-breed from a disgraced house and a hollow hybrid, to boot. Things were changing, and changing quickly. All of these things felt deeply disgraceful to him on a very personal level, but it contrasted with the simple facts. They had won. He had fought and emerged victorious. Great though the cost had been, it was victory. Byakuya was far less concerned with the sacrifice itself. Soldiers had a duty to die if it was necessary, and for a man who would lose an arm if necessary, or his life, even the sheer scale of the conflict did not affect him. But, the discomfort of who had won it and how did. Yamamoto was tacitly approving of abominable creatures by electing them to captaincy, and what was more disturbing to Byakuya was that he did not disapprove of it, either. Kurosaki had proven able to control it, and he was inexperienced. This was victory, but to Byakuya it felt as if they had lost not only men, but principles. He ought have been more offended. It made him uneasy that he was not. Most of all, he felt like his efforts were insufficient, the glory empty. Deep inside him, the shame of his past actions still burned at him, and the war had not redeemed him. It would have taken an act of exceptional honor and heroism to do so. In the quiet of his personal garden, Byakuya doubted even that would have been enough. Shame. Why should victory feel so disgraceful? His musings were interrupted when a servant walked out onto the terrace behind him, bowing such that his forehead touched the ground. What brings you here? Speak, Byakuya demanded. There is a man at the door, oh master, said the servant, not raising his head. He claims to be an acquaintance of yours, and says he is here on urgent business. One Kurosaki Ichigo, master. He insisted you would know him by name. Byakuya paused before answering. Speak of the devil. Show him inside, Byakuya said, giving a dismissive nod. The servant hurried away, and not long afterward the familiar figure of Kurosaki Ichigo walked into his garden. Hell of a place, Ichigo said, staring out across the garden. It was a thing of beauty. Centered around a koi pond, it had lush grass, carefully tended cherry trees in full bloom, and flowers aplenty, all of it tended to daily by the best gardeners of the clan. It is peaceful, Byakuya replied, ignoring the young man's lack of decorum or deference. I rarely get to spend much time here. Confined to my home for the time being, I take solace here. Yeah, I bet, said Ichigo. He looked strange. Something about him had changed. His once prideful, confident gait was gone. He looked browbeaten, tired. There were bags under his eyes. Speak, said Byakuya. As you will not stand on civilities, I shall dispense of them also. You did not come here on a social visit, I assume. It's true, Ichigo admitted, nodding. I mean, I did want to see how you were doing. You took a beating back there. Like all of us did, you know? I know that whole thing screwed me up pretty bad. I figured it had to get to you a bit too, even behind all that calm. I am perfectly well, said Byakuya coolly. There was all of one person he would show any kind of vulnerability to, and Rukia was not here. If you say so. Look, you're right. I did come here for a reason. Byakuya did not respond, settling for a look. If Kurosaki had business, let him speak it. Thing is, said Ichigo, sounding strangely awkward, I know you taught me some Kido because Erza ordered you to. You had to. And, you were a good teacher in the end. But I guess I feel like there is a whole lot left to learn. You are correct. You made decent progress, but your grasp of theory and basic execution is still lackluster. Right. So, I was hoping. I know you don't owe me anything. I'm just a commoner, and all that. I showed you up when you were trying to die honorably in combat and stuff. Doesn't make sense to me, but I get that's how you see it. But, I hoped that maybe. He trailed off. Your Kido is subpar, Byakuya said, ignoring the unspoken question. Additionally, your swordplay leaves much to be desired. You are fast and powerful, but you lack experience and precision. You are not half the man you could be, Kurosaki Ichigo. It's disgraceful mediocrity. Sheesh, tell me what you really think, why don't you? Ichigo muttered. I get it. I can take a hint dash. It would dishonor my name if such a mediocre student were to finish his training with such imperfect skills. You were taken under my wing as a student. I will not accept your resignation at such an incomplete stage. Resignation? Said Ichigo, nonplussed. Seeming to catch on, he added, I mean, right. Got it. 'Cause that's what I came here to do. But, I guess you talked me out of it. So, I will expect you here 3 times each week for 2 hours of training each session in the evenings. 1 hour spent on Kido, 1 spent on refining swordplay. Is that clear? Crystal, said Ichigo, sounding like his old self for the first time since he had come here. You endured much, Byakuya said, looking him in the eye, and at a very young age. You gave all you had in defense of your own, for something greater than yourself. You conducted yourself with honor, and served with distinction. Remember that the next time you doubt yourself. Yes, sir, said Ichigo, seeming completely taken aback. Kukaki Byakuya, lavishing him with such praise. I will see you next week, 7 days from now. I should have recovered well enough by then. Was there anything else? No. Thanks, said Ichigo, a little bit in disbelief by the sounds of it. I will see you then. Right. See ya. Captain. Ichigo managed a sloppy bow, and headed out. To himself, Byakuya was already thinking of a new training regimen. The boy would need good instruction, and Byakuya, himself, would need to brush up on some aspects of Kido theory. He also would need to find adequate space for this training. Perhaps bring in a specialized instructor to critique his sword skills. There was much to do. Byakuya was not one for smiling, but something about the grimness of the situation seemed to have lifted. The personal office of King Sigismund was getting hot. Not literally, but the mood was getting quite a bit more heated than was normal. There was a debate ongoing, which had been more or less constant since Hashwalth had come back home to report, personally, that Aizen Saushik had been defeated at the cost of half of the Godiai's forces. It's obvious, Subutai insisted, For the umpteenth time this far. To attack now would mean victory, certain and sealed. It is unbelievable that I even have to make this argument. I know you may not be a commander of my quality, Jugram, but you have commanded troops. When have you ever seen an opportunity like this and thought, you know what, I shouldn't attack and seize victory? When honor demands that I do not, said Hashwalth coolly. He had quite a lot of patience, Sigismund knew, but Subutai was pushing it to its limit. The reason he had not stopped it yet was because as abrasive as the Mongolian was, he had a very fair point. Honor. Snarled Subutai. Gods spare me from this naive notion. On the field of battle, anyone Chinese, Mongol, Russian, knight or commoner will do what it takes to win. Victory is ours to seize, and you throw away a certainty based on sentiment. If it is such a certainty, then why should it matter if we delay a few years? Snapped Hashwalth. This is an opportunity. To not seize upon it is pure folly, Subutai insisted. To pounce when the enemy is weak is no different, morally speaking, than to attack him in the open field or in a siege. War is about achieving your objectives, not about your honor. If we sacrifice our honor, then our reason for fighting is hollow, Hashwalth insisted. Sigismund sighed. They had gone back and forth in this manner for hours now, laying out every possible argument back and forth. Silence, the both of you, the king said wearily, finally tired of it. His commanders fell quiet. If I am to summarize this objectively, Sigismund continued, you, Subutai, consider it foolish not to seize upon an opportunity and take victory. I sympathize. I have led enough battles to know that while it may be considered dishonorable to attack a weaker foe, it is impractical and foolish not to. Our war is to be fought not just for the sake of honor, but for achieving a greater good. Exactly. Snapped Subutai, which is why dash. He fell silent as Sigismund raised a hand. However, the king continued, I am at heart a knight, also. You were picked as my leading general because you were the most brilliant commander in the most successful army of your era. You are also a ruthless butcher. I knew this when I recruited you. We need men of your caliber to lead, just as we need men like Hashwalth to teach us restraint. If we treated the Godii like you treated your enemies, we would slaughter every last man, woman, and child, burn the city to the ground and take all of its wealth for our own. Is that not how the Mongolian army treated those who defied them? Yes, Subutai said, nodding, and those who heard of it would not defy us later. It was an effective tactic. But there is no other city to intimidate, and no secondary campaign to wage. And we will absolutely not treat them like so. We will conquer to change the afterlife for the better, not to raise it. Honor does matter. The only question is, does it matter enough to stay our hand here and now? On this, I am torn. The Godii are still a fighting force, however traumatized. They would have home field advantage. Many an army have died after fighting too many battles, worn down by attrition. Hashwalth, as much as I sympathize with not fighting the already beaten, that in itself is not a strong argument, although it is not without merit. Then Desh started Subutai, but the king put him off. This campaign will be waged with honor, without looting or excess brutality. Even so, I resent the idea of defeating Yamamoto at half his strength. I came close the last time. I should not wish to defeat him on account of his wounds. Is that worth the lives of your brothers and sisters in arms? Subutai protested. It is, Sigismund nodded. Our values are worth dying for. I understand you see it differently, but they are. Your Majesty, came a voice from further down the office. It was Liltata Lampard, who had been called in to be present at the meeting, but thus far had been too intimidated by the illustrious commanders and their heated debate to speak up. Paladin Lampard, said Sigismund, speak. There is another matter to consider, she said, a little nervously, of a more practical nature. Such as? Subutai demanded. The Godii forces regulate the flow of souls from one world to the next. Without a core of Shinigami to facilitate the movement of lost souls to the afterlife, the balance between the physical and spiritual world would be disrupted. This would be disastrous. I'm not sure how disastrous, but I don't think it would be inaccurate to call it apocalyptic. And at half their strength, well, If we win and the cost is that they can no longer perform that service, we will have won at the cost of dooming the afterlife. Perhaps even killing all unsouled life in the ensuing backlash. I don't think victory would be worth that. There is of course that aspect, said Sigismund, nodding sagely as if he hadn't nearly forgotten it amid the intense discussion of morality, and although we do not know what the minimum required to perform this duty is, we cannot afford to take chances. General Subutai, although I am inclined to agree with your reasoning, we must give them time to recuperate, if for no other reason than to ensure the survival of the very thing we seek to liberate. Subutai grit his teeth, let out a frustrated grunt, and then nodded. My king has ruled. There is nothing else to say. We will have our justice, Sigismund assured him. We have waited hundreds of years. We can wait another 10 years. Subutai sputtered. A necessary minimum. We will keep close eyes on them as we go, of course. Very well, said Subutai, his tone heavily restrained. If my king requires nothing else. Nothing at the moment, no. You may go. Subutai gave a quick bow and marched out of the room as if he had a grudge with the stone under his feet. He will not take that well, Hashwalth remarked. He has waited so long. It's the ultimate prize. He may grumble and gripe about it, but he will be there, said Sigismund dismissively. 10 years. 10 years of rest and recovery, and then we will issue our demands. And, when they reject them, then we will take them by force, Hashwalth said. And, there will be justice for all. Chapter 117, Moving Forward to a New Future. The 5 of them met outside Ichigo's home, none of them the same as they had been a week before. Tatsuki looked half dead, her skin a grayish tone and her head sagging. Orium had a solemn look to her, and Uriah looked sterner than usual. Chad was as hard to read as ever, but Ichigo had no doubt he felt different. So, he started lamely. I'm glad you guys made it, at least. I can't Tatsuki started, her voice hollow. I don't even know how to handle any of this. I get it, Ichigo said, nodding. Like, prepping for the war, being part of the fighting leading up to it, sure, it was scary at times, but it was also kind of fun. Exciting. Doesn't hit you until after that went down how bad it really is. Uriah nodded. I agree. I had more experience than you before this, but nothing I've seen compared to this. So many lives. I watched so many people die, Orium whispered. I healed and healed until I had almost no power left, and they still kept on coming. So many screams. So much blood, so many gone. We fought, Chad said. It wasn't enough. It's not just that, Tatsuki said, shaking her head. My dad died. And I don't know anyone who didn't lose somebody. Everyone in school has at least one. Tatsuki. Ichigo said, taken aback. The sheer chaos of the event had rippled worldwide. The Japanese government had intervened directly. National news headlines couldn't talk about anything else. The narrative kept talking about terrorism, and Ichigo didn't know if it was the Godei or simply humanity coming up with no better explanation. School had been suspended until further notice. What else was there to do? It had left them with nothing to do but to process their grief. I'm so sorry, said Orium, putting an arm around her friend. Tatsuki leaned into her, breathing heavily. I got into this thinking we could make a difference, she said weakly, but we didn't make a damn bit of difference, did we? And now? Ichigo wanted to tell her no, we did make a difference, but found that he could neither say that in good tact, nor honestly object. I can't do this anymore, Tatsuki continued. I can't. I've got to look after my family. Screw being the big hero, protecting the city. It's not worth it. I once thought less of my father for saying that, said Uriah, but I think I understand him now. The Shinigami failed us, and we all paid the price. Who would want part of that? I agree, said Chad. I don't know what we'll do, but I cannot be part of it any longer. I'll fight to help if I see somebody in need, but this world is not for me. Are you all going to up and quit? Said Ichigo.
Yeah, said Tatsuki flatly.
You've still got your family, Ichigo. You were lucky enough to get them safe.
I'm sorry, Ichigo blurted out.
I didn't have the time dash.
It's not your fault, Tatsuki said sharply.
Not everything's up to you.
I'm just saying. I've had enough. At least for now.
Well, hell, I can't blame you, Ichigo muttered awkwardly.
I'm not out, though.
Not yet.
We'll stick together, no matter what, said Orium.
We can't afford not to.
I love all of you, and we need each other right now.
I need to do something with the gifts I have.
But, for now, nothing.
We earned a rest.
Ichigo nodded. No argument there.
Hell.
I don't know what to say.
It's not unwise, said Uryu.
Ichigo found himself surprised.
The Quincy's demeanor had changed, even more closed off and restrained than usual. This is a hard and cruel life, and nobody here has sworn any oaths to keep to it. Nobody could blame you for not wanting this.
And you?
Said Ichigo.
I don't know, said Uryu, staring into the distance.
I think, like you, I'm not out.
Not yet.
But, I need to find another path, because the one we took wasn't good enough.
Come on, said Ichigo.
Let's get inside.
We'll talk more there.
Like Orium said, we need each other right now.
Together, they walked inside, Ichigo last.
They had been innocent kids only a couple months ago. Now, that was all gone, brutal reality had taken that innocence from them with force. None of them would ever be the same. It felt like the end of an era, and hopefully, the beginning of a new one. Grimjo walked through the streets of the Godii, closely followed by two mostly symbolic bodyguards. Halibel and Neliel were getting ready to leave, having finally negotiated every last detail of their agreement with the Godii to exhaustion. Hospitable as their stay had been, none of them felt particularly comfortable here. Grimjo had been uninterested in the negotiation aspect and taken a walk, eager to see a bit more of the place. This was the home of the great enemy, after all, and who knew when he'd ever get this chance again. After 10 minutes or so he had decided it looked pretty boring and looked up a bar. He was the center of attention wherever he went. The mask fragment on his face and the hole at his waist were clear reminders of who he was and what he stood for. He enjoyed the stares. They all hated and feared him, and although he would never do anything stupid, he could make people uncomfortable. So, he'd ordered drinks, putting it on Erza's division let her sort out that bill and spent the last couple hours just drinking and staring. Many had left upon him coming, but many had stayed, watching him closely. The chatter was very quiet, but most of it was about him. Grimjo wondered if he could talk one of the girls into a lay. Human girls were one thing, but a hollow? Nah, but you wouldn't know until you tried. Right? In the midst of his bored speculation, a nervous-looking Shinigami walked up to him. He had a sword at his waist, but looked like he'd break like a stick if Grimjo so much as poked him. Are you Grimjo Jaeger Jacques? The Shinigami stuttered. What's it to you? Said Grimjo, grinning. Let's see what he'd do. Part of Grimjo knew he should probably excuse himself, that he was on thin ice and Erza could only bail out so much, but boredom and common malice won out. Let the punk make his move. Fuck around, find out. Sir, I just wanted to thank you. Said the Shinigami, bowing deeply. Grimjo's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that. What? Grimjo said, taken aback. In the battle. I was with 6th, and, well, you saved our asses when we were being overwhelmed. Cut through an assault like a knife through butter. There's dozens of us who would have died for sure, and there you were, slicing right through the enemy lines. Turned a rout into a victory. I'm alive thanks to you, so, thank you, sir. He bowed again. Grimjo sat there, stunned, for some time. Well, he had done that, but... Sheesh, don't flatter yourself, he snorted. I was just letting loose. Weren't about saving nobody. We just happened to be on the same side, is all. Even so, said the Shinigami, even if you didn't mean to, you saved us. It's true, another soldier said, standing up further in the back. He fought and bled so we'd live. 7th salutes you, sir. Grimjo felt thoroughly weirded out. The idea of being lauded with praise from a subordinate was right and natural, but he had never expected gratitude from a Shinigami. He'd joked and mocked the idea of being a hero, but now, at least some of them thought he was one. Sure. Whatever, he said, unable to even muster a mean-spirited comment. If that's the way you wanna see it, sure. I was just leavin', but you can pay my bar tab if you really want. It's the least I could do, said the soldier earnestly. Grimjo nodded. Walking out, he hoped the soldiers were rich. He'd racked up quite a few bottles. Once back at 1st Division, he found Erza, Jalal, Halabel, and Neelil talking. It seemed like they had just finished up. Thank you, said Halabel, giving Erza an appreciative look. I will not forget this. I will not forget you. You say that like we're not seeing each other again, said Erza with a smile. Come visit, why don't you? I still think of you as a friend. You too, Neelil. Neelil smiled and gave her a hug. I couldn't have thought this would happen in a million years, she said, smiling back at Erza. Peace between us. Being friends again. Well, la-di-da, Grimjo said, rolling his eyes. Grimjo, said Erza, turning to him as he sauntered in. That counts for you too. With the seal removed you're free, but if you want to, I'll count you as a friend, as well. What the fuck is up with people? Grimjo said irritably. First these dumbass Shinigami thank me for saving their lives or whatever, and now we're buddies. That means yes, said Neelil cheekily. Fuck you, Grimjo spat, without too much vitriol. I'm glad to hear it, said Erza with a chuckle. Anyway, I guess you'll all want to get going soon. I believe so, said Halabel. I have a world to run, it seems, and this is no home for me. It will be interesting to see what this will look like. It will be different, said Jalal, a serious look on his face. Thank you, Erza. From the bottom of my heart. I will do everything I can to make Hueco Mundo right as it can be. You'll be at it forever, Grimjo muttered. If that's what it takes, Jalal said, nodding. I'm proud of you, said Erza, nodding back respectfully. Until next time, Jalal. It's true, though. This is no place for us, said Neelil, opening a small garganta with a wave of her fingers. I will come and visit, though. Maybe in the world of the living. Maybe, said Erza. I know a guy who makes good jigai. Useful if you want to blend in. Thank you again, said Halabel, stepping through the portal. Our fractions already went ahead of us to clear the way. I can't keep them waiting for too long. I understand. See you again, said Erza. Just like that, Halabel was gone. Neelil gave Erza another hug, then waved goodbye as she left. Jalal nodded to her, and soon he was gone, too. And you, Grimjo? Said Erza. Grimjo remained in place. Nah, he muttered, shaking his head. No? Are you going to stay here? Fuck no, said Grimjo, shaking his head. Can't stand the place. But, Hueco Mundo. I mean, I'll go there to hunt and shit, but it's too fucking gloomy. All darkness. No alcohol. No girls. Nah, I think I'll stick around somewhere else. Maybe I'll go to Karakara for a bit. Who knows? All right, Erza said, smiling at him. You really have changed, Grimjo. Yeah, whatever, he muttered. You turned me into a fucking softie, that's what. You didn't seem too soft when you bathed in the blood of your enemies in battle. That was fun, said Grimjo, grinning at the memory. But, hell, I dunno. Weird as it is, I ain't mad things turned out the way they did. So. I'll see you around. See you around, Grimjo. To his surprise, she caught him in a bear hug. Grimjo stiffened, but did not resist. He had no idea what lay next, but, that wasn't so bad. Ryukin reclined in his chair. The work had gotten somewhat less intense after the government had stepped in and provided relief, but he still hadn't been home since before the attack. Right now he ate, lived, and slept at the hospital, almost every waking moment spent caring for the massive influx of wounded. The worst had passed, but somehow it didn't feel that way. He could at least be sure that he had saved lives. Hundreds had taken refuge in and around the hospital, and although roughly half of them had perished, those who remained had all been grateful. The hospital director had been among the casualties, and the senior leadership had quietly allowed Ryakin to assume his duties for the time being. The press had even taken notice. In such a desperate time, any good news would be valued deeply. The headline of "Hero Doctor Organizes Refuge from Terror Attack" had left a bad taste in his mouth, but he was being hailed as a hero. Never one for glory, Ryakin wanted none of it, but knew it would be expected of him to take some credit. A promotion was most likely in order, quite possibly he'd become director permanently. For Ryakin, who had only done what was necessary and wanted only the quiet life, it left a bitter taste, like the reverse of a silver lining to a darkened cloud. But there was nothing for it. He was needed, still. His morose musings were interrupted by a knock at the door. There was a significant spiritual presence on the other side, and a familiar one, at that. One of Uriah's friends. "Come in," he said curtly, sitting up straight. "Hi," said the girl as she stepped inside, giving him an awkward wave. "You're Inu Orium, aren't you?" said Ryakin, giving her a scrutinizing stare. "Yeah. I'm friends with Dash." "With my son, yes," said Ryakin with a nod. "What is it you want?" He was being brusque, but his mood left him with little patience for niceties. "I need your advice." "Then make it quick." "I have powers, too," Orium started cautiously, as if unsure where to go with this. "Obviously. It radiates off you. Poor control, albeit above the average in power." "Right. And, well, I can do a bunch of things. Actually, it's easier if I just demonstrate." "Can I?" He nodded. Orium grabbed a vase from a shelf in his office, and threw it onto the ground. Ryakin flinched, he hadn't expected that. Carefully, the girl picked up the pieces and put them on his desk. "Sutton Kishun," she said, and an orange glow encased the broken vase. Within seconds it had mended, good as new. "That is interesting," said Ryakin, suddenly intrigued. "A sophisticated weave of spirit particle manipulation. It is Dash." He stopped himself. He had forsaken that life. "I can do that to almost anything," Orium said. "With people, too. I can even bring people back from the dead, as long as they haven't lost too much spirit energy. I can do incredible things. During the attack, I healed until I had no power left to heal. There are people alive today who would be dead if not for me. This is a real gift. I could cure diseases of any kind. I take it you're not just bragging. After that battle, I know what I need to do. I need to use this to the fullest. But people don't know about magic, or the afterlife. So I'm asking you what to do. Because you're a doctor, too, and you know what it's like. I want to help people. Somehow." Ryakin stared out into space. After so much carnage. His oath as a physician was to do no harm and to help his patients to the best of his abilities. A power like this, it could undo terminal cancer, or chronic illness, it could do an immense amount of good. Just like he had, using his bow. Sometimes, as much as it pained him to admit it, that realm of life had its uses. "Become a doctor," he said bluntly. "Go through medical school, if you can make it. Learn how to heal people the normal way. Never rely only on that power. It's a shortcut, and shortcuts make you sloppy. Get a license to practice medicine, and when you find something conventional medicine cannot cure, use that. If you want to do good, that is my advice." "A doctor," she said thoughtfully. "And I could use that as a cover." "It would not be a cover," said Ryakin sharply. "It'd be who you are. Do not go into it for any other reason than that." "Sure," said Orium, nodding thoughtfully. "But it does go together well, doesn't it?" "It does," Ryakin admitted. "Thank you," said Orium, shooting him a smile. Will that be all? Oh. Yeah, sure. Thanks again, said Orium, standing up to leave. Actually, one more thing, said Ryakan quickly. Yes. How is my son? Uriah is, he told me he understands your decision to stay away now. Really? Yeah. And? I think he took that battle hard. You should go see him. I should, yes, Ryakan muttered. Thank you, Anu. You may go now. As she left, Ryakan was left deep in thought. Uriah, you changed? For the better, or for the worse? Ishida Uriah was, at that time, making his way to the same abandoned building the Quincy's had huddled in. They had made no attempt to hide their presence, they sensed him coming as he sensed them being there. Bambietta and Meninas remained, but Hashwalth was gone. The two met him as he landed on the rooftop. Uriah stared them down, a severe look on his face. Meninas gave him a piteous look, then walked up to him and gave him a quick hug. Uriah stiffened at the touch, but eased into it, holding on a little longer than he had expected. You look like you've seen some shit, said Bambi bluntly. No, scratch that, I know you've seen some shit. The real deal. Uriah nodded. I have. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, said Meninas, shaking her head, and I am sorry we couldn't help. I know you must blame us. No, said Uriah, shaking his head. No, I know who I blame now, and it's not you. Hashwalth was right. This failure, all the people dead, they lie at the feet of the Godi 13. No matter how I think of it, I cannot see it any differently. They failed, and Karakara paid the price. I knew already that they were morally compromised, but I did see good in them. I dared to hope they'd be worth a chance. But, they're not. Uriah, are you sure of what you're saying? It's only been a few days. You're still shaken up, said Meninas, keeping her arms on Uriah's shoulder. I am sure, said Uriah. I never approved of them. It only proves what I suspected. The Godi is corrupt and weak, and now it has hurt the very people they're supposed to protect. I'm here today to tell you He paused, giving them a serious look. This was a turning point, a major divergence of his life's path. What he said next would decide everything. And, he was sure. I wish to become one of the Wandan Knights. I wish to learn your ways, finish my tutelage under you, and commit myself to your principles. You are sure of this? Said Meninas seriously, looking him in the eye. This is not out of a desire for revenge, or a rash decision by an angry, hurt young man. Our king will see through such things. Then let him judge me, said Uriah plainly. I know what I think, and I know it to be sincere. I will be a Wandan Ritter, or I shall take up arms on my own. You got the balls for it, sure, said Bambi seriously, but once you're in, you're in. We don't take people who don't commit. You just saw tons of people killed. You'll have to do the same if you serve with us, when the time comes. And, when you kill another person, not a wretched piece of shit like a hollow, but a person, then a small piece of you dies. It's a terrible thing to do, and it's only ever justified when it's absolutely necessary. Are you willing to do that? To yourself, and to others. I am willing to serve and uphold my duty. If that means the risk of death, or to kill our enemies, then so be it, said Uriah flatly. Bambi nodded approvingly. Had to ask. You know how it is. I would expect no less, said Uriah with a nod. Thank you both. You will still need to be accepted, said Meninas. We will leave for Europe again soon. We will inform His Majesty, and in time you will be given a summons to appear before him as an aspirant. Until then, live life as you did so far, with honor and dignity. I swear it, said Uriah, putting a fist over his heart. As they said their goodbyes and left, Uriah stared out into the distance. The die had been cast, and he knew what would come would mean misery. There was just no other choice. The Godi, after all it had done, it had to come down. No matter the cost. Mashiro sat opposite Kukaki Byakuya and his little sister in the Kukaki mansion, sitting cross-legged on a comfortable pillow with a tasteful low table in between them. She sipped on a mug of tea, before gently putting it down. Now, she said, I hope you don't mind terribly if I skip past the decorum and discuss what I came here for, Captain. By all means, said Byakuya neutrally. I've come to understand that while there is no strict legal authority to allow this, you nevertheless have the ability to forbid Rukia from accepting the promotion I offered her. Correct. It is the way of a noble family to obey the clan head, yes, Byakuya said reservedly. It is one of the many duties a noble must adjust to. Mashiro nodded. I don't like the idea of family deciding what you can and can't do at all, but that's the way it is. I called this meeting as a courtesy, to make sure there will be no friction. I am new as a captain, and I'm not here to make enemies. Even so, I believe she is the best fit for the promotion. I'll ask you outright, Captain Kukaki, will you bar her from accepting it? I am told you are quite protective of her. He nodded. I am. So. Captain Kuna, I appreciate your tact, said Byakuya, stone-faced. Would you mind if I discussed this in private with my little sister? Briefly, that is. Mashiro nodded, and stood up. Fair enough. I'll be in the other room. Let me know when you're through. Rukia watched her captain leave, and turned to look at her brother. What say you, Rukia? He asked, as hard to read as ever. I did not expect it, said Rukia hesitantly. I did not ask for it. I just happened to impress her at the right time. That is not what I ask. I have never known you to be especially ambitious or self-aggrandizing. I ask what you think of this promotion. Are you able? Rukia felt more than a little taken aback. She had not expected the promotion, much less having to justify it to her brother, the clan head. I have only had very little time as an officer, she started hesitantly. I have some idea of what goes into it, but there are others with more experience. I could do it, I suppose. No, I know I could do it. I would have to learn a lot, and I would stumble doing it, but I could. You sound hesitant. Forgive me, brother, but you have kept me out of such positions for so long that I never expected to have this discussion. It is foreign to me. He gave her an inscrutable stare. Administrative duties are one thing, but the vice captain must also be a fierce warrior and an example to the troops. Whom in your division do you believe better fit as a warrior? Rukia racked her brain. Much as she thought through it, she could not think of one. It felt arrogant to say, but she was most likely the strongest officer left, physically speaking. I am not sure. There must be some others who are capable. The division is filled with hardened veterans. I am but one of the corps. Arrogance is a distasteful vice, Rukia, but so is false humility. Answer honestly, can you think of one stronger? No, she said, shaking her head. It sounds self-aggrandizing to say, but I cannot think of one. I fought a espada and won. I know of maybe a handful of soldiers in the division who could have handled that. I barely handled that. So, you do have the necessary quality of a warrior. Do you have the ability to be an example to the men and women under your command? To honorably uphold our name. Rukia thought carefully before answering. When I called them to order to meet Captain Kuna, because nobody else would, they listened. I think I command some degree of respect among them. A lot, actually. With Captain Yukatake gone, I am the one who won a victory for the division. So, you do inspire them, and you do have the strength of a warrior. It seems so. Yes, brother. Would you be a better fit than either third seat? They would be next in line otherwise. Which one of them has seniority? Sentaro, said Rukia, paling at the thought of the man assuming that level of responsibility. He was a goofball, just like Kian. You disapprove? I do not think he would be well suited to the position, no. Kian worked well under the explicit direction of Captain Yukatake, but I doubt their ability to lead. In essence, you believe yourself capable, you have the necessary strength and respect required, and you have a fresh record of valor in war, and you consider no others better suited. I hate to put it so boldly, but yes, Rukia admitted. I kept you out of harm's way because honor demanded it. I made an oath. But, as of late, it has become clear to me that I cannot always protect you. That perhaps I should not always protect you. It creates a state of dependence. You did not have my help during battle, and you prevailed. Perhaps the time has come to let you stand on your legs. But, none of this will matter if you lack the will. This was thrust upon you by your captain, and now I stand here as a second obstacle. You have never been ambitious. I ask you, do you have the will? Do you want to command men, to take the terrible responsibility in your hands? Rukia paused for a long time, thinking carefully. Then, slowly, she nodded. A month ago, I would have said no. I would never have considered it. But, with the division savaged by war, and so many good soldiers dead, I think I am needed. Not because I want it for me, but because I want to honor Captain Yukate's name and legacy. The soldiers need somebody to look up to, and although I believe Captain Kuna is a good woman, she not only is new but possesses powers most consider an aberration. They need stability, somebody to uphold what was. He nodded contemplatively. And, Shibukayan? He in whose shadow you have walked for so long. I will honor him, too, said Rukia quietly. I will be worthy of it. One day. Byakuya nodded again. Call in Captain Kuna, he said, addressing a servant by the door. Mashiro came back presently, sitting down opposite Byakuya. We have deliberated, said the clan head. And? Said Mashiro expectantly. I will allow Rukia to give her answer. He gave her a look. Rukia felt almost incredulous. He was giving her a choice. She had expected this to be out of her hands one way or the other, either with her brother saying no or Mashiro insisting. It is my sincere desire to serve 13th as its vice-captain, she said, her voice shaky. If my brother does not disapprove, I will accept this charge. Well, does he? Said Mashiro. Byakuya paused, then said, I see no reason to object. It's settled, then, said Mashiro with a grin. We'll get you your badge before the end of the day, Vice-Captain Kukaki. Thanks, said Rukia. Byakuya hoped he had made the right choice. But, the war had given him much to think about. Who in his clan was worthier than she, himself excepted? Urahara Kisuk had been summoned from his lab to rendezvous with his temporary assistant once more. Tragic as the event had been, they had left a ton of data to analyze, and Kisuk had been busy gathering samples in the wake of the battle. He'd been buried in his science lab most of the time since. Truth be told, he hadn't expected Nozomi back at all. They could hardly spare a single body right now. He had missed her more than he had expected. There was a spring in his step as he walked out to meet her at the front of the store. Ah, my lovely assistant, he said with a grin. What brings you here? A few things, said Nozomi, rummaging through a satchel she carried at her waist. Firstly, Captain Commander Yamamoto wanted me to give you this in person. She handed him a document. Kisuk unfolded it, and read. His eyes did not widen, but he did raise an eyebrow. That is, interesting, he said. They know you have no love for them, but things are changing. They'd like to work with you, plain and simple. Your own research station here in Karakura, with your own team of researchers, myself included. You'd be studying things in the Godai's interests and reporting your findings to them, but without being directly in their employ. An independent contractor, if you will. I convinced them to add that last part, because, well, I have a sense you value independence. I do, said Urahara thoughtfully. Working for the Godai again, huh? You don't have to answer right now, but I'm staying until you've decided. It is tempting. There is only so much one of us can do, and frankly, I was getting used to having a capable assistant. So? Said Nozomi hopefully. It's a maybe, said Urahara, a pleased smirk on his face. I could use the money, and I could definitely use a team. I'll take maybe, then. So, what else did you come for? Nozomi took a step forward, grabbed his collar with both hands, pulled him down to her eye level, and gave him a deep kiss. You saved my life, she said gratefully. You went above and beyond for me. And I really want to stay here for a while. Kisuk blinked. Well, he said, surprisingly flustered, I suppose that can't hurt. I didn't. I wasn't inappropriate just now, was I? Said Nozomi worriedly, and Kisuk realized how much courage it had to have taken her to make a move so bold. No. No, he said hastily. No, not inappropriate at all. Sort of unexpected, but appropriate. We'll talk about this. Work something out. Good, she said with a nervous smile. I'll warn you, I'm not exactly boyfriend material. I just stay locked up in my lab most days. What a coincidence. That's what I do too. Kisuk chuckled. You're set on this, aren't you? If you are. Well, we'll see, said Kisuk slyly. Sheesh, the two of you should just get a room and screw already. The rough voice cut through the magic of the moment, and the both of them gave Grimjo an embarrassed look. The Aaron-car had strolled up, hands in his pockets, looking like he was up to no good as always. Gee Grimjo! Nozomi yelped. Relax. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Grimjo snorted. Half the reason I'm here, actually. You. Kisuk, right. He said, pointing to the scientist. I'm flattered you remembered, said Kisuk sardonically. I'm making it simple. Hueco Mundo kinda sucks, and I want a place to stay in the world of the living, and a Jigai to move about in. To fraternize with the humans, and such. Shrinks, girls, that sort of thing. You're asking for a place to stay in a Jigai. Those aren't easy to make, you know, said Kisuk, curious where this was going. I'll stick round here, kick the ass of anyone you need beaten. Gotta be some use for somebody like me. I'm good on the ass-kicking department, said Kisuk thoughtfully, but I would like to study Aizen's creations more. And how Aaron-car function in general. Oh, imagine being able to replicate a Gargantat, said Nozomi excitedly. Or finding out just how Sonito works. Or the structure of a Zero. Fucking hell, you want me to be a guinea pig for you. Grimjo grumbled. That, and procuring hollows from Hueco Mundo for studies, said Kisuk, nodding energetically. That's the cost. Not a bad deal, if you ask me. Grimjo considered it for a moment, then shrugged. Yeah, what the fuck. Just keep it within reason, I guess. Mr. Jigur Jaquez, I believe we have ourselves a deal, said Kisuk, giving Nozomi an excited look. She returned it along with an enthusiastic smile. The future looked bright and interesting, all things considered. So iPhone stumbled into her room that evening, weary to her bones. Her eyes were half closed, she was absolutely exhausted. She had been on her feet for almost 48 hours, having gotten only a few hours of sleep here and there in the days following the battle. There was simply so much to do, and so few people left who could do it. I'm surprised to even see you here, came Yoriyuki's amused voice. The dark-skinned woman was lounging on So iPhone's bed, casually stretched out. I almost gave up on you by now. Hi, Yoriyuki, So iPhone muttered tiredly, slumping down onto the bed next to her. Not even chiding me for teasing? You must be done, said Yoriyuki, raising an eyebrow. It's just a lot, So iPhone muttered. You've done the job. You know how it is. And these are extraordinary circumstances. Yoriyuki nodded, stroking So iPhone's hair gently. Yeah. You're very brave. I. So iPhone paused, opening her eyes properly and stared up into the ceiling. I'm working a lot because. I mean, there is a lot to do. But, when I'm not, I'm thinking about the people we lost. How we failed. So much death. Her voice started breaking up as she spoke, cracking and changing in pitch. She let out a dry sob, her chest heaving. Everyone had their breaking point, and here in the quiet of her room, So iPhone had reached hers. So iPhone, said Yoriyuki, her playful demeanor dropped in an instant. She put an arm around her, and So iPhone leaned into her, shaking. I'm fine, she sniffed, breathing raggedly. No, you're not, said Yoriyuki, wrapping her arms around her and pulling her close against her chest, and that's okay, too. Nobody is fine after something like this. So iPhone buried her head in Yoriyuki's chest, shaking and crying. Her girlfriend simply held her, rubbing her back, stroking her hair, whispering words of affection in her ear. Finally, after some time forever, it felt like so iPhone calmed down, feeling more worn out than ever. "I'm fine," she muttered. "I mean, no, but better." Yoriyuki nodded. "You need a good 8 hours sleep, and no arguments," she said firmly, and so iPhone didn't have the energy to argue. "This job takes all you have and then some. And, honestly, I never had to handle anything like this. You're doing amazing, all things considered." "Thanks," so iPhone muttered weakly. "I, honestly just want to rest. For a long time. But, I can't. I'm needed. We should go somewhere when the dust settles. Just rest up. Let the division handle itself." "You know I can't do that." "Why not?" "It won't always be a disaster. It's going to take years to set this right," so iPhone muttered, "maybe decades. I'm probably going to insist at some point." "Please don't," so iPhone muttered. "Why?" "Because you're the one person I can't say no to." "Then I'm definitely insisting." So iPhone shook her head in resignation, a small smile on her face. "Fine. Insist. But, not anytime soon, please. In a couple months, maybe. And, until then, I am making it my personal mission to make sure you get the sleep you need. If this thing keeps haunting you, come to me. Talk, like we're doing now. Don't hide it away. What you force down always comes up again." So iPhone was quiet for some time. "So, you're sticking around, then?" she said hesitantly. "Yeah. Of course I am." "Oh. I mean, good. You thought I wouldn't." So iPhone said, hesitating again. "Careful. Don't say the wrong thing. Don't ruin the moment. Deep down, I sort of wondered if you'd go back after a while. This place isn't your home anymore, and I know you don't really like it here. Not like leave forever, but..." She let it hang in the air. "I'm going to say this once," said Yoriyuki calmly, planting a kiss on so iPhone's forehead. "One way or the other, I am always going to be around in your life. I might not stay here all the time, but I'm always going to be around. And, for now, I'm staying here. Your room is cozy, and you need me." So iPhone sniffed, tears welling up in her eyes again. "Thank you. What good would I be if I ran out on you? For now, I can. I don't want to work for the GoDI again, but I can advise, I suppose. Take some of the workload off for you. And, I need you just like you need me. Nothing about that war was easy, for any one of us. That makes sense. And, you'd really do that? Help out. For now. Not forever, but, well, I can't just twiddle my thumbs in this room all day. If going to work is how I get to spend time with you, then that's what I'll do." Out of words to show her happiness, so iPhone leaned in and kissed her. Yoriyuki kissed her back, holding her closely. The warehouse felt gloomier than usual, so strange and joyless without Lisa and Mashiro around. Shinji had spent most of his time sulking, and although he wouldn't say it, it was plainly obvious that he was worried. They did not know anything beyond that Aizen was dead and the Shinigami victorious, albeit at great cost. If Lisa and Mashiro was part of that cost, they did not know. It had been the better part of a week now, and no word. "Screw this place," Hiri muttered. "I'm going outside." "Shinigami still patrolling the city," said Shinji sullenly, "so no, you ain't." "What, are we just gonna hide out here forever?" sneered Hiri. "You can't tell me what to do, you dash." What was about to erupt into a major argument was cut short as they all sensed it. Two familiar signatures, just outside the door. Instantly all the anger, resentment, and worry washed off them at once, the entire group hurrying to meet Lisa and Mashiro as they stepped inside. Kensei caught them both in a bear hug, and the Visored practically mobbed their lost comrades. After a good couple of minutes of cheering, asking if they were all right and so forth, the two finally took a step back. "So," said Shinji, What the hell happened? We fought, got our asses kicked, but impressed the Godai, said Lisa flatly. We were doing just fine, said Mashiro. Not our fault we hit an espada like that. Basically, it was a giant disaster, said Lisa, quickly recapping what had happened, the creation of the Soul Key, Aizen's death, the end of the war and its aftermath. Serves the bastard right, Shinji grunted. Yeah, that is the only part of this I'm happy about. Fuck Aizen Saoshik. But, what about the Godai? Where do we stand, exactly? Actually, said Kensei, giving them a strange look, the two of you are wearing Jigai, aren't you? What's going on? Lisa gave Mashiro a look. No sense hiding it, is there? Shoot, they figured that out pretty quick, huh? Said Mashiro. The two of them each took a pill and swallowed. With a pop, the Jigai separated from their spiritual forms, revealing the both of them in uniform, each wearing a captain's coat. Well, what the fuck, said Shinji flatly, in utter disbelief. They took you in, said Rose, equally in shock. Things are changing, said Lisa. They made an offer, and we took it. I know what you'll think about it, but it is what it is. Plus, I look good in this, said Mashiro, smoothing out her coat. You seriously went to work for the Godai? Said Shinji indignantly. After all this? Yes, said Lisa bluntly. Yes, we did. Things are changing, Shinji. For the better. Or, they're desperate, more like, grunted Kensei. I'm not here to justify what we're doing, said Lisa. We came here to let you know that we love you and you'll always be our friends, but we've got a new path to walk. That, and that legal thingamajig, said Mashiro excitably. Oh, yes, that. The proclamation, said Lisa, producing a scroll from her coat. She unfolded it and read aloud, let it be known that Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryusai, Master of the Godai 13, blah 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 and all these titles and so forth, hereby proclaims that all persons unlawfully experimented upon by one Aizen Saoshik upon such and such date that'd be when he got to us are hereby considered as natural citizens of the Soul Society and cleared of any wrongdoing, and shall henceforth be considered as friends and companions to our great nation, yada yada yada. You can read it yourself if you want. It's full of formality and legalese, but the core of it is that we're all free. We're not freaks to be hunted down, or enemies, or liabilities. We're victims of an evil man, and we can finally move on. Not live in fear anymore. You told M about us, said Shinji, his tone harsh. It says all persons. I think they have an inkling, but no, of course we didn't tell them, you moron. Lisa said dismissively. Hang on a sec, free, said Kensei, eyeing through the document. That's, hell, this is legit. It's got his signature and everything. Now you trust M. Snorted Shinji. Yamamoto may be a bastard, but he's never backed down on his word. Not even once, said Kensei firmly. You know that as well as I do. Shinji fell quiet, torn between the need to contradict and the facts. What the hell do we do now? Asked Yuri. That is up to you, said Lisa. We really can't stay. There's a lot of work to do, but we'll see each other again. As for you guys, you can go traveling, or get jobs, or live as humans if you want to. You could even come back, even if I know you might not like the idea. You're serious, said Shinji. Yeah, said Lisa with a nod. I first only came with because of Mashiro, but it feels good to be back home. It feels good to make a difference. It feels good not to have to hide or worry about running anymore. I'm not sure I've become a big idealist all of a sudden, but I like the idea of doing something more meaningful than hiding in a basement. Fine then, said Shinji, shrugging. All right, whatever. Can't stop you from going your own way. We're all of us free. Proper free now, I guess. If he can be trusted. He can, said Lisa. Come on, Mashiro. We've got more business to attend to. She extended her hand, and Mashiro took it with a smile. To Lisa's surprise, the green-haired woman grabbed her by the collar and gave her a quick kiss. You know we're on the clock, right? Lisa muttered, slightly flustered. Guess you'll have to report me, Mashiro said mischievously. This is what I'm putting up with, Lisa said, rolling her eyes. Good luck, the rest of you. I'll see you when I see you. As the group said their goodbyes, Shinji watched them go. Free? After all this time? Was that even possible? It was evening, and Lysina had expected to be alone. She was therefore surprised when Erza joined her in the gardens of 9th Division. Sitting down next to her, crossing her legs, Erza stayed quiet. Not so much as a hello, said Lysina jokingly. Oh. Right. Hello, Erza began. Hello to you, too. They fell quiet for some time again. Finally, Lysina spoke up. I'm surprised you found the time to come here. I made the time, Erza said firmly. There is a lot of important work to do, but if I wear myself out doing it, I'll break eventually. I've always needed my friends. I figured you do, too. And, well, it's all about not neglecting what you have, so here I am. That's true, said Lysina, a little surprised. It seemed sentimental to stop by for just a visit, but it was very much like her. And, she wasn't wrong. So, Lysina said, not sure where to go with this. So. They looked at each other, and Lysina let out a chuckle. Since when are we so bad at this? Lysina muttered, shaking her head. I mean, you've always been a little awkward, but it's not hard. We've always talked. That was before. After what happened. Yeah. I know. So many people. I don't want to dwell on it, said Erza, staring up into the sky. I'll never forget them, but if you think about it too much, it'll bury you, and I can't let that happen. Not right now. I'm surprised. I always thought I was the more detached one. I'm not dash. It's not bad, Lysina hurried. It's essential, actually. If you can't keep some distance, this job will ruin you emotionally. It's good. I meant no offense. Erza nodded slowly. I know you didn't. This conflict, it changed us all. Yeah. You're the hero of the Godei now. I hate it, Erza muttered. Almost any captain could have killed him then. But, it was you. Yeah. Erza gave her a look. Something's troubling you. It wasn't a question. Since when are you so perceptive? Grunted Lysina. Talk to me. It's worth getting it out. Lysina sighed. I was promoted to captain, but I don't feel like I was worth it. I did poorly in this war. I lack the experience and training to be a proper captain. I only got this job because there were 3 sudden vacancies, and I was the next best thing. That's how I feel. Sometimes that's what it comes down to. Life's not all about skill or hard work. Sometimes you're just the right person at the right time. Lysina shrugged. I do know. I've been here longer than you, and you outpaced me handily. I don't hold it against you, she added quickly, but I guess I feel a little envious. You're so much stronger, and you're doing so much better. I keep wondering what I'm doing wrong. How I could be more like you. You shouldn't, said Erza firmly. You can only be you, and you are the only person you should compare yourself to. Are you better now than you were before? If the answer is yes, then you should be content. It makes sense, but it's hard to accept, said Lysina contemplatively. The mind and the heart are rarely on the same page, I find. If that isn't the truth, Erza muttered. Something troubles you, Lysina said. Erza sighed. She paused, then said, this whole hero thing bothers me. People look at the Slayer of Aizen, and they don't see me. They see this image of me as this grand, larger-than-life figure who can do no wrong. They put me on a pedestal, and, one day, I'll fail, and they'll realize I am only human after all. Flawed. I feel like people are latching onto this story about who I am, and don't see who I really am. Lysina nodded. Fair. But, that's part of any captain's job. We're all meant to be larger than life, sources of inspiration. If you didn't want to be seen as a hero, you should never have been a captain. Erza sighed. True enough, I guess. And? Said Lysina. And? Don't tell me that's the only thing bothering you. That's just not true. Erza sighed again. No, it's true. There's a million and one things that stay with me, but I keep thinking about Eisen. How I killed him. I know how you feel about killing, said Lysina, her tone turning a little harsher, but if anyone ever earned it, it was him. He was dying. It was more like mercy at that point. It's not entirely clear to me, the morality of that, but that's not what stays with me the most. Then what? Eisen entrusted me with his vision for a better goatee. And, he told me I would come to see it his way in time. That I would have no choice but to walk down his path. That's ridiculous. Is it? Said Erza, shaking her head worriedly. We did agree fundamentally that the goatee is corrupt and must change. And, if I truly did come to believe it could never be reformed, I would have to turn against it somehow. Leave it, at the very least. I am going to explore my options in the coming days, but I am afraid. Afraid of Eisen turning out to have been right. Erza. I could never do what he did. I could never kill people by the thousands in the name of some dubious greater good. I just can't. That's not me. But, well, let's just say I hope he was wrong. I'm going to fight like hell, but there's so much old tradition, privilege, and arrogance from the leadership. We still have a prison where we can hold people without trial, forever. Kurotsukima Yuri was stopped only because I chose to, and he goes unpunished for his actions. We let the Rokanga starve, and only intervene if any part of it becomes a threat. We were better than Eisen, but we're not good. Not right now. Not yet. So, make it good, said Lysina, unsure what to make of this. I'll try. I'll try my damnedest. Lysina stared out into space. Look at the two of us, huh? She said, sounding wistful. Two mages of fairy tale, very far from our first homes. I never imagined I'd end up here. Neither did I. I still remember all of them. I often wonder what happened to them. It was over 100 years ago, so they must be dead by now. Yeah. I saw a vision of them when I fought Eisen. Our old comrades. I was struck down, at the edge of losing consciousness, and I saw them again. Clear as day. I haven't forgotten them. A tear trailed down her face. Not a single one. I remember them clear as day, even after all this time. I'll never forget where I came from, even if I'll never see them again. Me, neither, said Lysina, her voice unsteady. I'm sorry, Erza muttered, averting her face. Don't be, said Lysina, putting a hand on her shoulder. If there's anyone who understands this, it's me. I lost them, too. And I miss them, as well. Erza sniffed and nodded. I need to go see Momo, she said weakly, and I have to get back to the division anyway. But, thank you, Lysina. I needed this. Me, too, said Lysina honestly. As Erza stood up and walked away, Lysina stared into space, deep in thought. Fairy tale, sometimes it seemed like a dream to her. It was good somebody had a strong hold of those memories. Momo was just wrapping things up in the office when Erza came in. Ah, Captain, Momo said cheerily, putting a stack of papers in order. I was just wanting to talk to you about the drills with the newest recruits. Erza didn't respond, marching right across the room. Gently she put her hands on Momo's cheeks, pulling her in for a kiss. Surprised at first, Momo leaned into it. Erza deepened it, putting an arm around Momo's waist, holding her closely. Momo took a firm hold of Erza's shoulders, hungrily kissing back. Well, said Momo, short of breath when they finally broke off, that was unexpected. It wasn't bad, was it? No, Momo said quickly, it's just that you're usually strict about office hours compared to off hours, and we're technically on the clock. Erza took a step back, looking awkward. I've had a lot to think about recently, she said slowly, as if deliberating on every word, and the core of it is, I need you. More than anything. We've been through a lot. Together. And, I just sort of missed you. We haven't spent a lot of time together lately, and, I'm just rambling, aren't I? Erza trailed off awkwardly. I like the way you ramble, said Momo quietly, planting a soft kiss on her lips, and I like that you've been thinking about me. We have been busy. For good reason. We all had a lot of healing to do, and then there's the division, and the whole thing about what war does to your head. Those are pretty good reasons to be distracted. But, since you're not distracted anymore. One of her hands trailed a little lower. Erza blushed. You know, Momo continued, I think we just hit the mark. It's not office hours anymore. Why you don't say, said Erza. She blushed a little more, then smiled. If that's the case, then, why don't we, go to our room? That sounds like a terrific idea, my captain, said Momo, smiling back. Barely able to keep their hands off each other, they headed back. Their room was just adjacent to the office, and within seconds they were writhing on the bed together, kissing passionately, their hands exploring each other's bodies. They had never gone this far before, but it felt right. Touching Momo, feeling her, it made Erza feel alive. Needed. Wanted. Real. Having eased out of their clothes, they slid under the covers. Momo shot her a shy look. Are you ready? She started. Because, if you're not let's not, talk too much. If we do, we'll just end up ruining it, I think. Momo opened her mouth, then nodded. In the end, they did have to do a fair bit of talking, although for different reasons, about what worked, what didn't, and so on. It wasn't magical. It was awkward, strange, and new, with neither of them really knowing what to do. The upside, though, was that they had a lifetime to get good at it. The sky did not weep this time, but it might as well have. Erza was never in a bright mood when she visited the graves of her old friends. It seemed right that she take the time to come here, remember what had been. The graveyard had expanded since she was last there, many fresh ones added. How large would it grow, in the course of time? How many were left to bury? How many would yet be buried from future conflicts? Erza sighed, gently placing a bundle of flowers on each grave. They would not be forgotten. They could do at least that much. On her way back, she felt a familiar energy. Even subdued, she sensed the energy of Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryusai from 100 yards away. Erza was surprised. Her first thought went to Yukatake, but he was buried at his family grounds. As she slowly walked toward the exit, the two of them headed in the same direction. She felt uncertain. Should she approach? Should she keep her distance? People processed grief differently, and she felt quite sure Yamamoto was a very private person. Before she could make a decision, Yamamoto made it for her. He raised a hand, beckoning her over. It was the gentlest command she had ever seen him give, and she wondered if it was even meant as an order at all. Keeping a slow and dignified pace, she headed toward him. Together, they walked through the graveyard. Captain Commander, said Erza stiffly, giving a light bow. Captain Scarlet. There was silence for a moment. Erza wondered what was going on. I came to pay my respects to the fallen of 1st Division, said Yamamoto. Those who gave all for their captain deserve to be remembered. On that we agree, said Erza, nodding approvingly. There is already talk of a day of remembrance in my division. Among others, too. A new tradition seems in order, yes, Yamamoto said somberly, although I would be surprised to see you approve of such a thing. I have ever known you to oppose tradition, not embrace it. That is incorrect, sir. When I was alive, the guild, my family, my large and extended family, they had their own traditions. Like the day the guild was founded. There is nothing wrong with tradition in and of itself. Curious. Do go on. Well, said Erza slowly, trying to put words to thoughts she had never fully formed, I think, traditions have only the value they give to us. They are a good opportunity to spend time with each other and remember what it means to be alive, and why it is important. It isn't tradition per se I have taken issue with. It's this absolute reverence of tradition. Tradition not for the sake of people, but for the sake of itself. Yamamoto seemed lost in contemplation for a moment. You view it differently than I do, Erza Scarlet. All the same, it gladdens me to see a shared value of sorts. She nodded, unsure what to say. Honestly, all of those thoughts have been, not forgotten, but set aside. I am not only preoccupied with rebuilding my division, but my failure in Karakura has taken a great mental toll on me. Your failure? Said Yamamoto. He sounded neutral, but his step slowed. Yes, said Erza firmly. In exile, it was my home. Many people I love lived there. I had ties to it that you did not. We all shared failure, but I cannot escape a sense of responsibility. My responsibility. I was once Aizen's lackey, and now he has devastated what I once called home. I was unable to stop him. I should have. Tell me, what should you have done that you did not? I won faster against Halibel, maybe. Moved toward Aizen, distracted him. He was always fascinated by me. If I could have kept him talking. You can spin far-fetched yarns all day, Captain. At the end of the day, you gave all you had. It is natural that you should feel responsible, but ultimately, I was the commander. I ordered the catastrophic attack on Las Noches and delayed the defense of Karakura. The 10,000 dead and the further casualties, and the dead soldiers rest on my shoulders alone. That burden is mine to carry, and no one else's. Erza gave him a look. Powerful as he was, he suddenly just looked like an old, tired man. We all shared blame, she insisted. He shook his head. No. The commander does. If your division had suffered badly, it would reflect poorly on you. When the Goti as a whole suffers badly, it reflects poorly on me. Captain Commander Dash. I am not here to argue. It is simply the way it is, he said dismissively. Slowly, Erza nodded. He clearly was not going to be swayed. She understood it a little better now, the great weight on his shoulders, the stakes, every choice he had made was for the betterment of the Goti, even the mistakes. He was not malicious. Hard and cold sometimes, but well-intentioned. Then again, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Captain Scarlet, he continued, your opposition to me is known. You wish to see the status quo fundamentally changed. At this time, we need unity of all kinds, both military and political. Are you asking me to stay quiet for the good of the Goti? Said Erza, a warning in the tone of her voice. No. I would never expect that to work. And, any normal disciplinarian action, I would be reluctant to use. We may have filled our gaps, but half of our captains are inexperienced and demoralized. We need unity and recovery. So, instead I propose that you work with me when you seek to change the Goti. Work, with you, sir. Whenever you seek to make a change, come to me first. If I approve, or at least find it less than offensive, perhaps I will make a public declaration of approval. In exchange, you will promote no radical beliefs. That is what I offer you. Erza, taken aback, paused to think. Work with Yamamoto? The very image of the status quo? Changes having to be approved by a man whose career was built on resisting them? Then again, he was powerful. Deeply so. When he spoke, people listened. An endorsement from him, that would make a difference. I will think on this, she said at last. I am brand new to the idea of politics. But, suffice it to say I very much wish to avoid the path Aizen took. He wanted to change it radically and quickly, for the better, but he had no vision beyond tyranny. Perhaps, finding ways to improve what already exists will do. Think on it then, Captain. And, with regards to politics, it is a viper's nest. You may have no trouble with a blade, but to change minds and pass laws is a deeply different arena, not at all suited to the forthright and blunt approach of a warrior. I assumed as much. I know I have much to learn, Erza admitted. Then I hope to hear again from you soon. Erza nodded. Soon. Chapter 118, Learning the Rules. It had been 3 full weeks since the disaster, and things were slowly starting to normalize. The Goti was still very much a building on fire, in danger of collapsing in on itself, but the worst of the fires had been put out. The most immediate catastrophe had been averted. Although quite strained, they were catching up on their backlog of souls to send on to the afterlife, although many divisions were still working double shifts to cover for those who had suffered particularly devastating casualties. Divisions 1, 3, 7, and 9 were still scrambling to replace their casualties. Along with Byakuya, Erza had lost several squads to reassignment simply to keep them at all functional. There was talk of a recruitment drive, and frankly they would need it. The Godai had suffered over 30% casualties all told, leaving them badly understaffed. It was in this state, dealing with that particular headache, that Momo found Erza. She walked into the office and saluted. "Captain." The patrol was a success, 2 hollows purged and 5 souls sent on their way. "Excellent," said Erza. "I still question using my time on that, Captain. I do not want to say it is beneath me, but you think it's beneath you," said Erza bluntly. "That's a rude way to phrase it, but yes." Momo sighed. "There is a point to it. You know there is. Morale is low, even in our division. The few junior members we have must be reminded of our strength and our authority and protected from too serious danger as well." That was another change in doctrine, quickly becoming widely adapted across the Godai. It had used to be that the recruits would be allowed to learn in their own time, that risk had been considered a necessary, even important part of one's early career. Now they had to be protected, now every soldier was a precious resource that could not be squandered. It was not tenable in the long run, but it was necessary. "I know that," Momo muttered. "It's just that there is so much to do at the division, and I'd rather not be away from you, from my duties here, that is. From you." Momo was trying hard to keep things professional, but it was a challenge. There was a time when Erza would have considered this a serious problem, but recent events had put things in perspective. Protocol, rules, these things were all arbitrary and could be changed at will if the need was great enough. Nobody would even think of raising a complaint if they were too affectionate, let alone opening an inquiry. Discipline was, in many ways, a luxury. "I am thinking of what to do next," Erza said, deciding not to dwell on the comment further. "I've been reading up on how the Godai functions." "That's not the dispatches from first you're reading, then," said Momo, reproachfully. "You're lagging behind." "I'm lagging behind on 1,000,001 things," Erza said, waving her hand dismissively. "Everyone and their mother is. When workaholics like iPhone and Cookaki are lagging behind terribly, I feel like I can comfortably lag behind a little bit." "Captain." "Momo, being a captain is a means to an end," Erza said firmly. "I'm not doing it out of the goodness of my heart, or because I want power for power's sake, or because I want to make a career. I do it because being a captain gives me the chance to make a difference. And I am thinking about how I'm going to do that. I know one thing, and that is that I need to strike while the iron is hot. The rules get real fast and loose in times like these, but the more we recover, the more rigid things will become. If I want to reform through, there is no better time than now. Reform. Like a protocol for frequent patrols in the Rukon, to prevent banditry. Or, a program to feed the poorest. Or, establishing Godai-owned not noble-owned holdings out there to act as recruitment centers. I've thought a lot about this, and it can't all be nice words and good intentions. It has to be real things that make people's lives better. Things we could feasibly do, Momo. An end to brutal warlords and lawlessness. Food for the hungry, work for those who want it, money to those who need it, that sort of thing. You realize the Godai is paying off a war debt, right?" Momo said. Erza felt surprised. It was not like her to push back like this. She had to be a little annoyed. "A brief war for a relatively small debt," Erza corrected quickly, "which is part of what I'm trying to learn about. Our economy. Where our resources come from and how we can use them. You're really serious about this, aren't you?" "Yeah," said Erza sincerely. "I've always wanted to do more, but I had to do some pretty urgent military stuff the moment I was recruited, and..." She shrugged. "There will always be some emergency, some good excuse to put it off. I figure if I want to act like I mean it, now's the time to start." Momo nodded. I don't know much about this kind of stuff. Where do we even start? We're in it together, of course, said Momo, like it had been the most obvious thing in the world. If you mean it, then I'm going to support you. Wow. Thanks, said Erza, smiling. Well, the whole idea is to do what Aizen didn't, and change it from within. Make the Godai better without, you know. Yeah. So, on that note. I don't know. I have quite a reputation these days, on top of being a captain. I have good relationships with most of the other captains. I have respect, and that has to count for something. Right. Right, said Momo, equally uncertain. Schedule a meeting with Yamamoto, Erza said hesitantly. The sooner the better. I'll poke the old man, see what he thinks about some of these ideas. I'll see what I can do, but he's even busier than you are. Are you sure you don't want to just barge in on him, like you usually do? I could, but I want to work with him, Erza said, shrugging. The hard way, you know? Pissing him off will only take you so far. You really have changed, huh, said Momo, sounding surprised. Don't sound so shocked, Erza muttered. I'll get back to you on that, Momo said, shooting her a cheeky smile. Rukia sat cross-legged opposite her brother in a large, private room in the Kukaki mansion. It was evening, and although she would rather have been at the division, there had been no room to refuse a request to have tea with the head of her clan on her off time. She couldn't imagine what for, though. She knew he was even more swamped with work than she was, and the workload had nearly overwhelmed her. It made her feel a little guilty, but the calm of the manor was like a soothing balm to her, as much as she ached to be elsewhere. They had drunk the first sip of their tea in silence, and Rukia's mind had started to wander almost with worry when he finally spoke up. Tell me, how goes work? Hectic, revered brother, said Rukia hesitantly. As you well know, none of us have much time to spare for anything but the constant direction of subordinates and an endless well of problems. I believe I am doing my duty adequately, though. Your captain concurs. According to her, there are manners in which you all but run the division. I would not presume to make such a ludicrous claim, said Rukia, her cheeks flushing a little. Was this some sort of test? I have nothing but respect for the chain of command, and I would not attempt to circumvent it or overreach my authority. I gather as much from my talk with your captain, yes. In 3 weeks of work, you seem to have acquitted yourself capably. You have shown some aptitude for leadership, not just combat. I am most grateful to hear you speak so well of me, brother. Where was this going? This recent conflict has brought a weakness in my administration of our house to my mind, Byakuya began, slowly and carefully choosing his words, one which I believe it is time to remedy. Brother. As clan head, I must rule fairly and wisely. But I must also take care to see that my legacy is ensured, that I have a successor in place. Somebody capable, somebody who might one day lead our clan when I am dead and gone. Although a Shinigami is nigh immortal in his lifespan, captains rarely live so long as to retire in comfort to fully exploit this advantage. This war very nearly killed me on multiple occasions, and because I foolishly overlooked this weakness, it might have left our clan in a precarious situation. I see, Rukia lied. You are in the process of reviewing potential successors to your seat. Byakuya nodded. Normally it falls to the eldest son or daughter, although a clan head may change that as they see fit. Elsewise, the mantle would fall to the nearest blood relative, a sister, brother, uncle, whichever is nearest. It is tradition, but not an absolute law, that the nearest blood relative be elected. If there is any ambiguity, the Council of Elders will decide, and they always err on the side of tradition. The problem I am faced with is that although most of our clan members are born of noble blood, few are born to noble qualities. Few lack the wisdom and restraint required to navigate Godai noble politics. Tell me, Rukia, do you know who my closest blood relative is? Forgive me, brother, but I do not. You have a number of distant cousins, I know that, but which one is closest I couldn't say. It is a confusing mess, the clan breeding system. The closest relative I have is Kukakituga. Tuga, said Rukia, raising an eyebrow. He is a fat, slovenly braggart with more aptitude for the bottle and for women than for rearing the clan. This surprised Rukia even more than the revelation itself. It was unlike her brother to be this blunt, this direct. Speaking ill of a fellow clan member was not in his nature as far as she knew. He kept any criticism behind locked doors, and quite restrained. Then again, what little she had heard of Tuga seemed entirely in line with his accusation. Such a man in charge of our clan, Byakuya continued, would not only disgrace us but put our clan's position at risk. The very best we could hope for is that he would be a helpless pawn for the council, and our revered elders are conniving politicians constantly jockeying for position for their own families, their own factions, their own status. Such a scenario would be intolerable. I would assume you have a better candidate in line, brother.
I do, said Byakuya, giving her a strange look. Is it one of the up-and-coming officers? I know we have a handful still in training, and a couple of seated officers as well. Although they would have a long way to go, I would be happy to offer them my support. Even if they could never hope to match your legacy, they would surely be preferable to your cousins.
You misunderstand, said Byakuya, giving her another look. There was a pause. A long, long pause. He looked her in the eye, holding his gaze upon her, and the unbelievable started to dawn on her. Surely, he could not mean. Brother, she whispered, you cannot seriously. Am I ever anything but serious? Of course, brother. But me? Yes. That is absurd. Is it? You have shown great bravery in the field. You are a war hero, walking among the greats that this war produced. You show aptitude for leadership. The time to lay the foundation for our future is now, Rukia. But I am adopted, Rukia spat out nervously, in shock. Her? Clan heir? Her, sitting where he sat, wearing the Kensei can? The shawl? The titles that came with it? The crushing responsibility? They will never accept me. They will when I tell them to, said Byakuya firmly. No law prevents it, and my supporters in the clan will follow my every whim. It's an unprecedented break with tradition. No clan head has ever been of outside blood. These are extreme times. We no longer have the luxury of clinging to every little petty tradition. I am no firebrand aiming to upend the clan structure, but sometimes it must shift a little to maintain its power. An adopted heir is a small price to pay for continued prosperity and strength. Rukia sat there, agape. Her brother, speaking of ignoring tradition? It will not be official yet, he continued. I will contact the right people and start building a power base. You will attend a feast to commemorate Kukaki bravery in 2 weeks, where it will be announced. Until that time, you must learn more of our internal politics and our history. You will be questioned at every turn, and you must appear worthy of the nomination even to ignorant dilettantes who have never raised a blade. And, if I refuse? Said Rukia breathlessly, finding the idea almost unthinkable but overwhelmingly strong all the same. I cannot force this mantle on you. I will not. This responsibility is not one I would have you shoulder against your will, with doubts eating away at you. But if you do, then you leave our clan to the likes of Tuga. Ask yourself if you would rather they lead, or you. Think on it. I will want an answer soon, but take a few days to reflect on it. Yes, brother. He nodded. Excellent. We will speak again in 3 days' time. Rukia nodded back, swallowing. She felt like the weight of a mountain had been dropped onto her shoulders. Vice-captaincy was one thing, but, heir to the clan. Lisa reclined in her chair, quite exhausted. She had been a vice-captain, and that had been 100 years ago. Being made captain immediately had felt like being dropped into a jet fighter mid-flight with no real training, and being expected to make a perfect attack run before landing on an airfield at night with no lights. At least she hadn't crashed yet. What ya doing? She had sensed Mashiro coming, vaguely, but hadn't bothered to acknowledge her. Sitting up with paperwork that I didn't have the time for during the day. I'll be here till the wee hours, before catching maybe 3-4 hours of sleep. Then I get to wake up and do it all over again. Glorious captaincy, eh? Lisa muttered. You don't sound too unhappy, Mashiro said cheekily, walking up beside Lisa. Without bothering to ask, she plopped herself down in Lisa's lap, splaying herself out.
Lisa caught her in her arms, shooting her an annoyed look. "One of these days I'll just let you fall off," she grumbled. "No, you won't," Mashiro said cheerily. "You would rather die than let me be hurt." "You're sure of that, huh?" "Yup," Mashiro said, giving Lisa a chaste peck on the cheek. Lisa, who always kept herself distant and professional, melted a little. Mashiro alone could do that, pierce through the carefully built walls she kept up. Despite herself, Lisa smiled a little. "See?" said Mashiro smugly. "You can't resist my charms. I'm just too adorable." It was entirely true, but that didn't mean Lisa wanted to give her the satisfaction of admitting it. "Shush," she muttered. "How's your division running? You know you could hit burnout. This is as bad a time as any to take a promotion like this." "My new vice captain is a champion," Mashiro said, leaning into Lisa's shoulder. "It's a lot, but we're holding for now. I take every chance I've got to lead a mission. Thankfully, there are loads of those. But then I feel bad, leaving so much administrative stuff to Rukia. It's hard," Lisa nodded. "A lot. We've done stuff like this before, but this is next level. Twice over, with how bad things are. You ever think about bailing on them?" "I don't think they could stop us." "All the time," Lisa admitted. "Screw the money and influence, this is hell. Wanna do it? You really would just up and leave with me, huh?" "Of course. If you don't want to be here, then I don't want to." "I want to," Lisa muttered, "but then I think about everyone beneath me who needs me to pull it all together, and how things would collapse. I'd hate to be that kind of person." "Same," Mashiro admitted. "I'm working myself half to death, and that's not fun, but like you said. So, I guess we're here to stay. Even with the shitty work hours. And not seeing each other much. Even with that." Lisa sighed. "I do miss you, though. A lot. It won't always be this bad. When we manage to replace our losses, get things under control. It'll take years." "Yeah, it will. Nothing we can do about that." "Guess not," Lisa said wearily. "Look, baby, I really have to finish this stack. Then you're going to have to throw me off you, because I'm not moving." "Don't be obstinate," Lisa said irritably. "You're like an oversized cat, or something." Was that supposed to be insulting? Because cats are super cute. And, I like the idea of being rolled up like a cat, on top of you. "You're impossible," Lisa grunted. "Yup," Mashiro said proudly. Slowly, her cheeky expression changed into something more serious. "You need rest, Lisa." "I need rest. Let's just stay together, like we used to. Just sleep, nothing else. Be with each other. Just for one night." "A captain is supposed to be at her division in case of emergencies," Lisa grunted, taking off her glasses and rubbing her eyes. "I can be there in less than a minute if I have to." "Mashiro." "Lisa." The pleading eyes Mashiro shot her were impossible to ignore. She knew how to say no, didn't she? She couldn't just get her way with puppy dog eyes. "Damn it, fine," Lisa muttered. "I need to sleep, yeah. I'm falling behind, but everyone is." "Only sleeping," Lisa said firmly. "Only sleeping," Mashiro agreed innocently. "All right, fine," Lisa muttered. "Have it your way. You always get that, somehow." "Thank you, love," Mashiro said sincerely. Lisa blinked. Maybe Mashiro didn't even have an ulterior motive. Lisa didn't care either way. She had missed her these last weeks, and she'd take what she could get. The following day, Erza walked into the halls of First Division. The guard let her through, although with considerable ceremony. Things were changing here, too shaken as they were. Many were putting more stake in old traditions than before, desperate to hang on to the sense of power and dignity that Aizen had shaken so thoroughly. She was escorted the entire way by two grim-faced veterans. The old Captain Commander's office looked more officious than before. A great tapestry decorated the wall now, showcasing great scenes from the Godiai's past. It looked freshly made, especially considering the last part of it portrayed Aizen dead, with Yamamoto and Erza standing triumphant over his corpse. "Enter," the old general said gruffly. Erza stood to attention, saluting sharply. "You are unusually formal," Yamamoto commented. "With respect, so are you, Commander," Erza shot back. "I noticed your new choice of decorations. Very evocative. It seemed right to commemorate the event." "Quite so." Perhaps noticing the skepticism in her tone, Yamamoto added, "Artists, I suppose, have quite a vivid imagination. It is not a historic document, after all. Especially if you pay them," Erza thought. "It is a fitting tribute," she said neutrally. "Captain Scarlet, what do you want?" said Yamamoto bluntly. "Captain Commander. You are transparent. Painfully so. You are characterized by an intense brashness and lack of respect for proper authority, and here you are speaking civilly, saluting and praising my decorations. You object to them deep down in your heart, because you resent any modification to the truth. Yet, you suppress this urge to placate me. I may not be a political animal, but I was not born yesterday. You are making an effort because you want something. I barely have the patience to play these games with the self-important nobility who pester me at every turn, and I will not play it with my own captains. What do you want?" Taken aback by his directness, Erza blinked. She sighed, and shrugged. "So much for trying to make a good impression. Am I supposed to show respect, or not to? You are sending mixed messages, Captain Commander. I suppose I cannot fault you for showing some respect, even if it comes from self-interest," Yamamoto conceded begrudgingly. "All the same, my question remains. I have an idea. And, since I am trying to work with you, not against you, I wanted to bring this to you before taking any action of my own." "That is better," said Yamamoto, seeming mildly surprised under his stoic mask. "What idea is this?" "The time to make this afterlife a better place is now," Erza said firmly. Appeasement hadn't worked, so she had to fall back on what she knew, which was honesty. Even so, she had to present it diplomatically. "I am working on a proposal to expand the Godai's sphere of influence in the Rokanga. Watch outposts of a dozen or so Shinigami each, patrolling the area and keeping the peace. We start with some of the middling districts, depose any warlord or criminal element opposing our rule of law, and bring to the people a sense of stability. This is meant to foster goodwill with the people, and in the long term boost our recruitment drives by building up a more positive reputation. I am thinking we also intensify our search for suitable candidates, in doing so, under the principle that you catch more flies with honey. Offer them more money, other such incentives to make the Godai a more attractive career choice." She had spent most of last night thinking through this speech, laying out the arguments, and having said it she felt nervous, dissatisfied. It felt imperfect. It had sounded so much better in her head. "I am impressed," said Yamamoto. "You make a case aimed at our interests, as opposed to your own bleeding heart idealism. You intertwine an ideal with practical function. That is an important step forward, Captain." "Then." "Rejected," said Yamamoto flatly. "We cannot afford to spare a single soldier for any non-vital task, let alone dozens of them. The proposal is not without merit, and in a better time I would have considered it. You are not wrong to think this is a time to make a change, but I will not dedicate soldiers to this idea." "But, Captain Commander." "Unless there was anything else, Captain, I believe we are finished," said Yamamoto firmly. "Both of our time is a vital resource that cannot be wasted on trivialities or pipe dreams. Captain Commander, if we cannot spare the men, then make them," Erza said desperately. "We are making more. Recruitment takes years, Captain." "I'm talking about the noble houses," Erza said desperately, her mind working overtime to salvage anything out of this rejection. How many officers retreated to cushy jobs as retainers for the nobility? How many house soldiers received an education from the academy, only to go work for the houses? How many hundreds of qualified soldiers are currently being wasted in the service of greedy, selfish assholes? Yamamoto raised an eyebrow. This was not over, and Erza continued, holding on to a desperate ray of hope. "Think about it. The nobility have never liked us. We are at an increasingly precarious position. Do we really want that many soldiers not under our control, this close to our base of operations? You're still in charge of the Godi, officially. The Central 46 has not been filled. Make a proclamation, decree, law, whatever you need it to be, and appropriate this from them. You do not want the nobility to make power grabs right now. You would weaken your rivals and strengthen yourself in a single stroke. The nobility have made overtures to increase their privileges and power. I very much doubt any of them would ever attempt something so risky and brazen as a real insurrection, but they are making an effort to pay less and gain more rights. There is a wild struggle for appointment in the new 46, which is slowing the process down. Once a new generation of members sit there. Exactly, said Erza, desperate to drive the point home. But, at the same time, it would be seen as a power grab on my part. It would be. I would be seizing more power, and I would alienate the 46 for the future. Screw them, Erza bit back. They've never shown you any respect, have they? Not this new breed, at least. I know you respect the institution, but it's just a tool. These soldiers, Yamamoto cut back, their loyalty would be dubious at best. They would be quite unwilling to leave a secure job for a dangerous one with lower pay. They would be poorly motivated. They can suck it up, said Erza bluntly. Raise the pay if you can. We'd take all soldiers we could find, and disperse them among the divisions and squads such that they can't form any real groups of their own. They will assimilate. I will admit that I have been quite appalled by the crass self-interest of our nobility in this time of crisis, Yamamoto muttered. Thousands die in the greatest battle of our era, and these people seek to exploit this weakness, instead of paying more than lip service to the sacrifice of the people who kept them safe. So, hamstring them. Captain Commander, we need more soldiers. They don't. What's the point of having all that authority if you don't use it when it's needed? If we do this, Yamamoto said slowly, if I find a way to legally ratify such a proposal, no, it will be your proposal. You are known as an agitator and a radical. I will not publicly support it, but if you gather enough support, I might quietly support it. I will ratify it if you find enough support among the nobility. It must not appear as a top-down measure from me. If you can win over some nobles to your cause and make the case to the 46, I may approve it. But, the 46 aren't, are there even 10 of them? They're not allowed to ratify anything. Don't they have to be at full strength to make anything legal? 11, total. They do lack that authority, but they can approve of a proposal, to be ratified by me under the powers vested in me until they are at full strength. So, if I managed this. If you manage this, I will promise you 24 Shinigami allocated to Rukonga patrols on a consistent basis, and the development of a program such as the one you suggested. But, it will be your initiative officially. You will not invoke my name or mention this conversation to anyone. Erza nodded, relieved. Thank you, Captain Commander. Do not thank me yet. It is up to you now. I will make some cautious overtures to some potential candidates, but you will need to win over at least 6 members to make this viable, and within 3 weeks, by which time the number will be 12 and 6 supporters would make it a deadlock. I'll do it, said Erza firmly. It's not what I am used to, but I'll figure something out. Then report to me when you have something concrete, Yamamoto said with a nod. You will be informed of any relevant developments. Dismissed. Yes, sir, said Erza, saluting and then turning to leave. As she walked away, her chest burned with excitement. This was a strange game to play, and it could all crash and burn, but this was her chosen path. It was this, or the same monstrous fate Aizen had wrought upon them all. It was a strange thing to visit the Kukaki mansion. Ichigo had approached it as a visitor, and the servants had bowed deeply, treating him with a level of deference that felt a bit too servile for him. He had been shown into a room where he had been made to change his clothes into a more suitable outfit for training, a relatively unassuming, by noble standards, the clothes were of excellent make, and quite comfortable, white jacket and brown pants, as traditional as they came with wide sleeves that allowed for quite a lot of movement. As he stepped into the hallway, another servant was there to greet him, bowing deeply before ushering him deeper into the manor. Looking around, it was rather like he had been transported back hundreds of years into the past. However it had come to pass, the culture of the Godei's noble families resembled Japan at least 400 years before his time. It was as if time had stood still. Following the humble servant, Ichigo was shown to an area close to the back garden where he had first visited Byakuya here. Ichigo. Rukia. Ichigo said, blinking. What are you doing here? I live here, said Rukia, rolling her eyes. I should be asking you that question. Oh. Right. Said Ichigo awkwardly. His first instinct was to think of some excuse, but it wasn't as if this was some kind of big secret. Your brother is teaching me how to be a better fighter, basically. We've had 2 lessons so far. I'm just waiting for him to arrive. My brother is teaching you, said Rukia, her eyes widening in surprise just a little. Ichigo grunted, almost loath to admit it. Like. I mean, in terms of overall ability and strength we're pretty much equal, I think, but he's just better with a sword. It would be strange otherwise, Rukia said, a little haughtily. The clan head is one of the foremost swordsmen in all of the Godei. He has had decades to refine his craft. Yeah, Ichigo said, scratching his head. He's not shy of reminding me either. Every time I screw up, there it is, telling me how I'm not doing well enough. It's all stick and no carrot with this guy. It gets hard not to remind him I beat him. Or how I bailed him out, several times. You know better than to actually say that, don't you? I mean, he's a proud man. I doubt he'd take it well. Pretty sure I'd be out on my ass instantly. So yeah, I know better. Good, said Rukia tentatively. He's probably right, anyway. Every time, Ichigo admitted ruefully. Like, the training Erza gave me way back when was good, but it only took me so far. Pretty much everything since was raw experience. Turns out I've been doing some moves wrong all along. I'm unlearning things just as much as I'm learning things, and nothing short of perfect gets a pass. That's my brother, Rukia said proudly. I hope you appreciate it. Training from the clan head, that is a rare privilege. It is usually reserved for clan heirs, or the closest of allies and friends. In fact, I can't think of anyone else my brother has taught. Really? Said Ichigo, a little surprised. He never mentioned that. He would not speak of clan customs in depth with an outsider. Huh. Well, that is pretty cool, I guess. And I am improving. I have to. I keep thinking of what I could be if I was as good as I am strong. If I had had time to refine myself to your brother's level. Then maybe I could have made a difference. The unspoken point hung in the air between them. You are in good hands, Rukia reassured him. Just be patient. That's one thing I'm having to learn too, Ichigo grimaced. But, I am learning it. After Karakura, things are different. I can only imagine, Rukia said quietly. After Karakura, everything had changed. His boyish impatience and recklessness had started shedding from him like the scales off a lizard, slowly being replaced by a determination, a purity of purpose. He would get stronger. When the next big thing came around, he wouldn't be cut down so easily. He would be a better, stronger warrior. Kurosaki Ichigo. As they spoke, Byakuya had finally approached. Rukia bowed courteously, and Ichigo joined her, although he did not bow quite as deeply. Brother, Rukia said respectfully. Sensei, Ichigo said. Join me in the yard, Byakuya commanded. Training blades have been prepared as usual. We will go through the same basic routine as last time. You will perfect this move set today. Rukia, I will see you later this evening. Yes, sir, Ichigo muttered, shrugging as the nobleman turned his back. The things he was willing to put himself through. The following morning, at the crack of dawn, Erza headed over to the unassuming house where she knew Yoriyuki stayed, a little place just outside the military complex of the Godei itself. She knocked on the door, and was soon called inside by a groggy-sounding Yoriyuki. The house was not large, but not exactly small, either. Yoriyuki had already put her mark on it, both in terms of the mess she had left around the main house and in terms of the color and decoration. The furniture had a look of quality and taste to it, and the walls were covered with things, drapes, little paintings, bookshelves containing questionable literature. In contrast to most places here, she had a more Western style of furniture, tables, and chairs like the kind one would find in the world of the living. Urahara's work, no doubt, he could get anything a body wanted. Good morning, Yuriyuki yawned from her kitchen. She was dressed, if barely, wearing a loose-fitting shirt that very nearly exposed her lower regions. Erza walked inside, sitting down opposite her. Good morning, Erza said. I was unsure about coming this early, knowing your habits. Yuriyuki muttered, downing a mug of hot tea. I'm being kept up, you see. We all make sacrifices. As if on cue, So iPhone walked into the kitchen from the bedroom adjacent to it, wearing nothing but a plain, white robe. Her cheeks flushed a little. Captain Scarlet. Don't look so embarrassed, Yuriyuki laughed. We're living together now. It's not some kind of big secret what we do. She ruffled So iPhone's hair, and the little captain looked torn. She settled on grumbling something, before grabbing some hot tea of her own. I'm surprised to see you up before her, said Erza diplomatically. She had no interest in embarrassing So iPhone any further. It was nice to see her happy, but the whole situation had to be new to her, a bit sensitive to say the least. I'm not the only one being kept up, Yuriyuki said, winking. We went at it until the wee hours. Yuriyuki. So iPhone whined, throwing her hands into the air, exasperated. She spilled tea on her robe, and sighed frustratedly. What? Yuriyuki mused, refilling her cup and taking another sip. Ashamed to admit you had fun for once. Not in front of people, So iPhone grumbled. Would you prefer if I left? Said Erza cautiously. I could. No, I'm leaving for work in 2 minutes, So iPhone muttered. Where I will work, all day, undisturbed. Clear. Clear, Yuriyuki said, chuckling to herself. I mean it. No more popping in to make me relax in the middle of something important, or I'm sleeping on the couch. See how whipped she's got me? Yuriyuki laughed. I'm being put in the doghouse over just about anything these days. You deserve it, So iPhone said haughtily. Captain, I'll see you later. Yuriyuki, I'll see you much later. Walking out to grab her uniform, she shot Yuriyuki a not entirely convincing glare. Erza waited for her to leave, feeling a little awkward. So? She said as the door slammed shut behind them. Yeah. How have you guys been doing? That wasn't. Oh, we're great, Yuriyuki said, smiling, and giving her a dismissive wave of the hand. She loves it, she's just too stiff to show it. At least, around other people. She's still wound as tight as a steel spring, the poor girl. I'm glad to hear that. You deserve a bit of happiness after what we all went through. Oh yeah, we're making up for lost time. So, anyway, how are you and Momo? Getting adventurous yet? Deciding not to be the next target of Yuriyuki's teasing, Erza sternly said, I'm not here to gossip. I am here on official business, actually. Oh, official, said Yuriyuki, grinning. You sound so severe. Almost makes me wish I weren't taken. Well, said Erza, hating how her cheeks flushed slightly, it's actually sort of unofficial. But it has to do with something I want to make official. More or less. Yuriyuki raised an eyebrow. Erza sighed, and started to explain her need to try to create some change, her proposal, her conversation with Yamamoto, their plan. I see, Yuriyuki said thoughtfully. I'm not sure what you need me for, though. I'm a pariah in those circles. Look, I'm trying something completely new, Erza said pleadingly, and I'm in over my head before I've even started. I know how to swing a blade. I don't know how to manipulate people or talk them into supporting this and that. I'm trying a political idea and I'm going in blind. I need a crash course on how this whole thing works, or it will be a complete train wreck. You used to be a clan head, Yuriyuki, and you're a lot friendlier than any noble I know, not to mention, not busy. Now, That's one roundabout way to call me a moocher, Yoriyuki laughed. I didn't. I'm kidding, Yoriyuki said, waving away Erza's apology before she could speak it. I'm currently a parasite, and I am proud of it. So, you're really serious about this, huh? I am. Hokai. Yoriyuki said, leaning back. She took a moment, appearing to think about it. The first thing to remember, she said slowly, is that Godai politics and the associated nobility are an absolute hellscape that should be avoided at all costs. I was wrong to leave iPhone behind, but, leaving that mess behind was probably the greatest relief I ever had. Great, said Erza, rolling her eyes. That's exactly the kind of encouragement I hoped for. Don't get testy, Erza, Yoriyuki said amusedly. Since you are committed to this, I'll tell you what I know. Let's start with what you know about the houses, actually. They're very rich, own a lot of land, and squabble about that among themselves a lot. Entirely correct. Oversimplified and misleading, but ultimately accurate, Yoriyuki nodded. The families descend from the old clans that used to fight amongst themselves 1,000 years ago, before Yamamoto came along and created what is now the Godai. With him in charge of the only army around, their squabbles became a lot less violent, which was for the better, although sometimes you have to wonder. You seem to have no love lost for them, huh? None, Yoriyuki said, shrugging. I'm not going to bore you with the full history. The important things to remember are, they're rich and powerful, and they're willing to do anything to stay that way. The entire establishment is conservative. If I note somebody as conservative, it's to denote they're especially conservative. Keeping things the same is in all their best interests. You're up against people who will resist change, Erza, resist at any cost. I expected as much. So long as you know what you're up against. The noble houses, ever since Yamamoto reformed the way things worked, the deal has been that they influence executive power through the Central 46, whereas the Godai handles military matters. Most of the resources we use are related to them, one way or the other. They're dependent on us for protection and we're dependent on them for just about everything else. What this means in effect is that our leadership does anything it can to avoid rocking the boat, so long as they pay their tributes. It's a mark of desperation that Yamamoto is willing to support this, if you ask me. He said he needed me to do it. That I was a known radical. A scapegoat, Yoriyuki said bluntly. He's got to maintain good relations with the houses, no matter what. A move like this would alienate them, even if we overlook the change to the power-sharing agreement. Change to, what? It's a balance of power. Always has been. The original reform took military power from the houses and placed it in Yamamoto's hands, but allowed them their own household guard. This idea would set a precedent that diminishes their power even further, and they would find that intolerable even if it weren't a real shift in power. The noble clans are always engulfed in internal struggles for power, over land, over prestige, over wealth, and the only thing that can unite them is an external threat. Realistically, this could only ever mean the Godai, or an invading army. The four noble houses united in obstructing Yamamoto would be absolutely disastrous. However, a young and impetuous captain, promoted only out of desperate necessity? That would allow Yamamoto leeway to distance himself. Focusing their resentment on you allows him to maintain goodish relations with the houses. It seems underhanded, Erza said thoughtfully. It might be childish, but I wish people could just say what they meant. Welcome to politics. It's not going to change for you, or for anyone else. Thank you, Erza said. It's not pleasant to hear, but it's reality. I need to know what it will really look like. You don't know the half of it. Like I told you, hellhole. Tell me about the four houses. I know the Kukaki are the foremost. Sort of, Yoriyuki said, leaning back a little, seeming to think back. I've been out of touch for 100 years, but then again, they don't change too much. The Kukaki, so, here's the thing, they're tied to the Godai, and much of the influence they have comes from that. That is a significant advantage, but not all houses like to tie themselves to the Godai. Why? Being directly allied would mean an expectation of loyalty. You would tie yourself to Yamamoto himself. You would be expected not to protest any decree he makes. Being closely tied to the Godai means influence, power, glory, and stability, but it also limits your ability to manipulate everything else. The Kukaki chose to ally with the Godai, as did the Shihoan, but the other two are less directly involved. So, the Kukaki are powerful, but much of it comes from the Godai itself. They are wealthy in their own right and own a lot of land, but they are not nearly as wealthy as the Tsunayashiro, who own the most land and pay the most tribute. Their status is unparalleled, but they lack the soft power and indirect influence of House Tsunayashiro. Their leader is an absolute snake, I should add. Slow down. The clans, one at a time, please. Sure, Yoriyuki nodded. You know the Kukaki. As much as I like to make fun of little Byakuya, he's really been an exemplary leader. Coming out a war hero like this, his clan's status has never been stronger. They're rich, fairly conservative, well, I'd say normal. Could be negotiated with, in the right circumstances. Then there's the Shihoan. They're on par with the Kukaki in terms of wealth, and they used to be neck and neck with them in terms of power and influence. Me leaving sort of ruined that for them, and they're now solidly in third place. So iPhone pretty much neutered the hold they had over the stealth force, bless her heart, and that weakened their status even further. They're desperate to reclaim a spot at the top, which could be useful to you. They're more pragmatic, let's say. They're conservative, but not hardline traditionalists. They'll stab you in the back the moment it becomes necessary, but they're flexible. Third is the Tsunayashiro. They rose up to displace the Shihoan after I left, I gathered. Their leader is an absolute bastard, with no principles he would not betray for political gain. Scum of the earth, but very effective politician. He's likely to be your chief opposition. He's very careful to keep things the same, unless the change is beneficial to the nobility, and although he is beloved by nobody, this is something other houses will rally behind. Fourth and least is Kyoraku. They hang on mostly because Shunsui is a captain, but he does his damnedest not to interfere with internal politics unless his hand is forced. He is head in name only, really. Meaning, they're left to their own devices, which usually means petty squabbling of the same nature as their neighbors. The Shiba used to be part of this system, but they went into decline after Shiba Kaion's death until they lost too much to be considered worth anyone's time. There are dozens of lesser houses, some even large enough to merit a seat in the Central 46, but these four are the main contenders you will deal with. I have good relations with Byakuya and Shunsui, Erza said hopefully, and if the Shihoan can be negotiated with. Don't be too optimistic. Shunsui will do anything in his power to not get involved, and without him the clan is just another reactionary faction vying for power. Byakuya, meanwhile, would never act in a way that would disadvantage his clan. It would shame him. And the Shihoan? Who knows? So, I'm dealing with an establishment of petty, entitled nobles who hate the idea of change, Erza muttered. Great. Am I just screwed before I even started? It's not impossible, but you have to sell it the right way, make the right connections. You'll probably have to do some unsavory things along the way. But, you're anything but screwed, actually. Unless you bring in Momo. Yes, thank you, let's focus, said Erza. Yoriyuki laughed. All right, let's talk about what you do have, she said amusedly. The way I see it, you have three major things going for you. First of all, you are officially the great hero who slew Aizen. The one who stepped up when Yamamoto himself couldn't finish the job. You might think you've noticed how this seems like a big deal, but you don't even know. It's a huge deal. Everyone thought he was invincible, and he lost. You didn't. In the minds of the people here, you are sort of godlike. You have a reputation. Use it. Erza shifted uncomfortably. I'd rather not, actually. I don't feel like a hero, and I don't really want to make a big deal out of it. See, say that, said Yoriyuki, pointing at her knowingly, except in front of a crowd. Play it up, while appearing humble. Works wonders, let me tell you. I'd rather not. Well, tough luck. You don't get to go into something like this holding back. You want to be effective? Use the tools you have, including your reputation. Right, I get it, Erza sighed. So, what else do I have? Well, there's your reputation, which can't be understated. The second thing is, of course, the power that comes with being a captain. You have hundreds of well-armed men under your command. Loyal, I hope. I've not been captain for long, but, yes. I think so. Yuruaki nodded. Good. There is a certain intimidation factor that comes with that. People who are powerful and command men are always a potential threat, unless you are very sure of their loyalties. What, I should go around threatening people? No. That'd be amateurish. You wouldn't even go around saying things like nice mansion you got there, be a real shame if somebody burned it down. You'd just negotiate, and remind people of the power you have and imply to them that you're better to have as an ally. That's enough. The antonym of ally is enemy, Erza. Let their imaginations do it for them. See, this is the part I hate. The part where it's all deception and implication and dishonesty, Erza grumbled. Then don't do politics, said Yuruaki bluntly. Erza sighed in defeat. Anyhow, Yuruaki continued, the third advantage you have is the connections you've made. The mere fact that Yamamoto is willing to quietly back you means that you are in good with the old man, relatively speaking. That's to say nothing of your other allies. Other allies. Tell me, how are your relations with Byakuya? I believe there is some mutual respect, although he might resent some things he did while I commanded in Karakura. And, you're friendly with Kyoraku, are you not? More or less. And, you have good relations with other captains, too. Several, yes, but they're not noble. Never underestimate the political weight behind a position like that. My point is, you have connections. You might not be able to just make a call and make something happen, but you're on good terms with very powerful people who can be useful to you, especially the noble ones. I never thought of my friends as being useful to me. I suppose it's true, but I don't like thinking of them that way. Again, it's politics. These three factors are hugely helpful to you. They could swing the balance in your favor, but only if you use it. And, if I want to work within the system, that's what I'll have to do, isn't it? Erza said grudgingly. Exactly. She sighed again, for what felt like the umpteenth time. All right. Where do I start? You start by approaching the right people and asking for support. Try to be subtle. I know that's not your thing, but you have to try. Now, remember, everyone wants something. Try to be the person who can give them what they want, or at least make them think you are. Don't appeal to morality. Nobody among these people will support this because it's the right thing to do. They will support it if it benefits them somehow, if it's in their interests. Idealistic screeds are a waste of time. Nobody cares. Favors and return favors, cold, hard cash, or mutually beneficial agreements, those are the things that get you places. This entire thing reeked of corruption, and Erza felt like she was staring down a dark abyss. Just engaging with this system would mean compromising several moral principles. The system would swallow her whole and spit out a whole different version of herself, more corrupt and cold. But, what was the point of moral principles if she never acted on them? It was easy to not compromise if one never interacted with a system like this, if one never bothered. It's this or revolution. This, or Aizen's way, she reminded herself. She had to at least try. Would it be any less of a betrayal of her morals if she didn't? All right. I don't like it, but it is what it is, I guess, she muttered. I'll start with Byakuya tomorrow. Good, Yuruaki nodded. Now, the longer you talk, the more likely it will spill out. Servants hear things, people talk. When they know what you're about, you will face reprisals from your enemies. It can get nasty. Be prepared. I've been run through, broken, and cut more times than I can think of. I've lost good friends. I can handle a few smears, Erza said determinedly. Then go forth, I guess. I will, said Erza, nodding. What had she just gotten herself into? Chapter 119, The First Move. Later the next evening, when the worst of her captainly chores had been handled, Erza had set up a makeshift HQ in her office. Momo had brought 11 files, along with a stack of relevant books and documents. Yuriuki had been invited, too, because her perspective thus far had proven quite useful. Erza's desk was overburdened, and a large whiteboard imported from the world of the living was conspicuously placed in the middle of the room, single-handedly ruining the room's aesthetics. "Well, I can see you've decided to enact your revolution with books." Yuriuki snorted. "What happened to going out there, knocking on doors?" "As soon as we're done here," Erza said firmly. "But I decided to do a bit of research first." "She means having me do the research for her," Momo said cheerily. "See, you're learning already," Yuriuki said with a grin. "Delegate, always delegate. You have underlings for a reason." "She's not," Erza started. "If we're honest, I kind of am." "Literally," said Momo. "I don't mind. Do you think I got into keto without doing a ton of research? If I had more time, I'd have created a color-coded filing system by now." "She gets it," Yuriuki sniggered. Erza sighed, deciding not to fight it. "The pictures, Momo?" she asked. "On it," said Momo, in quick succession pinning 11 photos to the whiteboard with magnets. She was fast, and judging by the size of the folders she had prepared, she had thrown herself into this with gusto. She even had a stick to point at things with. "These," she said, pointing energetically as she finished setting up the pictures, "are the 11 currently seated members of the Central 46. All of them are older men, drawn from the nobility." "No surprise there," said Yuriuki sardonically. "Why don't we go through them?" asked Erza. "Sure thing," Momo said, nodding enthusiastically. "We'll start with the Tsunayashiro. There's Tsunayashiro Kouten and Tsunayashiro Tori," she said, pointing to 2 white-haired old men wearing the same formal regalia. To Erza, they looked almost identical. "From Tokinada's inner circle, no doubt," Yuriuki said. "I remember them from before I went into exile. They've been around forever." "We can just forget about them," said Momo dismissively. "They vote the way their leader tells them to, from my research. They're old, wealthy, and loyal, and their interests conflict with our own. We cannot expect to work with them." "To be fair, everyone votes in the interests of their clans," Yuriuki said thoughtfully. "Unless the motion has no particular bearing on house interests, the 46 just vote either directly in their house's favor, or with the coalition they've formed." "Is that all this is?" Erza said disappointedly. "Democracy, for the very richest, with no regard for what's best for the Goti. "Not no regard, but more or less," Yuriuki said, shrugging. "You have to remember that before the 46, they resolved their differences on the battlefield. I'm no great supporter of the assembly, but it beats the alternative." "I'm sure that 1,000 years ago it was a great innovation," Erza said coldly. "You're sure there's nothing we can do?" "I could try to dig up some dirt on them," Yuriuki said amusedly. "Nobody gets that far up without some skeletons in their closet. Blackmail works wonders for people's willingness to cooperate." "I'd rather not commit to corrupt methods before we've even gotten started," said Erza uneasily, wondering if that's what it would take. Yuriuki laughed, and shrugged. "Next. There's Kukaki Shuaki, Kukaki Suten and Kukaki Yoshikata," Momo said, pointing in rapid succession. Unsurprisingly, the Kuchikis were able to get 3 candidates in before anyone else. Shuaki and Suten are quite young, relative to what you normally get from these people at least. I looked at their files and they seem less entrenched, let's say. There's potential there. But they'll never go against their clan. "Remember that," Yuriuki said. "Potential is good." "I'll take it," Erza said, nodding. "Next. Shihoin Kazoku and Shihoin Seshu," Momo said quickly. "Both of them are actually kind of obscure. They were both educated in the academy and have a record of service, both in the divisions and in the stealth corps, but they have no experience with public office. It's a bit strange." "Not the least. Qualifications exist, but the rules bend if the houses need them to," Yuriuki said, shaking her heads. "My brother has chosen 2 puppets. Reliable for getting the votes you want, but not so much if you want capable service. Puppets are loyal, but function poorly without oversight. Who knows, maybe they're getting a crash course, but we can expect them to do whatever they're told. There was a hint of distaste in her voice, and Erza quietly approved. Then there's Kurikut Adachika and Kurikut Tsubone, Momo continued. An older conservative type, and a not as old, not as conservative type, basically. They're associated with the Shioins from past alliances and have something of a rivalry with the Kukaki, but it's sort of one-sided. Worth keeping in mind for coalitions. That leaves only the two wild cards, Feng Cheng and Kazumioji Genji, both seats from minor houses. As in, their piece of the pie for supporting a bigger coalition, Yuki said. Feng. I'm surprised to see that name on the roster. What about them? Said Erza. Well, another way of spelling it is Fong. Like, as in Swa Fong. So iPhone's family? Erza said, surprised. I thought they were like, a bodyguard type thing. Like, a servant family. They were, Yuki nodded. But so iPhone, well, she sort of alienated the Shioins from their place in power in the Stealth Corps. Made it meritocratic, effectively purging them from an institutional power they used to have. It's a big part of the power and prestige they lost after I left. Part revenge, part general dislike for the corruption that comes with that kind of institution. She's very diligent, my girl. She sounded proud, smiling as she finished speaking. So, what is so iPhone, like, head of a clan? Erza asked, puzzled. No, that's her grandmother. But so iPhone outstrips her in influence like the sun dwarfs the moon. If so iPhone wanted that seat, all she'd have to do is say, get out. She's too dedicated to her work to get involved in that, though. And now they're up for a seat. Well, I guess they had to do something. Yuki continued. Those reforms drove a wedge in between the Feng and the Shihoan. The split is not official, but in practical reality it is. A mere servant rising up to strip them of their power did not go over well with the Shihoan leadership, and the Feng suffered for it. That's Erza started indignantly. Cruel and unfair? Yes. Welcome to Godei politics, Yuki said flatly. My best guess is that the Fengs have had to adapt since, building a power base of their own. We should find out who they're tied to. Feng Cheng, if I recall correctly, he's an old Stealth Corps operative. The hard, old-school cutthroat type. More a soldier than a politician. You might find common ground with him there, but he might not approve of your close ties with so iPhone. Right, Erza said, digesting this. She'd never asked about so iPhone's family, and so iPhone had never told her anything. That leaves only Kazumioji Genji, said Momo. He's unassuming. Seems like he just worked as a clan records keeper until he was nominated. A puppet? Erza asked. You'd think, but as record keeper he'd be pretty close to the political power structure. He'd be privy to a lot of sensitive information as it happened. Like a powerful secretary position. He would have to have a pretty strong record to get there. Yuki whistled. Look at you, Momo. That's entirely correct, you really did your research, huh? I try, Momo said, beaming with pride. Who are they? Erza asked. That family. The Kazumiojis were, kind of irrelevant in my time, Yuki said. Just one of dozens of poor, near-powerless noble houses barely hanging on to power by orbiting the more powerful families, making what deals they could. It has been 100 years since, but I'm still impressed. Being considered for a central 46 position, even when they're up for grabs like this, is a major achievement for any smaller clan. And their values? Conservative? Less so. You're focusing. Good, Yuki said, nodding. I actually don't know. I think, their clan head is very young. That has potential on its own. Erza nodded. All right. Well, on paper, this looks good. If we got the Shioins and Kuchikis on board, all we'd need is a single more vote and we're good. Yuki snorted. That's sort of like saying, if only I can roll this huge boulder up the mountain, rolling it down will be easy. But, it's doable. Just don't expect it to come easily, because it won't. She decided to start with Kuriku. After a brisk walk to his office, she found herself in front of his desk. The captain of 8th had changed in these weeks. He rarely smiled these days, and a perpetually tired expression hung over him like a dark cloud. The death of his friend had to haunt him. Erza knew that sensation better than anyone. Regardless, he seemed well put together. As far as she could tell, he had not missed a single day of work, an unprecedented thing before the war. He had even discarded his pink jacket, which hung by the door. In the normal white and black of a captain, without his hat or his usual jolly expression, he looked like a whole different person. There were bags under his eyes, and she wondered if it was from lack of sleep or something worse. "Captain Scarlet," he said cordially, with only a hint of subdued joviality in his voice, "what can I do for you? I hate to impose. And here you are, imposing." "Lay it out," said Shunsui neutrally. Erza shrugged, and quickly explained her proposal, the idea behind it and the support she needed. The moment she got to that last part, he cut her off. "And if only I can get 6 votes dash." "No," he said firmly. Erza blinked. "Captain Kyoraku, will you at least please hear me out?" He shook his head. "With all due respect, I can't and I won't. For the first time in centuries, really, I am working full-time. I am giving my division everything I've got, because they need it. Because it's what he would have done." Erza nodded respectfully. "I never meddled in clan politics unless they managed to get in such a deadlock that their childish squabbles had to be resolved by their head. I was always happy to let them handle that on their own. Who needs the headache of these politics? They matter only if you let them." Erza bit back an indignant response about how easy it is to say that when you're rich and wealthy, how he had a responsibility. No, lecturing him would feel like an attack, doubly so now that he was finally taking his responsibilities as captain fully seriously. "Instead," she said, "there has to be something you can do. You don't have to care about the things I do, but it's not that I can't, it's that I won't. If you want to jump into that pit of vipers, then feel free to do so, but respectfully, I will be left out of it." "Your own master supports this initiative," said Erza. She had known he would be a tough nut to crack, but being shut down this hard this quickly was worse than she had expected. "Old Yama has to do a bit of politicking. Comes with the job. I do not envy him that, and I am very happy to leave that to him and nobody else." Erza sighed, defeated. "Fine," she said, shrugging. "Sorry to waste your time, Captain." She had to have made a sad figure, because Shunsui's expression softened. "You really need to get a bit pushier if you're going to do politics, you know," he said with a small smile. "I'm sorry, am I going to get lectured after being told a flat no to everything I asked?" Erza said irritably. "See, that's more the spirit," he said, nodding enthusiastically. "Be pushy. Be demanding. Act like you're very important and people need to know. Humility is a fine character trait, but it's useless in GoDi politics. Give me my support, or else," said Erza confusedly. "That's one route, sure," Shunsui said, something of the old levity returning to his voice, "although I wouldn't say that if I didn't have real leverage. How about asking as a friend? Emotional manipulation? That is very good in the right circumstances." Kyoraku nodded. "I'm not. I know you're not. I'm just teasing," he said dismissively. "Tell you what, talk to my retainer. Old guy named Shinsuke. He effectively runs the clan in my stead. Bit of a pain in the ass, pretty manipulative, but he's good at his job and eager for more. I'll let him know I'm not opposed to this idea, per se. Should soften it up a little. That's something. Beats nothing, doesn't it? I'm giving you an in. You've got a shot here, just leave me out of it." Erza nodded. "I'll take it. Thank you." "Oh, don't thank me. The old stooge negotiates like a real bastard. You'd better make him a good offer." "Offer? Money, property, favors, that sort of thing." "You mean just buying votes?" Erza said, appalled. "What, you think you'll just sit down with them and talk to them nicely until they decide to do what you want out of the goodness of their heart? Unless their clan head tells them otherwise, they'll look for a tit for tat. Why do you think I stay out of politics? Erza grimaced.
Yeah, exactly, said Kyoraku, grinning.
Good luck, Scarlet.
You'll need it.
Erza shook her head. What was she getting herself into?
This, or Aizen's way, she reminded herself.
Erza's second stop was the Shihoan Manor. She had sent out envoys ahead of time to schedule an audience with the clan head, and despite the short notice she had been granted one. Whether it was the reputation or whether her initiative was somehow spreading around already, she didn't know. It didn't matter. The Shihoans were an important house, and securing the 2 votes they controlled would be key. The manor was no less ostentatious in its extravagant wealth and luxury than the Kukaki house, all gold and white silks, with the Shihoan clan crest embroidered on great tapestries on the wall. As she was ushered through a great hall by an aged retainer, Erza felt as if she had been transported to another world which, in a sense, it was. One could live a whole life inside these walls without ever having to interact with the outside world if one so wished, being none the wiser about the struggles outside the compound walls. The inherent injustice of such extravagant wealth held by these distant, callous nobles while the poor struggled with almost nothing rankled her. You're here to negotiate, she reminded herself. Not to moralize. Work with them, not against them for now. Once there, the retainer slowly opened a pair of great doors before bowing deeply and gesturing for her to step inside. The main hall of the manor resembled nothing so much as a throne room. A good 20-yard walk required before you could reach the steps leading up to the throne. 3 steps tall, the dais upon which it rested made sure that anyone standing there would be looked down upon by the clan head. Unsure of the protocols of civility, Erza approached slowly. She'd had to surrender her weapon before entering, and that left her feeling underdressed. At least she still had her plate mail. Stopping before the first step, she bowed. Not too deeply, but enough to convey respect, or so she hoped. There upon the throne sat a young man. Or, at least he looked as such. She was sure he was well over a century old. The resemblance to Yoryuki was uncanny. Not only did he have the same dark skin and the same sharp features, but he had the same sly look about him, like he knew something you didn't and was a little amused by it. Unlike Yoryuki, though, he looked quite comfortable in his luxurious regalia, wearing a black and gold set of flowing robes, exposing his shoulders and upper arms. He looked fit and alert, with golden eyes that looked at her intently. He wore his hair in a ponytail. Behind him, 2 nearly as well-dressed older men sat on smaller seats, retainers or advisors. Erza guessed. Your Grace, she started, I am much obliged. How dare you address the clan head first? Snarled one retainer. Shame on you, Captain. His Excellency will not be looked down upon by the likes of you, not even a captain. He fell silent suddenly, as the clan head raised a hand. Let us not berate our guest so, he said softly, his voice smooth. She is a stranger in our realm, unaccustomed to our ways. We can forgive these smaller transgressions without issue. Of course, clan head. Forgive me, said the retainer, the hot air having run out of him entirely. Think nothing of it. Captain Scarlet, I am Shihoan Yuushiro Sakimune, the 23rd head of my clan. I am told you have a matter of some import to discuss. Yes, Your Grace. Lord Shihoan will do. Ah, screw it, just call me Yuushiro. The retainers behind him bristled, but kept their mouths shut. Lord Yuushiro, Erza said, as I was saying, I am grateful to be received in this manner. I am sure you have quite a busy schedule. Busy enough, but not too busy. As evidenced by our meeting, of course. Erza nodded. His tone had started formal, but quickly turned playful. As I was saying. Actually, I was wondering how is my sister these days? She's come to visit me all of one time since she came back. It's not like she's busy being a captain, you know. Erza blinked, and ignored how she'd been interrupted. Confusedly, she said, I thought you were not on good terms. She did not speak fondly of the clan when she last mentioned it. Well, we were quite cross with her back when we thought she was a traitor, but with her being a victim of that dastardly character Aizen, we have revoked the formal renunciation of her noble status. All she'd need to do is accept, and she would be welcomed back. But she won't accept, let alone show up for it. Strange, isn't it? I think she mentioned spending time with iPhone, Erza said cautiously. Making up for lost time. Ah, he said, nodding knowingly. Yes, having a new partner does have a certain charm, doesn't it? That must be it. But, please let her know I'd like for her to come around more often. I always looked up to her, growing up. She was an excellent clan head. The retainers bristled quietly again. Erza found it amusing, resisting the urge to smile a little. Anyways, Lord Yuushiro. Oh, yes. The thing you came here for, of course, he said, waving a hand dismissively. Quickly, Erza laid out her proposal in its essence, explaining the need for votes. Yuushiro looked a bit pensive, taking a minute to think before responding. You're asking us to surrender troops to the benefit of the Godii. It's a noble goal, I suppose, but what is in it for us? I assume you need a better deal than simply strengthening the Godii at a critical time, Lord. Said Erza, holding back the sarcasm. Again the retainers looked offended, but bit their tongues. We always have been close allies to the Godii, Yuushiro said thoughtfully. If we could make a good enough deal. I am certainly open to the idea. What sort of deal? Said Erza, feeling wary. We're looking to expand our influence within the Godii itself. The idea of more Shihoan officers could be worth giving up some household troops, and like you said, it is for a good cause. That might be doable, said Erza, feeling hopeful. Yamamoto would not say no to more capable soldiers, inexperienced or not. Do we have an agreement? Not so fast, and not so easily, Yuushiro replied. The Shihoan clan receives your proposal in good faith, and will deliberate upon it. I must take time to consult my advisors before making any rash moves, you see. Of course. There is something of a timetable on this. Within 2 weeks, a new seat will have been ratified, and an easy majority will no longer be achievable. A couple of days should do, Yuushiro said dismissively. We will dispatch a messenger with our reply. We will have to make specific negotiations. I suggest you check with whoever else is involved what you can and can't assure. Erza nodded. I will do that. Thank you, clan head. Don't thank me yet, Captain. We do not reject this, but we give no guarantees either. It is all I ask, Erza replied. Will that be all? Yes, Lord Yuushiro. Very well, then. Give your Yuaki my love. The retainer will see you out. Erza left the mansion, her spirits uplifted. Their terms seemed to work well with her own aims. If their goals were the same, or at least similar, why wouldn't they work alongside each other? She quickly cautioned herself against being too optimistic. This was a good first step, but the hard part was still left. There was a ruckus. Ruckuses were a common enough thing. Although the worst had been covered by now, 4th Division was still overflowing with wounded. Many severe injuries took time to heal, even with consistent application of medical keto, and the worst cases would take months to recover, with long and grueling physical therapy on top of it. Isane had shared the administrative burden with her captain, whose immaculate skill as a healer was absolutely indispensable in the aftermath of the Battle of Karakura, as it was becoming known. Even with the worst of the injuries finally treated, the sick wards were still over capacity. Isane recalled the immediate days after with a shiver. They'd been forced to leave people lying on the streets outside. All less severe injuries had been neglected out of cold, practical necessity, and infections had run rampant. Many wounds had become worse for lack of treatment. Many had died alone and uncared for, soldiers who could have been saved if a single hand could have been spared to care for them. It was only her captain's leadership that had held them together since. Now the peace she had worked so hard to uphold was being threatened, again. Sighing, Isane got up from her chair, leaving the paperwork she'd been chewing through one page at a time on her desk. Stepping out of her office, she headed down the hall. She had to navigate past beds left in the hallways, they still had too little space to spare in the actual wards. The tumult grew louder as she headed toward it, angry voices screaming at each other. As she turned around a corner, she saw the issue. Two large, burly men bearing the insignia of what else 11th Division, staring down a thin, tall man with the insignia of 5th. You fucking coward, you think you can talk down to us? Snarled the first of the two men of 11th, a burly, short type with broad shoulders and a wide mustache. Our boys held the line time and again, and paid the price in blood. Your boys in 5th, you barely even took casualties. We bled and died by the dozen, snarled the thin man. The fuck are you doing, getting jealous that we did a better job than the one division that can't do anything but grunt fighting? You better shut that mouth of yours before I add a new something for the doctors to treat, snarled the second of the 11th soldiers, taller and muscular than either of the other men. Isane groaned inwardly. The room was dominated by the three, everyone else was either hurriedly leaving or standing near the walls, watching with morbid fascination. All three had injuries, the short man had his left arm in a sling, and the other two had bandages from wounds sustained in battle. The whole situation was moments away from turning to blows. She had to do something right now. All right, you three, that's enough, she said, marching up to them. To her frustration, she was ignored completely. Sounds like a threat to me, thug, said the man of 5th, eyes narrowing. You got that all on your own, growled the muscular soldier. And here I thought we in 11th were supposed to be kinda dumb. Well, if the shoe fits. Something in Isane boiled over. She had been through absolute hell. She had seen combat. She had managed the hospital in the field. She had spent almost a month caring for the dying, putting people back together whom should have succumbed long ago. She'd had enough of the disrespect. Stand to attention, all three of you, she shouted. That did the trick. The three turned around to look at her, blinking with surprise. I said stand to attention, she hissed. I am a superior officer, and that was an order. Slowly, uncomfortably, and with some trouble the three of them stood to attention. All of them stood taller than she, but Isane would not back down. She'd spent enough of her life doing just that. We're going to take a little walk down to my office, she said coldly, where you will give me your names so I can write you up for disturbing the peace. I will personally make sure your captains hear of your names. You're not free from disciplinary action because you're wounded. Then, when that is done, I will escort you back to your sick beds. If I catch you causing trouble again, you're out on the streets. We're over capacity as it is, anyhow. If you're well enough to start fights, then you're well enough to be dismissed. Do any of you feel like going home yet? To accentuate the point, she let her spiritual energy flare. This was a bluff. Neither Anohana nor Isane's own ethics would allow her to just throw out people in need. It was a weak hand, and all she could do was hope. However, it seemed to work. All three of them looked down, suddenly seeming more like oversized schoolboys, scolded into submission. I thought so, she said, trying her best for a haughty tone. Are we all clear on this? They remained silent for a while, so she repeated, I said, are we clear? She got a chorus of yes ma'am, and nodded firmly. Then follow me to my office. Ma'am, started the burly soldier. Vice Captain Katetsu, she said firmly. Yes, Vice Captain Katetsu, ma'am, he said. There's no need for this. Just, a misunderstanding. We're all veterans here. Proud to serve together, eh? Same battlefield. Practically blood brothers. The soldier of 5th made a face, but said, a misunderstanding. Yeah. We don't want to take up your valuable time, Vice Captain. We'll return to our beds. Real quiet like, added the muscular soldier. And I won't catch any of you involved in any mischief later, will I? Said Isane, furrowing her brows. She seemed cold on the outside, but inside she felt, almost giddy. None, ma'am, they reassured her, in so many words. Uninterested in adding more paperwork, she said, I'll take your names. Just to be sure. I won't write you up, but if I hear you did something like this again, it will be counted. The three seemed to want to grumble, but ultimately complied. After writing their names down on a scrap of paper, she sent them on their way, each accompanied by a nurse. She breathed out, suddenly feeling more energized than she had in weeks. There was a spring in her step as she returned to her office. That was impressive, said Nimue, coming up behind her, following her inside the office. Well, I was through being ignored, Isane said, shrugging. Unable to stop herself, she smiled broadly. All I want is a little bit of respect for the people who literally save your lives, you know. Reasonable, Nimue nodded. Isane took a seat behind her desk. Anyway, here are my reports of the last batch of blood tests. It seems the hospital is still at risk for widespread infections, but nothing serious seems to be breaking out. Nimue placed a folder on Isane's desk. Thank goodness, Isane murmured, reclining in her chair. Say, how are you holding up down there, in our labs? They're a bit rudimentary, and the tasks are simple. But they keep me busy. Nimue had been a rock. She was able to do the workload of 5 people, seemingly, and it had freed up vital personnel to care for the wounded. Do you miss working at 12th? Isane asked, gently placing a hand on Nimue's. I do, Nimue admitted with a sigh. I do not miss being beaten and berated, but I was made to do that sort of thing. Literally. And, more importantly, I enjoy it. Shame your father was not among the casualties, Isane muttered, only half regretting the words. Who knows what the future will bring? I'm not unhappy here. I do good work, and I am close to you. I can't ask for much more. There was definitely a conflict of interest. Dating one's co-workers was not good policy, but Isane did not have it in her to care about protocol. Yeah, who knows, she muttered. Her next stop was 6th Division. Securing an appointment there had been a lot easier than going through the channels with the noble houses. As colleagues, it had been easy enough to come up with a legitimate reason to schedule a meeting. Erza disliked doing this. It felt disingenuous, so she had made sure to make the meeting about something real and useful to the division, in this case, a meeting about cooperating on logistics to ease the flow of supplies from one division to another. The issue itself was easily enough resolved. It involved some rather boring detail work best left to their respective vice captains. The matter being settled, Byakuya had fallen silent. Erza looked at him from where she sat in his office, knowing that this was where she was expected to politely excuse herself and leave. Will that be all? Said Byakuya. There is one more matter I hoped to discuss, Erza said, pushing down a sense of guilt. This was above board, and perfectly within the bounds of professional conduct. Byakuya nodded. By all means. Erza took a deep breath, and laid out her proposal. Soldiers from the noble houses. Patrols in the Rukon. Recruitment drives. She kept it short and succinct, knowing that the captain would not be fooled by some pretense of patriotism. I see, Byakuya said. You aim to strengthen the Godai. Uncharacteristic of you, Captain. I am making its goals align with my own. This is my way of effecting some measure of change, Captain Kukaki. I am, adjusting to the position I am in, let's say. He gave her an inscrutable stare. You rather have changed, Captain Scarlet. That is a mature approach for a progressive. Thank you, Erza said, wondering how backhanded a compliment that was. We all change, I suppose. We must. In light of recent events. She shrugged. Some things must change, yes. Byakuya nodded. It is as good a time as any to make necessary changes. Then again, at such times, preserving the traditions and society that kept us stable and secure becomes more important than ever. Erza held back a surge of frustration, urging herself to remain calm. That was not a rejection. Not yet. I ask for nothing that would threaten the foundations of this society, Captain Kukaki. It is necessary and beneficial. You have made your case. It is not unconvincing as such. But you ask the Kukaki House to give up strength, which doubtless will be used against us by our rivals. Strength. These are soldiers you do not even use. Yet it is strength all the same. If every clan agreed. If this proposal goes through, they will have to do it, whether they want to or not. That is the other aspect to it. You set a precedent for more power in the hands of the Godai. This very system was created to prevent just that. It was the will of the Soul King that matters of state be left to the wisest among us. Our society should not be ruled by the military. We exist to serve, not to lord over others. But you. A million arguments ran through Erza's mind. This is just clan rule. This is the same thing you're talking about, with extra steps. You're protecting your own status and power. She grit her teeth, and breathed in. The 46, if the idea is a balance of power, why should we not have more of it? We just fought a war with a man who believed we should, said Byakuya coolly. It is not a balance of power, Scarlet. It is submission to a greater wisdom, as envisioned by the Soul King, our Lord and Sire. Your idea has implications that run contrary to the vision for how our society was meant to run, in addition to weakening the status of my clan, which I am obligated to protect. You have earned my respect, Captain, which is not given lightly, but I cannot support you in this endeavor. I must decline. Erza leaned back, deflated. This was a heavy blow. With 3 out of 11 members being Kukaki, that meant the 6 she needed. She had to get every last Natsuna Yashiro on board, or this would be dead. I understand, she sighed, sounding defeated. There is no point in arguing. I respect you, too, Captain, but you're not the type to have a flexible mind once settled on a course of action. Not untrue, Byakuya conceded. That being the case, I must be on my way. I have more errands to run. Work never stops, you know. Indeed, Byakuya said, nodding politely as she stood up. As Erza left, her mind boiled with disappointment. Should she have pushed the issue? Leaned harder? Negotiated? What did she even have to negotiate with? She had been told this would not be easy. But, she was a fairy tale stock, and giving up was not something they did while there was even a sliver of hope left. She had another appointment this afternoon. She had agreed to spar with Zaraki Kenpeki, on the strict condition that they use only wooden training blades. The Kenpeki had grumbled about it, but she had refused to budge. It was that, or nothing at all. Predictably, he had already broken 5 of them, and the spar was not yet done. Using these shit-ass sticks is like dry humping when you want to fuck, Kenpeki grumbled, grabbing a fresh training blade from an attendee. The division had apparently been prepared for the worst. A sizable stack of them had been laid out at the sidelines of the courtyard of 11th, where they sparred. They had drawn a crowd, because a formal spar was rare enough, and both of them had never been higher in terms of fame. Kenpeki had fought and bled and killed in his typical fashion, inspiring his troops through that battle with sheer carnage, and Erza, well, she was becoming a legend in her own right. 2 legends clashing, even for training? It was bound to draw attention. Personally, Erza would not have abided such spectacle at her own division. It wasn't just her stuck with a huge workload, it was everyone, and gawking at a fight like this was unseemly, but this was his division, and his rules. You agreed to it. Don't complain about terms laid out long before we started, Erza said firmly. She had a lot on her mind, and as much as a good spar was a good way to vent her frustrations, she had no time for his petulance. Yeah, fine, Kenpeki grumbled, giving the next of his blades a test swing. There's a lesson here, actually. Not that I think it interest you. Like what? I could shatter one as easily as you, but I don't. If you could restrain yourself well enough to fight with these without breaking them, you'd be a better fighter. Kenpeki let out a bark of a laugh. Lecturing me on blades, now, are you? Sounds like it. All right, said Kenpeki, to Erza's surprise. What am I doing wrong? A lot, really, said Erza, blinking with wonder. Had he really just asked her that? You're fast and you hit hard, and you have a lot of real experience killing things. Hell yeah, I do, he said with a grin, his soldiers cheering from the sidelines. But you've also built a lot of bad habits into your sword play. You treat your blade like a blunt instrument, like it's there only to do damage and nothing else. It's your entire style and it works, but it's not that efficient. I got a body count that says otherwise. Now imagine those fights if you didn't have to work through a million flesh wounds every time. See, you're saying words, and I understand each one of them, but I still don't get what the fuck you're saying, Kenpeki laughed. His soldiers joined in, raucous laughter ringing through the arena. Fine. I don't care. You do your thing. It's not my job to make you a better fighter. Say I buy into your bullshit. What's a sword for if not doing damage? He said. He had to know, didn't he? She noticed that the audience seemed enthralled. Watching their captain actually listen to something, even passively accepting the idea that he could have something to learn about swords from somebody else, had to be quite unusual. Defending, for one. Then there's basic strategy. Counterattacks, moving your enemy's blade one way to get them into the position you want, that sort of thing. Swords are weapons, meant to do damage, but they can be quite complex in the way they get you there. You never had any formal training, so you figured out what worked the hard way, which made you really good at some things, but also made you really ineffective in others. That's it, really. I'll buy it, he said, nodding thoughtfully. You did beat me the one time, so you got to be onto something. God, how long ago was that? Not very, all told. Funny how life changed. Again? She asked. Again, he agreed. The spar was inconclusive. He was good and sharp enough to keep her on her toes, and too willing to take hits for her to easily exploit an opening, but at the same time her superior swordsmanship kept giving her an edge. This was, of course, only one dimension of how a real fight would play out between them. Mere skills with blades did not decide duels alone. In the end, Erza worked up a sweat alongside Kenpeke, who broke another 5 blades before they were done, but after an hour had passed she called it off. Disappointed, the audience of 11th soldiers trailed out, leaving the 2 of them alone. Half-assed as this is, it weren't so bad, said Kenpeke. I think you would have done just fine, she replied. Look, he said, more quietly, there was another reason I called you over. Only reason I put up with the shitty wooden swords, really. And here I'm usually the one with an ulterior motive, these days, said Erza, shrugging. Whatever he was up to had her curious. Look, let's walk and talk, yeah? Sure. He led her to the inside of the division compound. To her surprise, 11th had a well-kept garden. There was a pond at its center with 4 well-groomed trees around it. Her reaction must have been obvious, because Kenpeke shot her an annoyed glance. Some of the lads are into meditation, being one with the blade and all that bullshit. Gotta give 'em some space to think about swords when they're not swinging them, you know. That's a very responsible gesture for a leader. I'm surprised. Old tradition, that sort of bullshit, Kenpeke grunted. Look, the thing I wanted to ask about. Yes. Kenpeke scratched the back of his head. Ever since he had come back from the battle he had not bothered putting his hair back up, and it seemed like that wild, untamed hairstyle was there to stay. He looked different. Almost ashamed. Like a teenager, trying to confess to something bad he'd done, wrestling with his pride. It's dumb, he said at last, turning away. I think you asked me here for a reason, Erza said cautiously. She was sincerely curious now, and didn't want to risk saying something wrong. If you just send me on my way, it'll be a hassle to call me over again, won't it? Like I dunno, it's fucking dumb, he muttered, seeming genuinely at a loss. I'm sure it's not. I won't judge, Erza said, knowing that was not guaranteed. Look, he said, turning around suddenly, an anxious, semi-angry expression on his face, what the fuck is it you like doing most? Like, what is it you live for? What's the one thing that matters most to you? Erza blinked. My friends, I suppose. I want to be near them, and I want to be good to them. And I want to do good for other people. If I can do these things, I'll be happy. He nodded. See, you keep it simple. I respect that. Not my thing, but it ain't that high-minded bullshit about justice and honor. But me, well, for me it was fighting. Go around looking for the next big fight. Shrink, loiter, lead the lads in between. Simple existence, you know? Thought it was enough. It was enough my entire life. Until now. I do know. Something's not right. What changed, then? He grunted. You know that Aaron Karchik, Nell what share name? Neelil, said Erza. What about her? I know you lost to her in the failed invasion, and managed to beat her the second time in Karakara. I did. Thing is, neither of those fights was fun. At all. Which is fucking weird. Like, Imagine if you woke up one day and realized you didn't care about friendship no more. Would feel pretty fucking weird, wouldn't it?
Very, said Erza, intrigued.
Why? What happened?
He shrugged.
She was real fast, and hit like a load of bricks. Several loads, really. I couldn't do shit. She had longer reach, and did too much damage each time. I had to think to beat her. Had to come up with strategy, even if it was real simple. Couldn't do the normal thing where I just threw myself into it, because she just beat me when I did that. A fight I can't fight the way I want to. I dunno, it's like having to breathe water all of a sudden, or some shit. And it got me thinking. Like, that could happen again. That thing that's ruining my fun. It's shit, it keeps me up at night. Can't sleep. This weird fucking shit, I don't get it, and I don't know how to fix it. That's fascinating, said Erza, still processing this. Kenpeki of all people was opening up. Why would you come to me? Shit, I dunno, Kenpeki said, shrugging. You're hard-headed and you're pretty simple about shit, like me. Plus, you beat me, and I respect that. You're keyed into this shit more than I am, I guess. If it's a problem. No, said Erza quickly, it's not. Just unexpected. So, you're actually losing sleep over this? He nodded. At first I thought I was just pissed about a bad fight, you know? But it runs deep, I don't fucking know. I ain't really the type to be in touch with your emotions. I figured. Look, for some reason, sometimes I don't even feel like fighting. Like it ain't what it used to be. And if I get there, I don't know what the hell to do with myself. Like there's a hole in me that I need to fill, if that makes sense. I think I get it. Erza nodded. Then there's the visions. Like, when I do sleep, I keep seeing shit. I don't remember what exactly, but there's a something there, and it's like it wants to talk to me but it's pissed at me at the same time. I don't know how I know this, I just do. Erza blinked. Several times. I was about to suggest therapy, she said cautiously, but I think it might be something else. Good, cause therapy is bullshit. It's not, but let's focus. I think. Spit it out, he demanded impatiently. If you know what's wrong with me, don't keep me in suspense. I don't know for sure, said Erza slowly, but I think it might be your Zanpakuta reaching out to you. Or, you reaching out to it, unconsciously. Maybe both. What? You've done things a certain way in all your life. You've never had to rely on anyone else, not even a Zanpakuta. Then suddenly you're faced with a situation where doing things your way doesn't work anymore. You're forced to try something new. It made you question yourself. It might have stirred your Zanpakuta's spirit. Or, maybe you've tried to awaken it, somehow. Fuck. Kenpeki said, rubbing his head. After I recovered, when I was in the sickbed, I kept thinking to myself, I have to be stronger, I have to be better, I keep getting made a punk of and that's no good. Like, that's all I was thinking of for 2 days straight. It stayed with me ever since. You think? I think that might be it, yeah. Then what the fuck do I do? This is complicated, Erza sighed. This is something people usually figure out in school. You're a unique case, I think. It's not like there's a manual on what to do for you. What matters, at the end of the day, is what you want to do about this. I want to not feel like shit. I want to not doubt myself. I want to be me again. Kenpeki snarled. I'm Kenpeki, the best damn warrior in the Godii. Being a snivelling coward who can't get over himself is fucking disgraceful. And, why did you never try and reach out to your Zanpakuta? Like you said, I never needed it. I was strong. Why would I? Does the idea of having a partner to rely on bother you? Sorta, Kenpeki said thoughtfully. Like, it's always been me and just me. Well, me and Yachiru. Never needed anyone else. I was brought up in a place where it was do or die, and a lot of people around me did the dying. Nobody to rely on but me. So, that's what I did. Everyone else here, having a voice in their head telling them what to do, that you gotta negotiate with, who the fuck needs that? Does it scare you? Like fuck I'm scared, he spat. I think you're better off reaching out, said Erza slowly. You may not have felt it, but all this time, your Zanpakuto has been alone, isolated from its master. The idea isn't that you have this voice in your head telling you what to do, it's about partnership. Your Zanpakuto reflects you, and the more in sync you get with it, the more whole you become, I guess. When you get along with your blade, you are as much you as you could possibly be. I am not a lot like my own spirit. He's prideful, haughty, and ambitious, but he's driven me to struggle harder and achieve greater things. He made me a better fighter. He reflects my own ambitions, in some ways, and by driving me forward I've accomplished more than I would otherwise. If you want to feel like yourself, maybe reaching out is what you need to do. Kenpeki mulled over the words for some time, pausing to think. Erza almost expected him to shrug this off. Yeah, what the fuck, he murmured after over a minute of silence. I mean, I'll try anything. I want this righted before it gets real bad, and if that's what it takes. Not the best attitude, but it's a start. What is the right attitude, Scarlet? Erza sighed. It involves humbling yourself, doing a lot of listening, and having empathy for what your spirit needs and wants, responding to them in dialogue. It's a lot of communication and negotiation. Fuck, said Kenpeki simply. Yeah, not your strong suit, I know. But, it's that, or whatever you're going through. It's like choosing between having one of your nuts crushed, or both, he grunted irritably. Fine. Whatever the fuck I have to do, I guess. How? Erza gestured toward the garden. Okay, you gotta fucking lay this out for me. I have no clue what you mean, Kenpeki said, sounding in between frustrated and angry. You said your men meditate here sometimes, right? Yeah? It's pretty quiet, and the trees are like, representative of a warrior's indomitable spirit or some shit, whatever indomitable means. Erza walked forward to the pond, sitting down cross-legged in front of it, drawing her blade and laying it over her lap. She took a few deep breaths, and relaxed herself. Go on, she said. Awkwardly, Kenpeki followed her lead. He managed to get into a cross-legged position, but looked fundamentally out of place. I feel fucking stupid, he grunted. This is what you do. You take long, deep breaths, in and out, like this. She demonstrated a few times, and you close your eyes and listen. Not for the outside world, but the inside. That gnawing thing at the edge of your mind, that gets louder when you try to sleep. That's what you're going for. Kenpeki breathed in, breathed out, and closed his eyes. He focused, closed his eyes, and... Holy shit, he muttered. I feel something. And now it's gone, fuck. You have to concentrate on that and only that, said Erza. I would put, at least 2 hours a day into this. For how long? Months. Said Erza. Maybe years, who knows? Your spirit has been isolated for a lot of time. It should at least alleviate your issues. You're telling me I have to sit on my ass and listen to this inner voice bullshit, 2 hours a day? Kenpeki said, incredulous. That, or things as is. All right, fucking hell, he muttered. He breathed in deep, focusing again. Carefully, Erza stood up. This work is best done alone, without distraction, she explained. I wish you the best, though. Sure, whatever, he muttered. Thanks, I guess. You're welcome, Erza smiled, and walked away. The time of miracles, apparently, had not yet passed. She had time for one more stop before she had to return to her division, try in vain to catch up with the growing mountain of paperwork, and fall asleep exhausted. She wished she'd had the time to clean herself up a little. The spar with Kenpeki had left her sweaty and her hair in disorder. As much leeway as the Haori gave her, Erza still wanted some standards kept. Is this really me now, worrying about propriety? About appearances? How far she'd come from the messy, rowdy guild halls. Her next stop was the Kazumi Oiji mansion. It was located some distance away, at the outside of the grounds where the nobility made their home, and Erza resorted to a few steps of shunpo to get there in a timely manner. It took some time to find it, but eventually, she was ushered inside. Each house thus far had been eager to speak to her, it seemed. The people she had sent out to arrange a meeting with had all accepted even on short notice. Perhaps her heroic reputation was good for something. The Kazumioiji compound was, as Erza had expected, luxurious and ostentatious but noticeably less so than the Shihoan manor. Smaller and less excessively furnished, it was clear they held less sway. Once again, Erza held back her disgust for this petty, shallow social competition. How much food could even one of the priceless vases in the Shihoan mansion have bought? To her surprise, she was led not to a grand reception hall but to a quiet room to the side. It was well furnished, to be sure, but the dim lights, small table, and little sitting mats made it look more like a room where covered deals were made than an official reception area. An old man was seated on one of the mats, and gestured for her to sit down. His face was wrinkled, his eyebrows were bushy, and he wore a red coat over what looked like a Shinigami's uniform. The wizened look on his face was almost menacing. This was some sort of clan elder, and no mistake. "Captain Scarlet," he said smoothly as she sat down, "the house of Kazumioji is pleased to receive you. I am Kyunwa Gyukaku, the senior retainer of this noble clan." "With all due respect, senior retainer, I came to see the clan head," Erza said stiffly. "Is she not here? We would have given you a more official reception, if possible, but you have a reputation for frankness. I thought to spare you the pomp and tell you the truth. Our noble leader is young and uneducated. I negotiate all clan matters in her stead. As I am told you are here on official business, I thought it prudent that you be directed to me right away. So, you're the real power behind the throne right now, huh? That is one way to put it. Of course, I only act in her stead until she has reached the appropriate age to start leading our clan forward. But, until then." Everything about this man set off alarm bells with Erza. He was the very image of a dignified, worthy clan elder, but he deliberately cut out the pomp and circumstance. Clans love an opportunity to be formal, to show off their wealth and protocols. A meeting like this should have taken place after a formal introduction. What is he hiding? "I understand your situation," she said cautiously, "but I think I'd rather at least meet your leader once. It would feel disrespectful not to. Child or not, she should know what's going on in her clan." "Our beloved Lady Rurakiyo is indisposed, unfortunately," said Kyunghwa. "I will be more than happy to negotiate in her stead. I am sure we could come to some kind of beneficial agreement. He doesn't want me to meet her. Why? At best, he was worried she would be taken advantage of by an ambitious captain. At worst, he was usurping her power to negotiate. Kazumioji Rurakiyo was supposedly quite young, but one wasn't supposed to judge people based on first impressions alone, or on one's preconceived notions, but these were the noble clans, and expecting people to be self-interested schemers seemed to be a pretty safe bet. Something about this man felt subtly wrong to Erza, setting off little alarm bells. She was a rational creature, but she had learned not to ignore her instincts. Should she just get up and force her way into the mansion until she found the clan head? It'd cause a major stir, and she needed to look good, not to make too many ripples. And forcing her way through things was what Aizen would do. Well, that was not fair. Fairy Tail had forced their way through every problem they had ever faced, and usually ended up in the right. But that was a lawless way to live, and she lived in a society of laws now. That way was long past her, now. Barging in like a bull in a china shop might have worked once, but there were delicate things at play here. "My apologies, Elder Kyunghwa, but I feel weary and ill. I will return another day, when your clan head is not indisposed, to pay my proper respect to this clan." "The clan appreciates this show of respect," said the elder, with a smile. The both of them knew, of course, what this really meant. She had spurned him, and if she wanted to pursue an alliance with him, the price tag had just increased if that door hadn't been flat out closed. As Erza walked away, she felt exhausted. She was off to a rocky start. Once the next morning's duties had been finished, or at least such that she had staved off the mountain of paperwork growing any further, Erza headed out from her division, Momo and Yoriyuki in tow. "What are we doing, again?" asked Momo. "You left in such a hurry." "We're going to look up the Kazumioji head, in person," said Erza determinedly. "Why?" asked Momo. "Didn't you talk to that other guy? It sounded like he was ready to make a deal." "Girl's got a point," said Yoriyuki, shrugging. "A house like the Kazumioji would probably be pretty cheaply bought." "First off, let's not talk about buying people," Erza said irritably. "It's how it's done, I know, but it makes me feel dirty. Second of all, that guy, he gave me all the wrong vibes. I may not be savvy to politics, but I do have my instincts, and that guy is a snake. Mark my words, a slippery, devious little snake." "You know, instincts are an important part of the game," Yoriyuki acknowledged. "I just hope yours aren't off." "How do we know where to find her anyway?" Momo yawned. "An anonymous source." "Yours truly," Yoriyuki cut in with a grin. "An anonymous source told me she likes to spend her days at the Royal Library. Lady Kazumioji takes her future role seriously and studies there, apparently." "So, you're spying on people now, huh?" Momo said, smirking. "You're really getting into this, Erza." "For the love of I'm not spying." "Yeah, you're having your minions do it for you, just like any self-respecting manipulative overlord would," Yoriyuki chuckled. "I am not," Erza started indignantly, then took a deep breath. "Let's just go find her, all right," she muttered. Momo and Yoriyuki sniggering behind her, they made their way toward the library, a central part of the noble district. Entry was easy enough, although the labyrinthine interior took some time to navigate. Eventually, bored of the mundane walk back and forth, Yoriyuki took off with a series of shunpo, leaving Momo and Erza in the dust. A few minutes later there was a gust of air, and Yoriyuki came back. "That way," she said, indicating with her thumb. The hall they were led to was something else. The library was just as ostentatious as any noble manor, ancient men and women in elaborate uniforms acting as custodians of the books and documents lined in shelf after shelf. There, in the distance, the hall was huge, lined with row upon row of bookshelves. They spotted a blonde girl in a pink kimono. "She goes here every day." "Same spot, reserved for her," Yoriyuki explained. "We'll go and meet her there, actually. Quicker than chasing her down." "Sensible enough." Erza and Momo let Yoriyuki lead the way. Just as the young clan head was approaching her seat, a comfortable, throne-like dais with soft pillows laid on top, Momo grabbed Erza by the sleeve. "Something's wrong," she said firmly. "The chariot's trapped." "Erza, that's a deadly kiddo." Just then, Rurakiyo moved to sit down. Chapter 120, Family Matters. "Yoriyuki!" Erza cried, but the ex-commander was already moving, a dark blur across the room. She caught the Kazumioji clan head by the waist, yanking her away at the last second, tumbling back onto the floor with her arms tightly wrapped around the child. Erza, running toward the both of them with Momo in tow, thought she saw a haze in the air just as Yoriyuki grabbed Rurakiyo, a spark of some kind. She really had gotten there just in time. "What, how dare you?" Rurakiyo cried out angrily. "Unhand me at once, commoner." "First of all," said Yoriyuki, letting go of Rurakiyo, "I'm not actually a commoner, however much I wish I was. Second of all, I just saved your life." "How about, thank you very much, Miss Yoriyuki?" "What?" said Rurakiyo, confusion seeping into her angered tone. "Clan head Kazumioji Rurakiyo," said Erza, trying to weave some semblance of politeness into her urgent tone, "I am Captain Erza Scarlet, 5th Division of the Godii 13. Somebody tried to have you assassinated just now." "Erza Scarlet," said Rurakiyo, her eyes widening. Quickly, she got to her feet. "The Erza Scarlet." Yes." Rurakiyo looked at her in awe. "You've got the shining armor and everything. And the long, beautiful red hair. I thought for sure some of the stories were made up, but you're pretty cool." She blinked, then looked toward her seat. "Wait, Did you just say somebody tried to kill me?
Momo,
said Erza. It's a specialized Kido, said Momo. A rune, set to trigger whenever pressure is exerted on it. Like say, the pressure of sitting down on a chair. Do you usually sit here?
Every day,
Rurakiyo replied. It's not officially my seat, but it kind of is my seat.
You know?
Momo nodded. Let me show you. She whispered an incantation under her breath, weaved her hands in a quick pattern, and suddenly there was a discharge of lightning from the chair. It was visible only for a couple seconds before burning out, and it left no visible trace when gone. The clan head's eyes widened. It would have discharged a lot of lightning energy very quickly, and fairly quietly. It would not have been noticed until somebody came to check on you. It probably couldn't kill a stronger Shinigami, but it seems to have been more than enough to kill somebody with your level of spiritual energy.
Oh my god,
Rurakiyo said, her eyes going even wider. Why what is going on?
We're here to figure that out, said Erza firmly, trying to sound reassuring.
Yuryuki, go get the stealth core. I want this to be under Shinigami jurisdiction, the sooner the better.
On it, Yuryuki said with a nod.
There was a rush of air, papers fluttering through the air as she took off in a flash.
Momo, find out as much as you can about the spell.
I want you to get as much in detail as possible, Erza continued.
Understood, Momo said, kneeling down and beginning some kind of arcane ritual preserving the traces, Erza assumed.
And you, Miss Kazumiyuji, Erza said, kneeling down, you're safe. I won't let anything happen to you.
Okay.
Okay, Rurakiyo said nervously, nodding. I don't get who would want to kill me. Erza had some ideas, but it wasn't her place to start putting ideas in the child's mind. That's what we're going to figure out, she said reassuringly, gently patting the young clan head on the shoulder. Until then, I'm going to look after you. It'll be like an adventure.
Don't condescend me,
Rurakiyo muttered sullenly.
Young lady, adventures are terrifying and likely to get you killed.
Trust me, it's not condescending to be part of one. But maybe, years from now, it'll turn out to be a cool memory. Erza said firmly. She hadn't been sure what to say exactly, but it seemed to do the trick. Rurakiyo's expression brightened a little, and she nodded. So, if you're looking after me, could you tell me about some of your adventures?
I'm not sure if,
Erza started, but Rurakiyo put a hand to her head, and said. Goodness me, I'm just so terrified, I'm not sure I'll make it.
That's manipulation, Erza grumbled.
Is it working? Rurakiyo said cheekily. Until the core gets here, Erza agreed, reluctantly. It couldn't hurt to get in her good graces, could it? It did not take long for the stealth core to arrive, Yuryuki in tow. To Erza's surprise, So iPhone had come personally, leading what looked like a full platoon of masked operatives. Relieved to take a break from her war stories, children had such a vicious interest in violence, it seemed Erza stood up as So iPhone approached, her team falling out in smooth coordination, half of them starting a sweep of the building. Erza envied the discipline of it a little. All So iPhone had to do was point a few directions and give a few hand signs, and every single member of her team seemed to know what to do instantly. With a few securing the doors, and 2 kneeling by the chair Kido experts, Erza assumed So iPhone approached Erza and Rurakiyo. She gave the young clan head a curt bow, then righted herself. "Lady Kazumiyuji, are you well?" she said, her tone sternly neutral.
"Oh, yes," said Rurakiyo, nodding enthusiastically.
"Erza swooped in at the last second to save me.
I can call you Erza, right?"
"Sure, no problem," Erza replied. "Technically that was Yuryuki doing the swooping. We were just lucky to come in when we did." Another few seconds. "Lady Kazumiyuji, we are taking this attempt very seriously," So iPhone said. "At this time, we have to assume that somebody with close knowledge of your day-to-day habits, and with access to sophisticated Kido, is attempting to have you killed. The Stealth Corps is formally opening an investigation into this matter. With respect, I suggest you surrender yourself into GoDI custody for the near future, until you can be safeguarded from further attempts on your life." "Can it be 5th Division?" said Rurakiyo hopefully. So iPhone gave Erza a look. Erza shrugged, giving a surprised look. Yeah, sure. I'll see what I can do. It put her in a bind. She had a lot on her plate on top of the constant, never-ending workload. The political overtures were already taxing her. Babysitting a child on top of that? But, it was an important child. It wasn't like she would get nothing out of it. I'll provide a safe location, said So iPhone. No offense to Fifth, but we specialize in this kind of thing. That's great, said Erza, breathing a sigh of relief. I'll make sure to have guards posted. I'll take care of it, said Momo, just now approaching the group. We're just wrapping up the keto investigation. I'll be cooperating with the Corps on this. Once I'm done, I'll personally look after her. Yay! Rurakiyo exclaimed, her fists punching the air with exuberance. Finally! I've wanted to get out of the house since, like, forever. Will you come visit every day, Captain Scarlet? I promise, Erza said, but behind her smile she felt a sinking feeling. It had been some time since she had looked after a child, and time was always a precious resource. Clan head, if you would follow these operatives, said So iPhone, and at the quick gesture of a hand, two imposing men in all black hurried up, standing to attention before their captain. We will need to take a statement from you about this, but I need to confer with my colleague first. Oh, exciting, said Rurakiyo. It's so cloak and dagger. Do you guys have cloaks and daggers? I bet you do. They have daggers, at least, Erza said under her breath. As Rurakiyo let herself get ushered away to be questioned, So iPhone turned to Erza and Momo. Well, that's a fine mess you've gotten yourself into, she muttered. Yeah, I've got a talent for that. I'm surprised you took charge personally, said Erza. Let's make one thing clear, said So iPhone sharply. Even with a smaller clan like the Kazumiyujis, this is inevitably going to get political. It will be a delicate situation. I have to be in charge of situations like this. To that end, I need you both to say not a single word about this to anyone outside this room, not to your colleagues, or your subordinates, and especially not to any snooping nobles or their agents. These kinds of situations can get very messy, and you were right to alert us, but I need you both to promise me you'll leave this to me and me alone. All right, sure, said Erza, blinking. She had not expected her friend to get so intense, but then again, So iPhone would know better. She had grown up noble, after all, even if as a member of a servant family. Maybe that gave her better perspective than anyone. This wouldn't have anything to do with your new initiative, said So iPhone suspiciously. You know, huh? Said Erza. I know what every captain ate for breakfast this morning, said So iPhone dismissively. I have eyes and ears everywhere. It's my job. So, yes, I know what you're doing. You do you, I guess, even if it is a pit of vipers. People keep telling me that, Erza muttered. Because it's true. Answer the question, So iPhone said bluntly. After a pause, she added, please. I don't think it is related, said Erza, racking her brain. It could be. But, not as far as I know. So iPhone nodded. Good enough for me. We'll work out the details of the clan head's confinement later. I don't usually collaborate, but I'm honestly glad to foist her off on you. I never liked these people much, and I have a hard time faking it. Erza nodded. Don't worry. We'll take care of it. You know, said So iPhone, her eyes narrowing, if this had been planned, you could not have asked for a better result. A young, impressionable clan head, saved by the great war hero who just so happens to have a political agenda that involves her. She likes you now. Play your cards right, and you will have a guaranteed vote. So iPhone, you know I'd never do something like that, Erza said, appalled. No. Your lack of guile, as much of a handicap as it is in politics, serves you well here. Although, I would not put it past your Yuki. You don't think? No, So iPhone sighed. Spend enough time being a commander, and you see plots everywhere. But, although I believe you, the nobles around here might suspect that's what happened. Factor that into your operations going forward. Noted, Erza said, a little shocked at the implications. Now that she thought about it, that made sense, if only she were the least bit conniving. Settling things with the Stealth Corps happened in quick order. The Royal Library was locked down for hours and scoured for criminals, whereas the entire room where it had happened was gone over with a fine comb. Erza escorted Rurokiyo to a safe house outside the Gotii proper, a small, unassuming house that, on the inside, turned out to be a miniature fortress. Having left Momo there, as promised, Erza returned to her division. Just as she approached it, she saw Rukia moving through the streets on some errand, no doubt. "Oh, hello," said Rukia, stopping for a second. "Busy?" "Always," Erza said, rolling her eyes. "How's vice captaincy treating you?" "Busy," said Rukia with a small smile. "Very busy. But I'm keeping afloat." "That's all you can do most of the time." "Yeah," Erza said, nodding approvingly. "I kind of want to believe it will go back to normal eventually, because it was not this hectic before the war, but sometimes I wonder." Rukia shook her head. "You never really know until you're in charge, do you? The sheer amount of work you have to do, and I haven't even had to make any of those infamous hard calls yet." "Yup," said Erza, nodding enthusiastically. "Yeah, consider yourself lucky on that last part, because it will come." "I don't doubt it," Rukia sighed. "But, it's not like I hate it, you know? I feel exhausted all the time, but it also feels kind of good. Having people look up to you. Being relied on. It's a burden, but sometimes it's a good burden to have," Erza agreed. "Responsibility isn't all doom and gloom." Rukia nodded thoughtfully. "So, I hear you're trying your hand at politics. Who hasn't heard of my thing at this point?" Erza muttered. "It's been, what, 2 days? Not even that." "Well, in this case, my brother filled me in on the subject," Rukia replied. Erza raised an eyebrow. "I didn't know he talked clan business with you. Look at you, moving up in the world." "Well." Rukia leaned in, her tone suddenly turning quiet and conspiratorial. He's going to name me heir soon. I'm sort of being groomed for that kind of thing now." "Heir?" said Erza, genuinely surprised. "You? I mean, I think you're a great pick, but I figured your clan wouldn't." "My brother says he is the clan, and he's not entirely wrong there," said Rukia. Her expression was strange, excited and a little apprehensive at the same time. "He's making sure to build support for me, and..." She trailed off. "And I thought I had the bigger responsibility," Erza murmured. "I don't envy you, but he's right to believe in you. You're a good officer, and you'll be a great leader one day." "Thanks," said Rukia, smiling uncertainly. "It's actually kind of a shame you're not clan head right now." "Why's that?" "Your brother turned me down for the proposal I'm working on," Erza sighed. "In this big world of favors and trades, his support would have counted for a lot." "Well," Rukia said, seeming to think for a second, "there is a reception for the clan this weekend. My brother is to announce my position then. I could get you an invitation, I'm sure. Delegates from all the other major clans will be there as well. If you try to make your case in a formal setting, maybe." "No offense, but your brother is not exactly the flexible type," Erza murmured. "He has changed, for the better, but I doubt me saying the same thing again would change his mind." "Well, you always try, right? And if nothing else, I'd like to have you there. Renji will come, and even Ichigo is showing up." Erza raised an eyebrow. "Ichigo, at a formal event?" "Yeah, you're right, you always try," she sighed. "I'll be there. Can I bring Momo?" "I'll make sure of it," Rukia said, nodding enthusiastically. "This could be a good opportunity for you. You could get to know the important people of the clans, maybe sweet-talk them a little." "Yeah, because I'm such a sweet talker." Erza grumbled. "No, don't worry, I'll be there. See you Saturday, then." "You'll get the invitation soon," Rukia promised. So iPhone walked unhurriedly toward the unassuming house where her family lived. Unassuming by noble standards, at least, it might not have had a wall around the property, a compound, or any ostentatious decorations outwardly, but compared to the barracks of the Stealth Corps it was still quite luxurious. Practical, of course, but wealth and privilege had reflected on her family for generations, servants or not. She took her time walking. She could have been there in less than a minute with her speed if she wanted to, but with the excuse of clan business, she took the time to walk, one step at a time, walk and think. She hadn't been here for months. No, years. At least 2, now. Where did time go? She could easily blame work, and normally that would be true, so iPhone worked harder and pulled longer hours than most captains. In fact, she had handled the current crisis better than almost anyone because of it. But, if she was honest with herself, which was still fairly new to her, it was because she hadn't wanted to come back. She wasn't welcome there, wasn't appreciated or liked, and the feeling was mutual. Her family resented her, and she resented it. But, right now her sense of duty and her reason compelled her. She walked, and lost in thought, she remembered. It had been 20 years since Yoriyuki had left. 20 hard years of deep anger, hurt, and rage. So iPhone, already a hard worker, had thrown herself into her training with a deep-seated hate burning in her chest. She had grown up and had gained a good bit of stature, both physically and metaphorically. She had taken one dangerous mission after another, and where others had died, she had survived. She had been beaten and injured many times, but she had always gotten up. Simply by surviving, she advanced herself, such was the nature of the Stealth Corps. But, merely advancing hadn't been enough for So iPhone. She put her every waking hour not spent on mission into training, and she had excelled. So, she had climbed the joint ranks of the Corps and 2nd Division, from 17th to 12th to 9th seat, until she finally held the vaunted 3rd seat position, in charge of the Godiai's greatest jail facility. The position was not in itself to her liking, being quieter and less intensive, but it was important for anyone looking to make a career. If one could handle such a responsibility, one was the kind of person who could be considered for higher leadership. 20 years older, taller, stronger, and more focused than ever, she already had an illustrious career in the making. She had led missions, lost whole teams, and killed more targets than anyone else her age. There were whispers in the Corps that she was a real go-getter, a hard ass, a real bitch. It was half insult, half compliment, but So iPhone never cared one way or the other. The Corps was a meritocracy, and she had climbed toward the top the hard way. What anyone else thought was irrelevant. Then political realities had caught up. The Shioins always did have deep ties in the Stealth Corps, and 2nd Division was practically their property. It was a tradition that traced back to the very founding of the Godiai, and a hold on power that the clan was loath to give up. For 20 years, the division had gone without a captain an almost unprecedented amount of time while Omada Marinoshin, whose clan had always been a loyal ally, ran the division. The position of head of the Corps had likewise been empty all this time, ruled over by a council of veterans. These crucial positions, left open so that a Shihoin could fill them. Shihoin Yuushiro had been too young and inexperienced to be a qualified leader, at least that much credit had to be given. The Shioins understood the subordinates would never respect a half-baked child of a captain, but with 20 years of intensive training, he had finally begun to approach something viable, at least in terms of strength. It had not been welcomed when So iPhone announced her intent to seek the position of Stealth Corps head. It had been considered the council running the position had recommended her, and on paper she was a good fit. She was capable and strong, she had real experience, and her house was directly subordinate to the Shihoin. They would be giving up nothing. But, in the end, the idea of giving up any amount of power, after the tremendous loss of influence following Yoriyuki's defection, was too much. When So iPhone offered a duel for the position, an almost childishly simple solution to such an important matter, they had accepted. They assumed it would be her way of stepping back without losing face, their superior air beating the upstart who overstepped. How wrong they had been. So iPhone sized up her opponent. The duel was held in 2nd Division's training quarters, and hundreds of eyes were on them now. The nobility held the front rows, of course, but anyone not out on mission or on guard duty had found an excuse to be here. Why wouldn't they? This would be the introduction of their future captain. It might even feature an overambitious go-getter bitch getting humbled. Entertainment like that could not be missed. So iPhone would only think of that after the fact. There and then, she thought to herself that this had to mean they hadn't done their homework. They were confident, too confident, in the superiority of their candidate. They had not studied her, had not properly assessed her own capabilities. They had doubtless studied the fighting styles of her family, but so iPhone had studied theirs harder. Yuzhiro took a stance. He looked the part at least, wearing the slim-fitting black of the corps, only his head unobscured. A wave of hate rushed over So iPhone as she saw him, he looked so much like her. She calmed herself. She put that aside. She had a goal, here and now, and she would not lose this one chance. Not for anything. Both fighters ready, the judge made the call for the spar to begin. Yuzhiro immediately lunged, a series of quick jabs putting So iPhone on the defensive. The rules were simple, 3 rounds. Anyone who was taken out of commission lost immediately. Beyond that, anything went. This was meant to ape real combat, with as few restrictions as possible. So iPhone fluidly evaded his strikes, and she could hear the Shihoan delegation and many of the common soldiers cheering for him. She put it aside, like she did everything else. She patiently waited, making sure to always be where he was not, and then suddenly it was over. There was a collective gasp. One moment Yuzhiro was on the offensive, and the next he was face down on one of the training mats. It had been so simple. She had found an opening, kicked him in the knee to unbalance him, and struck him in the jaw to knock him down. Before he could recover, her foot had come down on his neck. The judge called out, raising a hand. First round, So iPhone. Yuzhiro rubbed his face, making ready as they once again separated, taking their stances. This had been too easy. Any capable martial artist would understand what had happened, but the nobles, the soldiers? To them, this looked like a fluke. She had to show off. She had to demonstrate, beyond all doubt, that she was better. That made it harder. She preferred to just end things quickly and efficiently. Well, nothing for it. Yuzhiro was more cautious the second round, dancing around, sending little testing jabs her way without committing. She waited, bided her time, until the men of his clan started jeering him for being too slow to act, cowardly. The first jab caught him straight in the face, and he only barely recovered from the follow-up kick to his stomach, rolling up to his feet. Coughing, he assumed a stance again, half-bent. So iPhone lashed out in a rapid attack pattern, pressing her advantage, hammering it home. Come on, she thought, take the bait. Counter. Before long, her prayers were answered. Her rapid punches were answered by a hard kick, aimed at her head, sailing smoothly through her guard. It might have cost her the round, if she hadn't been completely ready for it. Angling her head back to minimize the blow, her arms shot up and grabbed him by the ankle. She twisted hard, and flipped him onto his back. Yuzhiro cried out in surprise, losing his balance entirely. It would have been the easiest thing in the way to go for a brutal finishing kick, but beyond all doubt. So iPhone took a step back, bowed, and allowed him to stand back up before taking a stance. Not only did it show proper defense and humility according to her clan's subordinate status, but it made him look weak. There were cries from the audience of "Get up, you can do it," all kinds of sentimental nonsense. If this were one of the old stories, this was where he would find it in himself to draw on some hidden strength, or pull out some secret technique to end it all in one strike. But this was reality, not a story, and things played out painfully predictably. Yuzhiro tried to take the offensive, but So iPhone dodged with ease, landing strike after strike, slipping through his increasingly weak guard. When Yuzhiro was staggering, barely standing, only then did So iPhone land a violent roundhouse kick to his jaw, knocking him out instantly. There was a moment of absolute silence. One could have heard a pin drop. Then, in absolute disbelief, the judge called out. Second round, So iPhone. Victory, So iPhone. His voice was shaky and weak, and immediately the crowd erupted into deafening noise, cheers and jeers mixing into a cacophony. So iPhone felt dazed when she stepped into the back room, like she had just gone through a dream. Only the distant calamity of the still shouting crowd reminded her that yes, she had just soundly beaten the Shihoan clan head in front of his entire family, the Stealth Corps, and most of 2nd Division. It had been easy. Yu Shiro was good, hand to hand, she'd rate him above almost any officer in 2nd. He was of strong stock and had been trained well. He just wasn't good enough. She had beaten Yoriyuki's successor, and it had been easy. So iPhone. It was no mistaking the acidic tone. Her grandmother, pipe in hand and wearing the fine rise of the Feng clan, had stepped inside to talk to her. No, to talk at her. So iPhone knew that tone all too well. Her parents were long gone, it was her grandmother who had run the clan since, and Yuefeng had never failed to remind So iPhone just how much rested upon her. Considering what had just happened, the clan head was quite well composed, but So iPhone knew the little signs. The slight tremble of the fingers holding the pipe, the little bob of her head as she walked, the hint of sharpness in her tone. She was furious. "Grandmother," she replied, stone-faced. "Explain yourself," she demanded. "You have 10 seconds. I defeated an inferior opponent in order to claim the stealth core, by right of skill, as is our way. The rest is self-evident." So iPhone was boiling with emotion inside, however much she composed herself outwardly. Her entire life she had lived in her grandmother's shadow, and never once had she dared defy her. Now she had done so, brazenly and openly. Her grandmother took a step closer, and so quickly that only So iPhone could have tracked it, she slapped her granddaughter across the face. So iPhone took the hit quietly, fists balled. "You have the nerve," she hissed, "to embarrass the Shioins, our patrons, in front of everyone, and that is all you have to say to me." "My entire life, you taught me only the way of the core," said So iPhone quietly. "That only strength matters. That only merit matters. That only the best, the fastest, the most cunning, and the strongest survive, and only those who earn it by blood may command. I have earned it by blood, grandmother. I have spent 20 years fighting, learning the hard way what mistakes feel like. I have trained myself to the utmost. I have earned this, and he hasn't. All my life, you told me only the best of the best deserve command, but with the Shioins, suddenly those weaker than us are fit to command? Which is it, grandmother? You can only choose one. So, choose, the principles our clan is built upon, or the Shioin." Once again Yua's hand surged forward with the speed of a striking serpent to slap her, but this time So iPhone's hand moved up with equal speed, grabbing her by the wrist. "How dare you!" snarled her grandmother, trying to tug her hand free, but So iPhone's grip was like a steel trap. "I said choose," So iPhone said firmly. "Our purpose is to serve, you foolish little girl," hissed Yua, trying in vain to pull herself free. "We exist to serve the Shioin. And, look where that got us." One Feng after another bled and killed, reaping no rewards but shared disgrace. "Service is its own reward, you ungrateful bitch." "I lost my mother and father before I was old enough to walk," So iPhone said, a quiet fury in her voice. "I lost 3 brothers. I can make my peace with that. Such is service to the core. But, I cannot make my peace with serving a lesser man. You spit on their memories when you bow to them, grandmother. There are political considerations at play that you have no idea about." Yua screeched, and there was a sadistic, angry part of So iPhone that enjoyed watching her lose her composure. "I am your grandmother and clan head, and you will let go of me. That is an order." Not obeying just yet, So iPhone held on. She squeezed hard, then let the hand go. Yua cradled her arm, giving So iPhone a look in between outraged and fearful. "I have surpassed you all," she said, her voice emotionless, cold. "I have surpassed every member of my clan, grandmother. Including you. I will take the seat of head of the stealth corps. How could they not grant it to me, after such a public disgrace? It is mine now. You will bring down the wrath of the whole Shioin clan on us," hissed Yua. "You don't know the half of it," said So iPhone darkly. "I have achieved Bankai, grandmother. When I seek to become head of the corps, I will also seek to become captain of 2nd Division." Yua gasped. "You can't be serious. You didn't realize that, did you?" said So iPhone, a little triumphant glee leaking through her cold facade. "You always prided yourself on keeping tabs on our family's best talents, but even you underestimated me. I will be head and captain both, grandmother. I would like to see revered Yamamoto find a more qualified candidate. I forbid it. Yua screamed, pointing angrily. As your clan head, I forbid you. Then try and stop me, said Soiphone flatly. I am sure the Shioins will love the public scandal of suppressing a more capable candidate. And, believe me, I will not keep this under wraps. You can't stop me, grandmother. I will be captain, and when I am, I will not be beholden to you, or to the Shihouin. I will know no authority other than the Godai itself. You would ruin everything our clan is built on, and for what? Snarled Yua, sounding desperate. Because the one you were meant to protect defected? You would ruin both us and the Shioins over one traitor. I will only apply what you taught me, grandmother. I still believe in service, and in sacrifice. I believe in our laws, traditions, and customs. I believe that as Shinigami, we stand for a greater justice and purpose. But, there will be no room for incompetence. Those fit for their station will remain. Those who are not will be demoted or fired. I will change this institution for the better. I will make it what it always should have been. If that means one family suffers a setback, who cares? It is a small price to pay. It is your own family, Soiphone. What is wrong with you, child? You're ruining all we've ever lived for. It's like you always taught me, grandmother. We live to sacrifice, and if we all die doing it, we can die happy, knowing we've fulfilled our purpose. And just like that, Soiphone walked away, heedless of the curses and pleas of her grandmother. The shock and horror in her grandmother's face, having her own tenets, her own words thrown into her face, would stay with Soiphone forever. She doubted, of course, but the satisfaction she gained from it had not been insignificant. And that's how it had ended, or rather, that's how it had begun. Once she had been duly appointed as expected, Yamamoto had not objected, the seat had been vacant for too long and internal politics could not stop him, so Soiphone had consolidated her power and set to work. She had rewritten the rulebook for the Stealth Corps, literally. She wrote a set of regulations to be memorized and followed to the letter, with only as much leeway as one could reasonably expect a field operative to have. Those who could not recite it after 2 months had been dismissed. Then she had set about purging the Shihouin. Not in terms of murdering them, even she had her limits in how far she was willing to go. But, any Shihouin within the Corps, or the wider division itself, who fell short of their position even slightly was either demoted, reassigned somewhere they could never advance themselves, transferred to another division, or simply fired. Within months, the dozen-strong Shihouin presence in the Corps had been cut down to a handful of people, too useful to be fired and too careful to antagonize her. Them, she let be. Those who could make themselves useful stayed. The meritocratic ethos of the Corps had been implemented to its logical extreme. Under her watch, there had been no political appointments. It had hurt her. It cost her influence and ties with the noble clans that undoubtedly would have made her job easier. She had become an outsider to them, a potential enemy, and relations with the nobility had always been cold at best. She had rested her power wholly with the Godai itself, with Yamamoto, the rock whose authority nobody dared question. Worst of all, it had cost her family exactly what her grandmother had warned. The tie between the Feng and Shihouin had grown weaker and weaker, until barely any of her family had direct association with them. Soiphone hated how they reacted, how this newfound freedom from such miserable servitude was met with screeching demands that they be returned to their cage. But, she had persisted, unwilling to bend. Her grandmother had cut of all ties and resources the Feng had to the Corps, which were considerable. This had only stopped when Soiphone had threatened to dismiss every Feng member from service, which would have severed their one avenue of relevance. It would have violated her commitment to merit, but thankfully her grandmother had not called her bluff. She had given in, and from that moment on Soiphone was effectively in charge of the family. When the clan head backs down to obey the command of a lesser member, what kind of head is she? Her power had effectively been broken, but Soiphone had nevertheless left clan politics to her. Soiphone had no desire to be saddled with the tedium of running a minor clan, and an ungrateful and servile one at that, and so her grandmother had kept her seat. It was a constant humiliation, to rule only by the consent of a lesser member, but Yua was too stubborn and too proud to let go of such a title. So, for over a century this had carried on, so iPhone coming to visit only when necessity demanded it, never sparing a thought for her family. She had become a clan of one, and found that she liked it better that way. She had arrived at the house at last. It would have seemed grand and luxurious to any poor commoner, but the dark and practical outside largely mirrored the inside, a practical and deliberately far less ostentatious place than the Shihoan they served. To serve a greater family meant reflected and only reflected glory, and her grandmother had played that game carefully her entire life. So iPhone walked in without bothering to alert the house servants, who hurried ahead to notify her grandmother. Doubtless she already knew, she had an informal, strictly speaking, illegal, information network of her own. So iPhone would have cracked down on it if it hadn't been useful to her on occasion. Even she knew when to be flexible. Granddaughter. As so iPhone marched into the main hall, only slightly larger than the other rooms and deliberately modest, she found her grandmother seated on a pillow. Her black kimono was laced with gold thread but had no other decorations, humble even in excess. The paradox of it had always irritated so iPhone. Yua looked much the same as when so iPhone had last come to see her. Her white hair it had been partly gray when so iPhone was little, even Yua was not untouched by age was kept up in a neat bun, and her wrinkly face was twisted into a sneer. She held a smoking pipe in her left hand, one of her few vices. So iPhone bowed down to one knee, lowering her head slowly before raising it to face her. She kept up the pretense of subordination partly because it was a necessary fiction and partly because she knew it annoyed the old crone. Grandmother, so iPhone replied, looking her in the eye. It was a small defiance to breach protocol in such a way, a subject was meant to keep one's gaze averted unless told not to. I assume you have come here on business. I have, so iPhone retorted. With how you have abandoned this family, what else could it be? So iPhone fought the urge to roll her eyes. Grandmother. You ruined this family over your personal hatred for Lady Yoriyuki. Now, you share her bed. You have everything you wanted, and we have nothing. Isn't it strange how life works out? It did not surprise her that Yua knew. It was no secret. But, it was dangerous territory. If any one thing might make her lose her composure, it would be that. This bitterness is unbecoming of a clan head, grandmother, so iPhone said irritably, unwilling to indulge the fantasy of subordination any further. Compose yourself. I have not come to be lectured. So, you're willing to dispose of me as clan leader, then? At long last. No. Our arrangement remains the same dash. Then you will be silent while you clan head speaks. So iPhone rolled her eyes this time, and sighed. She shrugged. Fine. We sit here near ruination, and you deign to visit us only when we are useful. Have you no shame? Spare me. The Shihoan took us near ruination. How many of your children and grandchildren are dead because of them? You cheered for that. Service, as intended by our oaths of honor, said Yua. So iPhone took in a deep breath. She was not here to rehash this old debate. I will not argue about this, grandmother. You cost us all we had. So iPhone bristled. The old crone had something about her that brought out a very old anger in the commander. You still have a house, a family, wealth, and members in service across the Godi. You have good standing and more protection than most. You even have a seat in the new Central 46. What this cost you, grandmother, was hurt feelings. You've had a century to recover, and still I have to listen to you whine. You dare. Enough. Said so iPhone firmly. I will speak, and then I will leave. Yua leaned back, staring at her with silent contempt. My friend and colleague, Captain Erza Scarlet of 5th Division, so iPhone continued, has begun a new initiative. Reforms of one kind or another. Yua's lips curved into a satisfied smile. So, you have decided to command me at last. To play politics, for the sake of a friend. As a pawn for others, like we were always meant to be. She was quiet and composed, but there was no hiding the triumphant glee in her voice. On the contrary, so iPhone retorted, I have come to command you nothing at all. I have come to advise my clan head that she ought to do nothing about the situation, unless you believe this cause of action is in our clan's interests. When she approaches you, you will act entirely without me. Whatever decision you make will fall on you alone. I will have no part in it. The smile withered. Deliberate non-action is still action, so iPhone. You ought to know better. It is my choice, yes. I want to not be playing politics and making favors for friends. Do whatever you like, but no, I have no preference in this matter one way or the other. That is my action. People will have seen you coming here, said Yua, unable to hide her satisfaction. Either way I choose, people will assume it is your will. People have assumed about me ever since I rose up to lead, so iPhone said dismissively. Let them. I can't stop them. Abruptly, she stood up. I am done here. Was there anything else, grandmother? Yua stared at her in silence, seeming surprised by the sudden shift. So iPhone shrugged, and turned around. Wait. Yua's voice was softer. So iPhone stiffened, the matriarch was not above manipulation. Is there nothing that can be done? Yua pleaded. You expect me to restore the golden age of Shihoan servitude? It's not happening, said So iPhone, her voice hard. Make what overtures you want, if they'll listen. It's none of my concern. I mean about your family, So iPhone. What about it? I know you do not care about our traditions, but, we do. We do not hate you, So iPhone, but you're keeping us from what we want. You have it all. Why can't we? Why can't we pursue what we want? Ask the Shihoan, said So iPhone coldly, before walking out. Erza was in the middle of work when one of her attendants informed her that there was somebody there to see her. One Kyunghwa Gyukaku. It was to be expected, she supposed. Sighing, she donned her coat. He ought to be reminded of her station. Putting her messy desk in order, she gave the word, and soon the old man strolled into her office. Erza sat behind her desk, not bothering to rise or bow. Captain Scarlet, said Kyunghwa, bowing respectfully, a blessing upon you. I trust you are doing well this fine day. Cut the crap, she thought. We both know you are not here to make small talk. As well as can be. Noble retainer, if you do not mind, I would rather get down to business. My time is precious, and I have none to waste on idle phrases of formality. Erza felt a little proud of herself. She had shown restraint, and used the same kind of flowery words his class would. She was playing the game. Kyunghwa nodded. As the captain wishes. In fact, it suits me to dispose of the formalities today. I would like to speak frankly, as one player to another. Pretense is often necessary, but I would like to leave it behind for our meeting. Then speak, and speak plainly. Kyunghwa's mild-mannered expression shifted into something hard. His eyes narrowed, and his mouth tightened. I admire your courage, Captain. I underestimated you. I did not expect you to take such direct, forceful action. You really are a wild card. And, now you hold the cards. Really, I can respect that. It's audacious, although such plays will make you seem unreliable to most. Erza frowned. What do you mean? Let's not play coy. You've seized our clan head, and you keep her for your own purposes. We saved her from assassination, Erza corrected. She has willingly consented to be kept under safe watch by 5th Division at a secure location. And for that, we are eternally grateful, Kyunghwa said with a shrug. Now, what is your price? What? Kyunghwa grunted irritably. What's your price? You have our clan head secure in your hands. I doubt you even need coercion. She's an impressionable child, and you're a great hero. Dazzling her would take no effort at all. Return her to us, and you can name your price. You want your vote? Kyunghwa snapped. You'll have it. Guaranteed, with any security you wish to ensure it. You want money? We could even cede land, if you need it. Money? Land? Erza said, baffled. Kyunghwa, we are keeping her safe until the investigation is concluded. She was nearly killed. No offense to your clan, but if an assassin was able to set up such a sophisticated trap right under your nose, she will definitely be safer with us. And here I thought we did away with pretense, Kyunghwa scoffed. Name your price. The vote, plus, 2 million gone. Retainer, this is outrageous. Erza snapped. 4 million, and that's pushing it. Kyunghwa, said Erza darkly, standing up behind your desk, you may think you have read me right, but you are severely mistaken. I am not here to make money, or to extort people, or twist their hands. I genuinely care for her safety. She's a little girl, and somebody tried to kill her for, God knows why. As a courtesy I will disregard your last few remarks. Having the clan retainer arrested for attempted bribery really would look bad, wouldn't it? A look of anger passed Kyunghwa's features. He took a deep breath, then said, you cannot keep her forever. And, until she is back, I control this clan. You will have nothing until she is returned. This, I swear. I believe you know the way out, retainer, said Erza coldly. As Kyunghwa left in a huff, Erza sat back down. The man had been, ice cold, enough to send shivers down her spine. He had really thought she was like him, a cold, cynical creature purely out to benefit herself. Was this the mindset nobility gave a body in the long run, or was it just him? Was it both in tandem? Was this where that road would take her? No. No, that last part could not be true. She had a creeping suspicion about who was behind this, and she would never be the one trying to take out a child for her own selfish ends. The safe house was an unassuming building outside the Godiai, quite a ways from the noble district. The front made it look like one of myriad run-down houses, the kind where servants and laborers would live. Inside, though, it was a fortress. Keto wards were set up to warn of intruders, and Momo had taken the liberty of adding to them with an extra perimeter, sensitive to any riot so strong enough to be a threat. The walls were thick and sturdy, and there were caches of weapons spread out around the place, as well as a panic room in the basement, built to withstand anything short of a captain. This was mixed with a surprisingly well-furnished apartment, modest by any noble standard but still plenty comfortable to live in. It was not very spacious, but one could only ask for so much. Momo was not sure what to make of Kazumioji Rurakiyo. She had been all right the last day, Momo supposed. Erza had stopped by in the afternoon, which had excited her. Now, having watched her almost a full day. At times she seemed quite mature, but every so often her childish side would poke through the facade to remind that she still had quite a lot of growing to do. I'm bored, the young clan head pouted, her legs dangling off of a tall kitchen chair. When's Erza coming to visit? Well, we've been extremely busy as of late, Momo explained, keeping her voice soft. Children could be hard to handle, and children with the entitlement of a high-ranking noble could be an absolute terror, or so she imagined, at least. With the recovery from the war still ongoing. I wonder where she finds the energy to even get involved in politics. I hate politics, Rurakiyo muttered. But old Kyunghwa tells me I just have to learn them. No getting around it. Why would you get involved if you don't have to? Well, said Momo, sitting down opposite Rurakiyo, there are a lot of people out there, poor people who can't really afford things they need, you know, things like food, clothes, people who could get attacked, robbed, or even killed at any time. My Erza, she cares a lot about these people. Politics are boring, but you can't change things for the better without them. Because political influence gives you power, and you need power to change things. I wish we could just say that these people could get what they needed, grumbled Rurakiyo. Then we wouldn't have to sit around arguing with other people, and Erza could come visit. I know it's not that easy, I just don't see why it wouldn't be. We all wish the world were simpler, Momo nodded. But we have to deal with the world as it is, not as we wish it were. You're smart, said Rurakiyo, cocking her head. I mean, you sound like a lot of my clan advisors, except they're really boring. They talk to me like I'm a child, which I am, and whenever I tell them off they shrink down and beg forgiveness. You don't do that. And I kind of like that. Well, I try, Momo said with a smile. It made sense, a lot of people condescended children, and when a child was clan head, her servants were bound to be afraid of what she might do if they displeased her. What's she like? Asked Rurakiyo. A little taken aback, Momo replied, who? Erza, of course. I know she's a great hero. I had the clan bring me accounts of the entire story of the Great Battle of Karakara as soon as they could. She was the one who defeated Tir Halibel, convincing her to switch sides. And, she was the one who faced down Aizen and killed him. Anybody who can do that is a great hero. But I want to know what she's like. Like, there's got to be a real person behind all that bravery and strength, you know. Momo felt impressed. It would have been easy, especially for a child, to be completely taken in by the growing legend around Erza. Many of the soldiers she met, even in their own division, actually treated her with odd reverence, like she had some sort of godlike power. To see Rurokiyo show some curiosity beyond that. Well, she's very gentle, Momo started. Seeming enchanted, Rurokiyo nodded encouragingly. I don't know where to start, really, said Momo, taking a moment to think. She's the strongest person I know, but she's not harsh or cold. Well, she can be those things as a captain when it's necessary, but underneath it all she's very gentle. Every time she holds me, it's like she's afraid I'd break if she put too much effort into it. She really cares about people. It's not just a gimmick or a way to look good to others. She loves her friends and family, and she really needs them to be whole. She gives her all to everything she tries. She's not perfect, but, well, she feels that way to me, sometimes. She's not as good as they say, she's better. She had to have sounded a little too emotional, because the clan head made a face. I forgot you were girlfriends, she said, sounding mildly disgusted. Yug, I hate it when adults get all mushy about that kind of thing. Well, who knows, maybe one day you'll find a boy who makes you feel all mushy, and you'll understand. Or a girl, said Momo, with a mischievous smile. People keep telling me that, and it keeps not happening. At some point, people have to get tired of just being wrong, said Rurokiyo stubbornly. The sheer determination on her face made Momo burst out laughing. Maybe they are wrong. Who knows? There's nothing wrong with not having a partner either. Are you two having sex? Momo's laugh turned into a sudden choking noise, and she coughed violently. That is. I'm not stupid because I'm a child, you know. I know about this kind of thing. How does that work with two girls, though? Listen, said Momo, taking a deep breath, hating how this was making her blush even now. First of all, that is a very private question, and it's not polite to ask people about that unless you know them very well. Second of all, you're a bit too young to start thinking about that yet. Rurokiyo sniggered, and Momo groaned. Are you just trying to get a rise out of me? Momo said, exasperated. It was so easy, the clan head laughed. Look, why don't we focus more on, heroics? Said Momo embarrassedly. I can tell you all kinds of stories about that. Okay, sure, said Rurokiyo, nodding. Did you see it happen, when she killed Aizen? Well, actually, Momo started. She froze mid-sentence. Her body tensed up and she reached for the blade at her side. What's wrong? Said Rurokiyo, suddenly alarmed. Get to the safe room, now, Momo said firmly, standing up and drawing her blade. Somebody disturbed the wards. And maybe it was an accident. No way, said Momo, walking around the table and grabbing Rurokiyo by the wrist, dragging her toward the cellar stairs. Nobody is supposed to. The only visits we get are from Erza and from the Stealth Corps, and those are announced ahead of time. Reaching out, she sensed for potential enemies. It was possible the network had failed on its own, or been tripped by accident, but the chances were minimal, and this was not something one wanted to be wrong about. As she sensed, she spotted 1, 2, 3, 8 powerful signatures, approximating at least an eighth seed higher, perhaps, if they were suppressing their power. She had only seconds to act, she knew. Dragging Rurokiyo toward the safe room, she whispered, "Snap," to Byam. Under her breath. Her Zanpakuta responded, the pronged form taking shape. I'm scared, said Rurokiyo, sounding nervous. There was no pretense now, only naked fear. Momo could not blame her. It all rested on her now. If she failed, the girl would die and quite possibly Momo would, too. Already she heard movement. Hastening her step, she approached the stairs. She ran power through her arm and into the Zanpakuto, readying a blast. There were the stairs, there was the front door, if only she could get them down the stairs. The front door burst open, shattering into 100 pieces. The shrapnel might have blinded or at least staggered a lesser Shinigami, but they bounced harmlessly off a simple protective ward emanating from Momo's spellcraft, the runes on her body coming alive with a golden glow. Instead of staggering back, she aimed her blade right at the intruder, firing off a blast. Before it connected, she got a brief look at the attacker masked, wearing dark fatigues, almost like a less sleek and impressive corpsman from Soifon's division. Before they could react, the attacker was struck head-on. Sent flying, he let out a pained yelp. A blast that close was sure to have killed or at least maimed him. He would not be a problem anytime soon. Momo spun around, her blade parrying an attack from behind just in time. She expended another rune's worth of energy, channeling lightning through the blade, passing over to the assassin in an instant. The man staggered back, letting out the pained grunts of a man electrocuted from head to toe. Momo looked around, taking in the scene in an instant. Another assassin was coming at her too, the one she'd shocked had brought company. At the edge of her vision she saw movement in the doorway, evidently the first one had not been alone, either. Go! She urged, shoving Rurokiyo down. This would be tricky. Momo excelled at mid to long-ranged combat, not this dirty, cramped close-quarters fighting. Then again, they had just challenged a vice-captain. Rurokiyo scurried down the stairs, and Momo could only hope there was nobody waiting for her down there. She hadn't sensed anyone there, and if they could hide somebody there. Too late to worry about. She had to focus on the here and now. The fight had momentarily come to a lull, the assassins seemed to have hesitated for a second. Momo's eyes darted back and forth quickly, counting 7 standing combatants. Good, that meant they were all here, at once. She was standing just by the doorway leading to the cellar, meaning she could not be flanked or attacked from the rear. Even without the power disparity, she would like this position. Listen to me, she said, holding up her blade in a defensive position. You came here to do one thing. You lost your opportunity. Attack me and you attack the Godai itself. This is your one chance to walk back. Go home. Your target is safe, and you will find nothing here. For a moment, it almost appeared as if it had worked. The assassins hesitated, shooting looks at each other. Then one of them, presumably the leader, gave a firm nod and the first of them charged. Their coordination was impressive. One of them bull-rushed her while 2 in the background started preparing some sort of Kido-inscribed chain, another 2 moving up behind the charger. Momo perceived all of it in an instant, and she knew what to do. She parried the first strike, holding firm. She stomped her foot and a blast of Kido based on Shao slammed into her attacker, with such force that he barreled into his companions, knocking them back and almost off their feet. In the same instant she raised her free hand. A surge of energy burned as a contained Kido charge was consumed, and a set of golden chains surged out to wrap around the men preparing the chains. It could have bound Aminos, and seriously inconvenienced a captain. The 2 assassins were simply crushed together in an inescapable grip. 3 down. She raised her blade, charging power into it before the 3 who had come at her could recover. At this range, against the likes of them, the blast would be fatal. Momo breathed in, and brought the blade down. The explosion rocked the entire house, the 3 attackers instantly broken. Momo herself was nearly thrown off her feet, only her own wards kept her from taking any real damage by the strike. It paid to be prepared, evidently. The one who had rushed her had been shoved halfway through a wall, his corpse a charred wreck. 2 others lay broken and twitching on each side. 6 down. That left only the leader and 1 more, both of them looking shaken as they got to their feet. Feeling confident, Momo stepped forward, a dark expression on her face. I did give you an out, she said, her voice low. I tried to warn you. You chose to be loyal, and this is what it looks like. But, you're able to live with that, aren't you? As she spoke she approached the apparent leader, who raised his blade. He nodded at his companion, who rushed forward and deftly rolled under Momo's strike, dashing for the stairs. There was a spark, a circle of blue light sparking on the ground as the Kido trap sprung, a web of blue wrapping around the assassin and holding him in place. 7 down. You didn't think I'd leave that exposed, did you? Said Momo, pointing her blade at the assassin. Give it up. It's just you left now. The leader seemed to contemplate this failure only for a moment, before lunging at Momo. The narrowness of the hallway would have been a disadvantage to most, but Momo was short and so was her blade. She easily parried the first strike, catching his blade in one of the prongs and twisting it aside. Without blinking, the leader slammed a palm into her cheek, throwing her off her balance. Before she could recover, he dashed past the webbed assassin, down the stairs. Cursing under her breath, Momo followed after him. Be safe, be safe, be safe. Halfway down the stairs, she realized she needn't have worried. The door was firmly closed, impenetrable to anything but overwhelming force. The assassin was fiddling with the locks, to no avail. She'd set the key to it herself. I told you, said Momo, slowly descending the stairs, it's over for you. The leader flipped around, blade raised, stubbornly refusing to yield. Momo was out of patience. They had come here intending to murder a child. They'd been given a chance to give up, twice, and still he refused. Fine. Have it your way. She leaped down the stairs, coming in with a powerful swing from above. As she expected, he dodged under it and went for a vicious counter-thrust, but her free hand was ready. A shao slammed into his blade before it could connect. Between letting go of his blade or losing his balance, the assassin chose the latter, rolling onto the floor. Before he could get to his feet, Momo hammered down with another strike. Lightning coursed through her blade, and as he parried it carried over. Momo pushed down, every moment pouring more and more lightning into the blade, into the assassin. She saw his eyes widening, heard him grunt, holding firm in the face of death. Momo declined to show mercy this time. Within seconds his clothes were smoking, and with one final burst of lightning he fell to the ground, quite dead. Momo took a moment to look down on him, breathing in deeply. Before she could stop to think of what had just happened, she hurried over to the door. Rurakiyo, are you okay? She called. Yeah, Rurakiyo said, her voice muffled. She sounded scared. I got inside and locked the door like you showed me. Is it over? Can I come out? You stay inside for now, said Momo. I've taken care of them, but it's ugly. I'm calling for help, but I'm not leaving you. Just stay put, okay? Okay, said Rurakiyo meekly. Momo rushed up the stairs. She'd managed to take some of them alive, at least. Maybe they could find a lead. Her heart dropped when she got up. All 3 of the trapped assassins had white foam running down their mouths, lying still. Dead. Had they just taken poison? This was insane. Well, at least they hadn't succeeded. At least Rurakiyo was safe. Trying not to look at the dead bodies, Momo started crafting 2 hell butterflies, one for Erza and one for iPhone. Erza was shocked to see the scene she walked into. Once Momo's message had reached her, she had dashed off at full speed. Not unexpectedly, iPhone and her core were already on the scene, going through the place with a careful sweep for anything useful the attackers might have left. 8 assassins lying dead, strewn about the place with the unmistakable marks of Kido-inflicted wounds. Momo was sitting outside, legs crossed with her head down, just breathing. The shock of it seemed to get to her, and although Erza wanted nothing more than to comfort her, there were pressing matters to attend to. That's 2 attempts in 2 days, Erza said sharply as she approached iPhone. These people are beyond bold. The sheer audacity, you'd think whoever was behind it would lie low. Bold or desperate, iPhone said, her tone neutral. She was standing just outside, watching her corpsmen work, organizing the effort. It's lucky we had a vice captain guarding the girl. Anything short of that, and we might be looking at a dead heiress. Lucky? Erza bristled, thinking of the terrible things Momo had just gone through. Yes, I guess that's right. Hell, whoever is working on it really wants her dead. You ought to know, who has access to 8 trained killers. Even if you don't value their lives, their skills have to be considered valuable resources. They are, iPhone nodded. To answer your first question, most houses of any significance have their own set of professional bodyguards and trained killers. The stealth corps' methods was developed out of these clan traditions. Whoever attacked was not quite up to par with my operatives, but close. Likely, they were the cream of the crop of their house. Any indication as to what house they came from? They wouldn't be very good killers if they carried a clan crest tattooed to them, so iPhone said, shrugging. The traditions include deniability, obscurity, they're usually not even registered to the house they belong to. We may be able to find some things out, but they seem to have been thorough enough. Well trained, though. Do you have any ideas on who is behind it? No proof, and nothing I would make arrests over, so iPhone said quietly, but, well, forget anything you've read in mystery books. When it comes to crime, the most likely suspect is almost always the guilty one. With crimes like these, you only need to look at who benefits most. Some other clan. So iPhone shook her head. They're a secondary house. They would want to be the ones doing the sabotage, not being sabotaged. Then whoever stands to inherit the title of Kazumiyuji clan head is at the top of our list. Exactly, so iPhone nodded. I've looked into them since yesterday. Young Rurakiyo is the only surviving heir of the main Kazumiyuji family. The second most powerful person is, of course, Kyungwa Gyukaku. I thought he was a creep, Erza muttered. But he's not a Kazumiyuji, is he? There's precedent of adopting capable members into a clan and such individuals coming to rule. If you are sufficiently important and powerful, then he's free to sweep in and take over. Or, at least he thinks so. You know, he more or less asked me to sell her back the other day, Erza said, frowning. He asked me my price. Nothing incriminating, but I'm not surprised. We have our work cut out for us, though. He was implicated in several murders in the past, but nothing ever stuck. He was suspected of ordering or orchestrating these things, but never involved himself directly. I believe I will be reopening those investigations in the coming days. Erza sighed. We're only lucky we came in when we did, then. I just wonder, how did they find them? How? This was supposed to be a secure location, so iPhone. She could not keep the accusatory tone out of her voice. The thought of Momo being hurt, or worse, it had worked out, but what if it hadn't? We're working on that, so iPhone said, a hard edge to her voice. It was not a leak. Only a small team of trusted, apolitical operatives even knew this operation existed. We're wondering if perhaps it was some kind of sophisticated tracking spell based on Lady Rurakiyo's spiritual signature, although it seems unlikely. I think I can help, said Momo, having hobbled over to them. I stayed with Rurakiyo until you got here, and I found this. She held up the young clan head's jacket, a silken and flowery thing. So iPhone's eyes narrowed. What about it? It is sophisticated all right, said Momo. There was a small glow, a little bit of energy channeled into the garment. Suddenly, a small rune came aglow inside it. A tracking spell, Momo explained. Invisible to the naked eye, but not hard to spot if you know what you're looking for. They could probably sense where she was from a mile away. It seems our protocols had a gap, said so iPhone, sounding quietly displeased. I would like you to examine Lady Rurakiyo from head to toe, to ensure that was the only one, along with all her possessions. No, we'll get her new clothes, but please examine her. I'll take care of it, Momo said with a nod. I'll see you tonight, Erza. Tonight, Erza promised. Even if we're sleeping in the safe house. We'll be setting up a new location, so iPhone assured her. No leaks this time. Can I continue to depend on Fifth for this? I'll take care of it personally if I have to, Erza said, steel in her voice. There was a child murderer on the loose, and she'd be damned if she let him have his way. Check the description for the links to the author.